With 16 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the Journal of July 29, 2026 of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances for the parties.
Good morning, Your Honor. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
Thank you and good morning. Appearances for the respondent.
Good morning, Your Honor. Same appearance for the respondent accused. Thank you, Your Honor.
Will the lead prosecutor kindly call their witness for today?
Your Honor, may I request that counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Kapunan, be recognized.
Attorney Kapunan is recognized. Attorney Kapunan, the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, kindly call your first witness, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honors. Attorney Lorna Kapunan, counsel for the petitioners under the direct control and supervision of the House panel of prosecutors. We'd like to call on our first witness, Your Honors, Mr. Roderick C. Wamil.
The clerk of court, through the Sergeant at Arms, is directed to kindly bring and situate at the witness stand the witness of the prosecution for today, Mr. Roderick Wamil. Before you sit down, Mr. Wamil, clerk of court is directed to subscribe the witness, or rather put the witness under oath. Apologies.
Please raise your right hand. You, Roderick C. Wamil, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
You may sit down, Mr. Wamil. Your witness, counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan, you may proceed when you're ready with your offer.
Thank you, Your Honor. But before we proceed, senators, honorable senators and presiding officer, may we flash on the screen page 2 of the pretrial order dated 29 June 2026. Please note from the screen that several admitted facts are stated in the said pretrial order. I call your attention, please, to page 2 of the pretrial order. These are the admitted facts for Article 1 on the misuse and misappropriation of confidential funds. I will not read them anymore, but I'd like to highlight certain admissions.
The lady may proceed for the guidance of the senator judges.
Thank you, Your Honor. As can be seen from the screen, first, the OVP, Office of the Vice President, had confidential funds in the fixed amount of 125 per quarter. The first quarter of 2023 is February 6 to March 29, 2023. For the second quarter of 2023, that is April 25 to June 30, 2023, and for the third quarter of 2023, which covers the period July 14 to September 30, 2023. Fixed amounts per quarter of 125 million.
You're referring to paragraph numbers 2.5, 2.6, and 2.7, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Also admitted is the fact that Gina Acosta was the Office of the Vice President's Special Disbursing Officer, or SDO, in relation to the OVP's confidential funds for the fourth quarter of 2022, as well as the first, second, and third quarters of 2023, as can be seen on the screen. May I ask counsel for the respondent?
We confirm that, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Likewise, Your Honor, this honorable court presiding officer will recall that in the hearing last Wednesday, several stipulations were made by both parties, and in fact, upon the initiative of Attorney Poa, counsel for the respondent. May I just remind this court what these are, and they will be flashed on the screen for the better appreciation of this honorable court. Both the prosecution and the respondent agreed last Wednesday's hearing to the following stipulations. First, that the OVP issued 4 checks, all in the name of Gina F. Acosta, worth 125 million each on December 20, 2022, January 31, 2023, April 18, 2023, and July 13, 2023. Second, that these said amounts were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account of the Office of the Vice President. Third, that Ms. Gina Acosta received the amounts of the said checks on December 20, 2022, February 6, and July 11, calculated, Your Honor, were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account.
Counsel, what was the date of encashment? You mentioned July 11, or is it July 16? Check your records, because then of the check.
Respondent.
Kindly, last 3 digits, 664. Counsel on July 11, 2023.
Come on, guys.
It should be, if I kindly check the dorsal side of the check.
You can't stand.
You may proceed, Counsel.
That the said amounts were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account of the Department of Education Office of the Secretary. And lastly, that Mr. Edward D. Fajarda received the amounts of the checks on February 22, 2023, April 26, 2023, and July 13, 2023, which amounts to 112.5 million, Your Honors. May we ask counsel for respondent to confirm this?
Your Honors, I really don't want to make a big issue about this, but just on the first stipulation, Your Honors, please. We remember stipulating only as to the ability of the witness to identify the checks and to the authenticity
Of the checks.
of the checks. Now, I do understand where the counsel for the prosecution is coming from, but perhaps we could just refer to our records in terms of the stipulations made, Your Honors.
The presiding officer remembers that the authenticity and execution of the checks, as well as all the information contained therein, meaning to say the signatories, the payee, the amount contained therein, the date it was encashed, were all stipulated to by the respondent. In not so many words, counsel, you are correct.
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, not only the front side of the check, but the dorsal
Including the
side.
dorsal side, meaning to say the checker, the validator, the...
Yes, Your Honors.
Yes, they were all stipulated to by the respondent. You are
Thank
correct,
you,
counsel.
Mr. Presiding Officer. And lastly, Your Honors, please. As you can see in front of you, we have 15 boxes. 15 boxes of confidential funds. For this witness alone, he will be identifying 50 exhibits.
Are you proceeding with your offer already, counsel?
No, Your Honor. This is in addition to our proposed stipulation, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Proceed.
Okay. This witness will be identifying 50 exhibits. The acknowledgement receipts alone for the fourth quarter of the Office of the Vice President will be 845 documents, Your Honor. And not to preempt testimony of the next witness, this next witness will attest to 3,664 documents, of which 3,617 are acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. My proposed stipulation, Your Honor, since most of these documents, Your Honor, are not documents from the prosecution. These documents are the liquidation documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education Secretary to liquidate the 500 million confidential funds of the Office of the President and the 116.5 million of the DepEd, Your Honor. Just to emphasize, Your Honor, these are common exhibits. And if counsel, we can flash them on the screen. Most of these are common exhibits. For the Office of the Vice President, we have 14 common exhibits for the period December 21 to 31. For the first quarter of 2023, there are 6 common exhibits, 6 common exhibits as well for the second quarter of 2023, and 5 common exhibits for the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor. And this is a total of 31 common exhibits, Your Honor. For the DepEd, Your Honor, we have 6 common exhibits for the first quarter, 7 common exhibits for the second quarter, and 6 common exhibits for the third quarter, Your Honor. And here is where we ask for stipulation, Your Honor. Since these are prosecution exhibits as well as defense exhibits. And in addition to that, these are documents submitted by the defense themselves to the COA by way of liquidation, Your Honor. May we request for stipulations? For the appreciation of the senator judges and the presiding judge, flashed on the screen are the exhibits we want stipulated, the prosecution exhibit numbers, and the defense exhibit numbers, Your Honor.
These are only insofar as the common exhibits are concerned, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, these are only common exhibits.
What respondent say?
Your Honor, may we just ask for, and I apologize for having to request for this, but may we just ask for at least a 5-minute suspension so we can also concur with the prosecution panel and to check exactly what documents they would want to stipulate. Because, Your Honors, we have no problem stipulating, but we also, due to the voluminous nature of the documents, we just want to make sure we're also ensuring the rights for clients, especially, if there are questions on chain of custody, etc.
With the permission of my fellow senator
Just 5
judges,
minutes.
this is in the interest of abbreviating the proceedings anyway. Chair declares a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honors. The physical exhibits are here if counsel wants to look at them. Sure.
We are on recess. No need for permission to approach each other.
ulit. So hindi na sila
The trial is resumed. Paumanhin sa mga kapwa ko, Senator Judge, gayon din sa publiko nagsusubaybay sa medyo mahabang panahong ginugol natin para magkomparahan ng dokumento. I assure you this is time well spent because whatever stipulations and or admissions may be agreed upon by the parties will go a long way insofar as abbreviating the proceedings. Counsel for respondent is recognized for his comment to the request for stipulation by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I would like to thank the Honorable Court for your patience as well. So upon consulting with my colleagues as well as the opposing counsel, the defense is willing to stipulate on the list of documents provided except for the acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022. Because one...
What period is that again, counsel?
Acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022, Your Honor.
December 21 to 22
To 31, 2022.
to 12/31, 2022.
Yes, that's correct. December 21 to December 31, 2022. That's
Okay.
correct, Your Honors. Your Honors, just for the information of the Honorable Court, although these were labeled as common exhibits, we marked them separately, and there are issues concerning these acknowledgement receipts that I believe will also be touched upon by other witnesses in the future, and for those reasons, Your Honors, we cannot stipulate on the same.
How many pieces of documentary evidence would constitute these acknowledgement receipts covering this period, approximately?
Approximately at least 900, Your Honors.
So that's about 900 over 3,000 plus. Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, correct?
Your Honor, please, just a logistics issue. I don't think they can hear us at the sound booth po.
Who can't hear you?
The ones flashing our screen. Are they okay? Okay. Just to address the query of the Honorable Presiding Judge, Your Honor, the acknowledgement receipts constitute 845 documents, Your Honor, for this particular witness and for this particular period, Your Honor. But for the next witness, Your Honor, they constitute 3,617 acknowledgement receipts.
In regard to the acknowledgement receipts that the counsel for respondent refuses to stipulate on, is it with this witness or the next witness?
This witness, Your Honor, 845 acknowledgement receipts for the period, 11-day period, December 21 to December 31, Your Honor.
So in other words, all of the acknowledgement receipts that this witness will testify to was not stipulated to by the counsel for the respondent.
That's correct, Your Honor.
With respect to the others, it is so stipulated, counsel?
Yes, Your Honors. Other documents, you mean? Yes.
Other documents that
On the
are
list.
commonly marked are so stipulated and admitted by the counsel for respondents? Under Article 1?
The documents that are in the list of
Yes.
proposed stipulations, Your Honors.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, you may proceed when you're ready with your offer. Unless you have other stipulations to ask
We
for.
have other stipulations, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel.
Secondly, that the office of the Vice President was allotted confidential funds in the amount of 125 million in December of 2022.
We are okay to stipulate with counter stipulation that this was approved by the Office of the President as recommended by the DBM, Your Honor.
What does counsel for the panel of prosecutors state?
No, Your Honor. Oh, yes? Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
So yes.
In deference to the President. Yes, Your Honor.
So yes, the stipulation, proposed stipulation by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, subject to the qualification of the counsel for respondent, is deemed admitted to and stipulated on. May proceed, counsel.
Thirdly, Your Honor, as can be seen on the screen, the DepEd was allotted confidential funds in the fixed amount of 37.5 million quarterly.
For what year? For what period?
2023, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor.
34?
But again, with counter stipulation that under the General Appropriations Act, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
So stipulated, duly noted, Senator judges are duly informed.
That the fourth stipulation is that the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd withdrew their respective confidential funds quarterly allocation in full from the first to the third quarters of 2023.
Counsel for the respondent, what do you say?
We are willing to stipulate on that, Your Honor.
So stipulated, Senator judges are likewise so informed of the stipulation by the parties in regard to this fact.
The fifth, that the Office of the Vice President also received confidential funds in the amount of 125 million on December 20, 2022, which it used up in 11 days.
No
Counsel.
stipulation, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Counsel?
No stipulation on this matter.
No stipulation. You may proceed with the other proposed stipulations, Counsel.
That the documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd were all signed by the authorized signatories.
Willing to stipulate, Your Honor.
What exactly does that mean, Counsel for the panel of prosecutors? The documents submitted by the OVP were all signed by the authorized signatories, meaning those that signed the checks, those that received the checks. What about the acknowledgement receipts?
Also the acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. The disbursement vouchers, the liquidation reports,
Including
the accomplishment reports, all of which they have already stipulated, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that clear, Counsel for the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor.
So stipulated, duly noted.
Number 7, that the signatures above the names Gina Acosta, Julieta Villa del Rey, and Rosalyn Sanchez in the Office of the Vice President documents are their signatures.
We're willing to stipulate on that, Your Honor.
And lastly, Your
So
Honor,
stipulated, duly noted.
that the signatures above the names Edward Fajarda, Maria Runa Catalan, Annalyn Sevilla, and Gloria Humamil Mercado in the DepEd liquidation documents are their signatures.
Willing to stipulate on that as well, Your
So stipulated, duly noted.
Thank you, and we would like to thank counsel for the respondent for
Thank you, Your Honor.
the stipulations.
We would like to thank the parties as well for abbreviating the proceedings and assisting this court in so far as shortening.
I think it has saved the Senate judges 10 boxes, Your Honor.
How many in total again?
We have 15 boxes, Your Honor.
That's 2/3. Good enough.
Two-thirds.
Counsel may proceed with their offer for the testimony of this witness unless there are other stipulations. If there are none, you may proceed, Counsel, when you're ready.
Your Honors, please, we are offering the testimony of Mr. Roderick C. Wamil to prove the following. First, that Mr. Wamil was a state auditor of the Commission on Audit, Intelligence, and Confidential Funds. Number 2, that siya po ang nag-conduct ng audit ng Office of the Vice President, liquidation of confidential expenditures for the periods covering the fourth quarter of 2022, which is December 21 to 31, 2022, and the first, second, and third quarters of 2023. Pangatlo, na si Mr. Wamil po ang nag-conduct ng audit of the Department of Education liquidation of confidential expenditures for the periods covering the first, second, and third quarters of 2023. Number 4, napansin ni Mr. Wamil na kulang-kulang ang mga dokumentong sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd for their liquidation of their respective confidential funds for the specified periods. Number 5. At dahil dito, si Mr. Wamil ay nag-issue ng audit and recommendations na tinatawag na Audit Observation Memorandum, AOM, dated September 14, 2023 and October 3, 2023, duly issued to the Office of the Vice President for the periods covering the fourth quarter of 2022 or the period December 21 to 31, 2022. Number 6. That Mr. Wamil also conducted the audit of the documents submitted by the OVP through its letters dated October 19, 2023 and November 30, 2023 in response to the aforementioned AOMs. Number 7, that in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendations, nag-issue ng Notice of Suspension dated December 13, 2023 sa OVP. Number 8, in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendation, an AOM dated February 1, 2024 was issued to the OVP for the periods covering the first, second quarters of 2023, and an AOM, Audit Observation Memorandum, dated August 8, 2024, was issued to the Office of the Vice President for the period covering the third quarter of 2023. Number 9, in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendations, an Audit Observation Memorandum number 015, dated February 1, 2024, was duly issued to the DepEd for the periods covering the first and second quarter of 2023. Likewise, Your Honor, we are offering the testimony of this witness to identify and authenticate documents, and likewise, lastly, to prove such other matters as are relevant and material to the impeachment of Vice President Sara Duterte, and relevant as well to the aforementioned purposes.
Comment from the council for respondents on the offer?
Subject to cross.
Subject to cross, council may proceed with her direct examination of the witness, Mr. Roderick C. Wamil, when she is ready. You may
Thank you,
proceed,
Your Honor. With the permission of the presiding officer, Honorable Senator Judges. Magandang umaga, Mr. Witness.
Magandang umaga po.
Kumusta na po kayo ngayon?
I'm feeling a bit anxious lang po as of this moment.
Nervyos. Anxious. Okay. Huwag kang mag-anxious. Please state your name again. Your name, your age, and occupation and other personal circumstances, Mr. Witness.
I am Roderick C. Wamil, 34 years old and currently an audit team leader of the Commission on Audit Pasay City.
Before I ask you about your present occupation, give us a educational background. What is your educational background, Mr. Witness?
Ako po ay nagtapos ng Bachelor of Science in Accountancy from the Central Luzon State University at ng Juris Doctor degree from the Arellano University School of Law.
So you are both an auditor and a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ngayon, nagtrabaho ka sa COA.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been working for the Commission on Audit?
I've been with the Commission on Audit for more than 11 years po.
11 years. And what position in the COA do you presently hold?
I presently hold the position po of attorney of the Commission on Audit.
Ano yung attorney for?
It is yung description of the position po na hinahawakan ko. But currently po, I am an audit team leader po sa Commission on Audit Pasay.
Okay. Before you were assigned to the Commission on Audit Pasay, what was your previous position with the COA?
Before my assignment po sa Commission on Audit Pasay, I was previously assigned as a state auditor po of the Intelligence and Confidential Fund Audit Office of the COA.
Itong COA ICFAO. ICFAO?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give us a background? Ano itong COA ICFAO?
Ang COA ICFAO po ay yung office under the office of the chairperson in charge with
Mic test. Mic. Baka mahulog. Hello. Yeah.
officers or judges of the impeachment court? Oh, wala dyan. Ha? Hindi ka ba nag-check mga messages?
Finish. The Sergeant at Arms is directed to make the proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under the pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Judge Robin Hood Padilla.
A'udhu billahi
Martes, August 4, ikalimang linggo na ito ng pagliliti sa Vice Presidente. Ngayong araw, inaasahan nating ipagpapatuloy ng prosekusyon ang direct examination nito sa ikatlong testigo para sa Article of Impeachment na confidential funds misuse, misappropriation at irregular liquidation. Ito ay ang dating State Auditor ng Commission on Audit Intelligence and Confidential Funds Audit Office o COA-ICFAO na si Roderick Mawil. Sa kaalaman ng ating mga taga-subaybay, kahapon, araw ng Lunes, August 3, ay tumestigo si Wamil sa ginawa nitong audit sa 125 million pesos na halaga ng confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President o OVP noong December 2022. Ngayong araw, haharap ulit sa impeachment court si Wamil para naman sa ginawa nitong audit sa confidential funds mula first quarter hanggang third quarter ng taong 2023. Kung matatapos ang direct examination ng prosekusyon ngayong araw, dadako na sa cross-examination kay Wamil ang Defense Counsel ni VP Duterte na si Attorney Michael Poa. Sa ilalim ni Wamil, naglabas ang COA-ICFAO ng Audit Observation Memorandum nito kaugnay ng audit sa December 2022 confidential funds. Ilan sa observation ng dating State Auditor, labag o labas sa period na covered ng paggastos ng confidential funds noong December 2022. Ngayon ay dumako na tayo sa Day 12 ng impeachment trial.
Ejercito, Senator Judge Estrada, Senator Judge Go, Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapid, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, Senate President Gatchalian.
With 19 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the August 3, 2026 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. Bago po tawagin ng presiding officer ang kasong nakabinbin sa impeachment court, may nais lamang po akong sabihin sa ngalan nating lahat. Magkakaiba man ang ating pananaw at bagaman magkakatunggali ang magkabilang panig dito sa impeachment court, may mga bagay-bagay na dapat pinagkakasunduan at pinagkakaisahan natin. Lalo na dun sa mga napuyat kagabi kakapanood ng TV. At para sa akin ang isa po dito ay ang tagumpay at kampyonato ng ating magaling at magiting na kababayan na si Alex Ayala sa DC Open. Kaya't sa ngalan ng Senado, ng mga Senator Judges, mga kawani ng Senado, sa ngalan ng magatunggaling mga partido ng impeachment trial, nais po naming ipabatid ang aming nagkakaisang pagbati kay Binibining Alex Iyala sa kanyang panalo at kampyonato sa DC Open. Tunay na ikinararangal at ipinagbubunyikan naming lahat. Congratulations sa iyo, Alex. Kaya pag may inaantok po na Senator Judge, malamang nanood kagabi. The clerk of court is instructed to kindly call the case before this impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances?
Your Honor, same appearance for the prosecution. I understand, Your Honor, that this is a continuation of the direct examination of the prosecution's witness, Attorney Wamil. And with that, Your Honor, may we ask that the counsel for the prosecution, Attorney Lorna Kapunan, be recognized.
Noted. At the proper time, yes. Counsel for respondent appearances?
Same appearance for the respondent accused. Good morning, Your Honors.
Good morning. Before the presiding officer calls on the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan, for the continuation of his crossing the witness, the chair would like to ask if the respondent, or rather counsel for respondent, has been furnished with a copy of the motion of the panel of prosecutors with respect to the request for judicial notice.
Yes, sir. Yes, that is correct, Your Honors. We were furnished yesterday.
For your information, counsel, we will hear your arguments for or against it and or a written opposition or agreement with that motion tomorrow. Just to give you advance information before we start the trial, so that you have enough time.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
At this juncture, Chair would now like to recognize, with the permission of the Honorable Chua, the prosecutor, rather the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan, and Chair instructs the clerk of court to bring the witness, Mr. Wamil, before the witness stand. Mr. Wamil, it is understood that you will be continuing with your testimony under the same oath that you had and did yesterday. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Kapunan, counsel for the panel of prosecutors, you may continue with your direct examination of the witness, Mr. Wamil of the Commission on Audit.
Thank you, Your Honors. To the Senate impeachment judges and to the presiding officer and Senate President, I beg the indulgence of this honorable court to start this with a recess. The reason this is necessary, Your Honor, is because yesterday, when prosecution asked for a recess with the permission or consent of the counsel for the respondent, we started to identify and cross-check the 845 acknowledgement receipts. Unfortunately, time ran out, and our assisting counsels only were able to show half of it, Your Honors. Although this court will recall that under Rule 130, Section 3, in coordination with Section 7, we were able to mark a tabulation or a summary prepared personally by this witness, Your Honor, to preempt any possible objection of the respondents and any manifestation that they were not allowed to compare the copies of our exhibits and their own exhibits as regards the rest of the acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, unless they will stipulate that there is no need, Your Honor, then it becomes necessary for a brief recess, Your Honor.
Counsel, for what purpose is the recess?
Your Honor, please, yesterday, when we resumed hearing yesterday, Your Honor, and we were going over these 3 boxes and several folders, Your Honor, it had to abruptly stop because we had resumed session. And at that time, our associates noted that kalahati lang po ang natapos sa pag-compare.
Counsel, the presiding officer will have a query first beforehand. Yesterday, you presented a summary and a table of his findings based on the 845 acknowledgement receipts contained in the
Three boxes.
three boxes.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you presented some samples. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 examples rather. So you mean to say you want to present more acknowledgement receipts as samples as part of the tabulation of the witness?
No, Your Honor. What we would like to do now and inquire from counsel for the respondent is if it's no longer necessary for your associates to look over the said acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, if they can manifest that and to preempt any possible technical objection in the future on their cross-examination or upon offer of these exhibits, Your Honor. Because these exhibits will have to be offered in due time. And we do not want it as an objection to the offer that they were not able to compare the rest of the acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. Now, to preempt that, if counsel is willing to forego with that potential objection, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
You're talking of only the acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to December 31, 2022.
Yes, Your
Is that
Honor.
what you're referring to? I think I know what counsel for respondent will already say, but yes, counsel for respondent, what is your comment on the manifestation of the counsel for the panel of prosecutors?
Your Honor, we haven't stipulated on anything, so I don't see why there's a need to compare, actually. We haven't stipulated on anything.
Actually, Attorney Kapunan, counsel for the respondent already said yesterday that just subject to cross insofar as the non-stipulated matters is concerned.
That's correct.
The counsel for respondent stipulated on everything you asked for in your list of documents except for that. Except for the acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022. My understanding, counsel, is that you will be presenting samples from the tabulation or summary of the witness. And as I said, you presented already 6. You may proceed to present samples or examples under each category of his table without prejudice, however many they may be, subject to your call and discretion, given the refusal to stipulate by the counsel for respondent, which is, of course, they would be well within their rights not to do so, given their own legal theory of the case.
We submit, Your Honor.
So kindly proceed, counsel.
With the permission of this honorable court, same appearance. Good morning to the senator judges. Mr. Witness, yesterday you were able to identify 845 going through these documents, acknowledgement receipts. Mr. Witness.
Yes, ma'am.
In these 845 acknowledgement receipts, which the prosecution marked as exhibits P-1-8-1 up to P-1-8-848, there is a portion there, and I will show you a sample on the screen. There is a portion in all of these acknowledgement receipts. At the bottom thereof, there is a signature in the phrase certified true copy. Can we present this witness with a sample acknowledgement receipt?
Assisting counsel may approach from both parties. It's still Attorney Peña, right?
Yes, Your Honor, and
I remember.
his mother will be happy again. Can you go through some of this acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor? While counsel is showing over these acknowledgement receipts to our witness, Mr. Wamil. we would like to make a manifestation that at the bottom portion of all of these exhibits identified or being identified now by this witness have the statement certified true copy being shown on the screen. Mr. Witness, can you read?
Yes, ma'am.
It says certified true copy, and there is a name, Davin Bakay. Would you know who this person is?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is Mr. Bakay?
Siya po ay admin staff ng COA ICFAO.
COA ICFAO. And his signature, there is a signature that appears over the name Davin Bakay. Whose signature is this?
Sa kanya po.
Why
Kay
do you
David
know?
Bakay po. Nakita ko po siyang pumirma ng ibang dokumento at yung kanyang pirma sa mga dokumentong iyon ay kapares po ng kanyang pirma sa certified true copies.
In all of these acknowledgement receipts that you have seen or saw yesterday,
Yes, ma'am.
is it the same Bakay that certified as to this photocopies being certified true copies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, we will proceed where we left off yesterday, Your Honor.
Yes, I believe you were able to identify already the checks and made the witness identify the checks already for the first, second, and third quarter, counsel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel.
Yesterday, Mr. Witness, we had identified and you had confirmed certain land bank checks. We will now go to disbursement checks, which you said, disbursement vouchers, which you said were among the documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President to allegedly liquidate her confidential funds, if shown to you, Mr. Witness. 3 disbursement vouchers. And again, with the kind permission of the court and for easy reference of the honorable impeachment judges on screen, and if you please check this copy being shown to you, these are stipulated documents, Your Honor, and common exhibits of both the prosecution and the defense. For the prosecution, there is a disbursement voucher dated January 31, 2023, Exhibit P-1-10-B, shown on the screen. Likewise, there is a disbursement voucher dated April 10, 2023, Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-10-C, and likewise, the Defense Exhibit. And lastly, disbursement voucher dated July 13, 2023, Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-10-D. Mr. Witness,
With the indulgence of counsel, just for the record, the same pieces of evidence identified by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors are also marked, respectively, as D-133-OVP, D-1-57, rather 33 OVP, D-1-57 OVP, and D-1-82 OVP for the respondent. Counsel may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Witness, sinabi mo kahapon na itong mga disbursement vouchers ay sinubmit ng Vice President mismo, ng office niya.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Pakisabi sa atin, ano ba ang significance nitong mga disbursement vouchers na nakikita natin sa screen?
Ang significance po ng disbursement voucher na ito po kasi yung mag-initiate nung kanilang pag-process nung cash advance. At dito rin po nagsacertify yung various signatories nung disbursement voucher.
Ang disbursement voucher, sinabi mo, dito nag-uumpisa ang proseso?
Yes, ma'am.
Anong proseso yun?
Ng kanilang pag-withdraw po ng kanilang cash advance for the confidential fund.
Withdrawal ng cash advance para saang periods? There are 3 disbursement vouchers shown on the screen and which you had identified. For clarity, ano ang mga periods na kino-cover nitong disbursement vouchers na to?
Based on these disbursement vouchers po, ang period covered ay yung first DV, first quarter of 2023, yung second DV, second quarter of 2023, at yung third DV po ay third quarter of 2023.
So covered ang 3 quarters ng confidential funds.
Based on these
Now,
documents po,
Based
yes.
on these documents. We go now to another set. Oh, there is a signature here. Here in the middle, there appears a signature being flashed on the screen. Nakalagay certified expense, cash advance, necessary, lawful, and incurred under my direct supervision. You confirm, Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose signature is this, if you know?
This is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
And why do you know that this is her signature?
Because the Office of the Vice President submitted po the specimen signatures of the signatories of their documents, and included in that submission po is the specimen signature of the Vice President, and her signature po on that specimen signatures is the same po with her signature on these documents.
Okay. Nakikita natin yung 3 signature ng Vice President sa disbursement vouchers na yan. What is the significance of her signature in these 3 disbursement vouchers, kung masasabi mo?
Based on these documents po, sinertify ni Vice President na yung kanyang cash advances ay kailangan na ayon sa batas at na-incur po under her direct supervision.
And ano ang observations mo dito sa 3 disbursement vouchers na to?
With respect lang po dun sa disbursement voucher for the third quarter of 2023, hindi po napirmahan yung Box E, which is the receipt of payment portion.
Anong significance ng observation mo na to?
Ito po kasi yung patunay na na-receive ni kung sino man po yung pay nung cheque, yung payment.
Okay. At sa pagka-evaluate mo nitong disbursement vouchers na to, ito ba ay compliant sa joint circular na sinabi mo kahapon?
Based on my evaluation po, wala naman po akong nakitang findings bukod dun sa walang signature yung Box E of the third quarter disbursement voucher.
Okay. Punta naman tayo sa next set of documents. 3 na naman to for the 3 periods that you mentioned. Showing to you on the screen, and please go over the documents being presented by Attorney Peña. There is a liquidation report dated March 29, 2023. Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-9B. A liquidation report dated July 11, 2023, which is prosecution's Exhibit P-1-9C, and a liquidation report dated October 23, 2023, prosecution's Exhibit P-1-9D, a common exhibit stipulated by counsel for the respondent yesterday, Your Honor.
Again, with the indulgence of counsel for the panel of prosecutors, for the record and for the easy reference of Senator Judges, the 3 documents referred to by Attorney Kapunan respectively are marked as well by the respondent as D-1-30-OVP, D-1-55-OVP, D-1-80-OVP. Do you confirm, counsel?
I confirm, Your Honor.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the middle of these 3 liquidation reports, there appears to be an indication, quote-unquote, certified purpose of cash advance
duly accomplished. You confirm that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
And there is a signature, again, appearing on top. There is a signature appearing thereat. Whose signature is this?
This is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
And you're familiar with this for the same reason, Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what is the significance of the statement certified purpose of cash advance duly accomplished with the signature of the Vice President appearing in all of these certifications?
Based on these documents po, ang significance po nun ay sinertify po ni Vice President na yung purpose ng kanilang cash advances ay na-accomplish po ng agency.
And any observations as regards these three documents?
Wala naman po akong nakitang findings about these liquidation reports po.
Just for purposes of clarity, itong three documents are similar to the three periods, the first quarter, the second quarter, and the third quarter months that you earlier mentioned, Mr. Witness?
Can you repeat the question po, ma'am?
Okay. Itong tatlong itong tatlong dokumento na nakikita mo dyan, para saang period ito?
Based on these liquidation reports po, yung first liquidation report, ang period covered ay February 6 to March 29, 2023. Yung second liquidation report po ay April 25 to June 30, 2023. At yung third liquidation report po ay July 14 to September 30, 2023.
Okay. Para maalala natin, to remind us, Mr. Witness, for these 3 quarters of the Office of the Vice President for which she submitted liquidation reports, magkano ang amount ng confidential fund per quarter?
Based on these documents po, ang amount ng kanilang quarterly cash advance ay 125 million pesos per quarter.
Ito ba ay fixed amount?
Based on these documents po, yes, ma'am.
At ito ba ay winidrawn ng buo?
Based on these documents po, yes po.
Punta naman tayo sa another 3 sets of documents shown on the screen for easy reference and document being shown to the witness to refresh his memory. We have accomplishment report dated March 30, 2023, prosecution's exhibit P-1-7-B. Likewise, an accomplishment report dated July 11, 2023, prosecution's exhibit P-1-7C, and accomplishment report dated October 9, 2023, prosecution's exhibit P-1-7D. Likewise, Your Honor, stipulated documents, common exhibits, both for the prosecution and the respondent or defense.
Counsel for respondent, would you like to
Yes,
identify
manifest.
for the record the counterpart markings on the part of the respondent?
Yes, Your Honors. On the part of the
Respectively.
respondent, yes, Your Honors. These are marked as Exhibit D-1-74-OVP, D-1-50-OVP, and D-1-99-OVP, Your Honor. For the record. Sorry, if the first one is actually D-1-50-OVP, the second one would be D-74-OVP, and the third one would be D-1-99-OVP, for the record, Your Honor.
Counsel, D-1-50-DE with respect to the 3/30/23 accomplishment report, not D-1-21-DE?
For the first quarter, Your Honors, sorry.
Yes,
You may repeat.
accomplishment report.
For first quarter, it's D-1-50
50, okay.
-OVP, not DE, Your Honor.
Dash OVP. Clerk of Court is instructed to kindly correct our records if at all it is different from what the counsel for respondent manifested. Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan, you may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Witness, for purposes, para malinawan tayo, ano yung mga periods na kinover ng tatlong accomplishment reports na to?
Yung first accomplishment report po, ang nakalagay po na period covered ay February 6 to March 29, 2023. Impeachment report po, ang nakalagay na period ay April 25 to June 30, 2023. At yung pangatlo po, July 14 to September 30, 2023.
So, tatlong quarters ng Office of the Vice President. Tama.
Yes, ma'am.
Meron dito, common to all of these exhibits flash on the screen is the phrase approved by. And there is a signature. There is a signature there. Whose signature is this?
This is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
Familiar to you for the same reason, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
And ano ang ibig sabihin ng nakalagay dyan, approved by, at pinirmahan ng Vice President sa tatlong dokumentong ito?
Ang ibig sabihin po nito ay inapprove niya kung ano man po yung contents ng kanilang quarterly accomplishment reports.
Na-approve ng Vice President mismo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, for our appreciation, punta ngayon tayo sa first quarter. Anong observations mo dito sa nakikita mong first quarter accomplishment report?
Based on this first quarter accomplishment report, meron pong dalawang items dito na hindi kasama dun sa allowable confidential expenses under item 4.8 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Anong ibig sabihin ng hindi allowable? Bawal? Bawal ba?
Opo, kasi yung listahan po ng allowable confidential expenses under 4.8 ng Joint Circular ay exclusive. So kapag hindi po kasama doon, hindi po pwedeng paggapitan ng kanilang confidential fund.
Aside from itong sinasabi mong bawal na paggamit ng confidential fund appearing in this document, meron ka pa bang ibang observation?
Meron din pong line item for the payment of reward under item B po nung kanilang actual outcome and accomplishment, at wala po silang sinubmit na any document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer as required po under item 4.8.5 of the Joint Circular.
So itong linalagay dyan ng payment of reward, ang sinasabi mo, Mr. Witness, based on the Joint Circular, violation ba ito?
Yes, ma'am, that is a violation po.
Bakit ulit violation itong nakalagay dyan?
Violation po siya since hindi po siya compliant dun sa conditions ng payment of reward, which is yung dapat meron po siyang supporting document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account po ng information given by the informer.
Sa lahat ng mga liquidation documents na binigay sa'yo or sinubmit sa office ng COA ICFAO, wala bang any dokumento na nagpapatunay na ang rewards na binigay sa informant ay nag-result ng successful activity?
Based on their submissions po, wala po, ma'am.
Okay. Meron pa bang observation dito?
Wala na po.
Punta naman tayo sa accomplishment report ng second quarter. Exhibit P-1-7C. Any observations? Ano naman ang masasabi mo dito sa accomplishment report na inapprove mismo ng Vice President Sara Duterte?
Katulad po nung naunang accomplishment report, meron din po silang line items for provision of medical and food aid at payments of incentive or traveling relative to the confidential operations na hindi po among the allowable confidential expenses under item 4.8 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Sinabi mo na meron nakalagay dyan, medicines. Bakit sinabi mo na bawal o hindi allowed ito
Dahil
sa
hindi,
joint circular?
hindi po siya kasama dun sa exclusive list of allowable confidential expenses under item 4.8 po.
Ano pa ang na-observe mo dito?
Meron din pong line item for the payment of reward for 12 million pesos, pero hindi po siya suportado ng any document evidencing.
Your Honor, objection. I beg the indulgence of the...
What is the objection of counsel?
Your Honor, I gave some leeway earlier to the witness, but we moved to strike out the witness, strike out the answer of the witness as far as the payment of reward is concerned. Kasi ang pinag-uusapan lang naman natin dito, on its face, kung merong mali sa utilization of confidential intelligence funds in terms of the accomplishment report. He is now going into the findings, which is not part and parcel of this form, which is the accomplishment report, Your Honor. So,
Not yet part of it.
not yet. So what I'm saying is the payment of reward by itself is not a violation. Indicating the payment of reward here by itself is not a violation of the joint circular, Your Honor.
Because we are not yet, if at all, at the AOM level
Exactly,
and or notices. But kindly reform, counsel. Objection sustained.
Ito bang payment of rewards kasama dyan sa tinatawag na allowable expense ng confidential funds?
Based on item 4.8 po, yes po, subject to the 3 conditions as enumerated po.
Okay. Ano itong 3 conditions?
Under item 4.8.5 of the joint circular, payment of rewards must be made to non-employees of the informers who must be non-employees of the agency concerned, subject first to the approval of the head of the agency, second to the submission of documents evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account given by the informer, and thirdly po, it must be directly related to the confidential operations of the concerned agency.
At sa mga requirements na sinabi mo, compliant ba ang Office of the Vice President?
Based on their submissions po, hindi po sila nag-submit ng any document evidencing the success po of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer.
Before we proceed to the third quarter and your further observations dito sa second quarter, magkano ba ang sinabi na amount na ginamit sa confidential funds para sa medicines?
Can you repeat the question po? What quarter po?
Okay. Magkano ba, if you know? Kasi ikaw nag-evaluate. Magkano ba ang ginastos para sa medicines?
For what quarter po, ma'am? Sorry.
For the second
For
quarter.
the second quarter. Based on this accomplishment report po, yung provision of medical and food aid ay nagkaka-amount po ng 40 million pesos.
Magkano ulit?
Based po on this accomplishment report, yung provision of medical and food aid ay 40 million pesos po yung amount.
Sa first quarter naman, meron bang entry dyan na nakalagay medicines?
Meron pong entry dito for provision of medical and food aid for 40 million pesos po.
40 million pesos.
42 million pesos.
42 million pesos ang nakalagay dyan ngayon.
Yes, ma'am.
Sa accomplishment report na yan, meron bang inattach ang Office of the Vice President? First and second quarter na in-identify, meron ba siyang inattach mga dokumento na nagpapatunay na ginastos talaga yung 42 million na yan for the first quarter and 10 million na yan for the second quarter for medicines alone, Mr. Witness? Meron bang attachment itong accomplishment report na sinubmit?
Wala po silang inattach na any document po supporting yung kanilang payment for medicine.
Okay. Earlier, minention mo, meron ring gastos for traveling. Magkano naman yun, Mr. Witness?
For what quarter po, ma'am?
For the first quarter muna.
For the first quarter po, yung kanilang payment of incentives or traveling relative to confidential operations ay 10 million pesos po.
10 million pesos. At again, tanong ko, sa expense na 10 million na yan for traveling expenses, meron bang inattach na mga annexes? Diyan, para explain, paano ginastos sa travel ang 10 million? May mga attachments ba? Yung accomplishment report na yan.
Wala po silang inattach.
Hindi na-explain itong 10 million, Mr. Witness? Walang official receipts attached? Meron ba?
Wala pong official receipts na attach.
Any other observation sa second quarter? Okay.
There you go. Okay.
Same lang po with the first quarter yung findings po dito.
Sa third quarter naman po tayo pumunta. Exhibit P-1-17.7-D. What are your observations? Ano naman ang masasabi mo dito sa accomplishment report ng Vice President?
Meron din po silang payment of reward dito na worth 35 million pesos. Pero wala po silang inattach na any document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer.
Okay. Sinabi mo na walang sinubmit na ebidensya. Wala bang naka-attach dito sa accomplishment report?
Wala po, ma'am.
Okay. Walang report on success of the surveillance activity?
Wala po.
And, sa pagkaalam mo, and based on your evaluation of the provisions of the joint circular, compliance audit ito, compliant ba ito?
Hindi po siya compliant, ma'am.
Bakit, Mr. Witness?
Dahil wala nga pong supporting document po yung kanilang payment of rewards as required under item 4.8.5 of the joint circular.
Sinabi mo 4.8 ng joint circular. Ito ba yung pinakita mo sa impeachment court kahapon? Yung 4.8 na yan? Yung provision?
Isa po siya sa pinakita kahapon.
Okay. Ngayon, magkano naman? Magkano yung item na yan sa third quarter report?
For the third quarter po, ang amount ng kanilang payment of rewards ay 35 million pesos.
35 million pesos. Para sa isang quarter lang.
Yes, ma'am.
Para sa third quarter. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Punta naman tayo sa next set of documents na sinubmit rin ng Office of the Vice President para i-liquidate yung kanyang confidential funds for the first, second, and third quarter. I refer you now, flashed on the screen and being shown to you, are certifications submitted by the Office of the Vice President. Unang-una, certification of the Office of the Vice President dated March 30, 2023, Exhibit P-1-6-B. Pangalawa, OVP certification dated July 11, 2023, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-6-C. At pangatlo, OVP certification dated October 9, 2023, Exhibit P-1-6-D for the prosecution stipulated upon by the respondent and likewise part of their defense exhibits.
Yes, we confirm, Your Honor, and we would like to manifest that for the first quarter certification that is marked as Exhibit D-1-34-OVP. Second quarter, that is Exhibit D-1-58-OVP. And for the third quarter, It's D-1-83-OVP for the defense, Your Honor.
And your documents are certified through copies, counsel for respondent.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, please look at these certifications. Meron nakalagay dyan sa bottom ng page, attested. Anong ibig sabihin ng attested?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng attested ay verify at confirm po as true nung signatory dito yung contents nung certification.
At sino naman ang signatory na nakikita natin sa dokumentong ito?
Based on this certification po, si Vice President Sara Duterte.
At siya mismo ang nag-attest na tama lahat ang nakalagay dyan?
Based on these documents po, yes ma'am.
Okay. And you are familiar with the signature for the same reason, Mr. Witness?
Yes ma'am.
Ano naman ang mga observations ang masasabi mo tungkol sa tatlong dokumentong ito? Incidentally, Mr. Witness, what periods did this cover, again, for the record?
Based on their submissions po, yung for the first quarter, yung February 6 to March 29, 2023. For the second quarter, April 25 to June 30, 2023. And for the third quarter, July 14 to September 30, 2023 po.
Okay. Ano naman ang masasabi mo? Ano naman ang observations mo sa tatlong dokumentong ito?
Since these are pro forma documents po, wala naman po akong na-note na observations with these certifications.
Anong ibig sabihin ng pro forma? Parang copy-paste?
Naka-attach po siya as annex dun sa Joint Circular 2015-01.
Okay. Naka-attach sa joint circular at yun ang sinabit nila?
Naka-annex po.
Okay.
Yung format.
Ang tawag doon ay?
Pro forma po. Naka-annex yung format dun sa Joint Circular 2015-01.
Ang tawag ko doon, copy-paste. Na copy-paste. Anyway.
Your Honor, again, with all due respect to opposing counsel, I would like to object to
Sustained.
that characterization, Your Honor.
Sustained, counsel.
I withdraw, Your Honor. I just could not resist myself.
Sustained. Counsel
Now,
may proceed.
Provisions of the joint circular. Sinabi mo, ito yung pinagbasihan mo ng mga evaluation mo ng mga documents na to. What, if any, are the violations that you observe based on the joint circular?
May i-clarify po kung anong document po yung pinipertain niyo, ma'am.
Ano? Sa lahat ng dokumento.
Sa lahat po ng dokumento. Based on, for what quarter po? Sorry.
For all the quarters.
For all the quarters. Yung first and second quarter po kasi magkasama sa isang AOM lang. And then yung third quarter ay nakaseparate po yung AOM.
So punta muna tayo sa first and sinasabi mo, Mr. Witness, na yung first and second quarter, isa lang ang na-issue na AOM. Ano tong ibig sabihin ulit ng AOM?
Audit Observation Memorandum po.
Okay. And?
Based on the Joint Circular 2015-01, yung Audit Observation Memorandum po ay yung written notification to the agency informing them of the deficiencies po noted during the audit and requiring them to submit an explanation or the documents being sought po dun sa AOM or both.
Okay, under the circular, this joint circular that you mentioned, ito bang Audit Observation Memorandum? Kailan ini-issue ito?
Ini-issue po siya upon evaluation po nung auditor noong documents at may na-note po siyang findings doon based on the evaluation po.
Okay, pero meron tayong konting background, no? Kasi kahapon, meron ring na-stipulate ang respondent at ang prosecution ng mga notice of suspension at notice of disallowance. For the better appreciation of this honorable court, paki-educate kami. Pakisabi nga anong difference ng AOM, Audit Observation Memorandum, pagkatapos yung notice of suspension at pagkatapos yung notice of disallowance. Ano ang mga pagkakaiba nitong tatlo?
If I am to start po with the definitions po based on the joint circular, katulad po nung na-define ko kanina sa AOM, it is an written notification to the agency concerned of the deficiencies noted during the audit and requiring them to submit an explanation po or the documents being sought or both po.
Okay.
At ang agency po ay merong 15 days from the receipt of the AOM within which to submit their comments, justifications, or documents po as required
Okay.
po in the AOM.
So pagkatapos ng issuance ng isang audit observation memorandum, ang mga subject ng audit ay binibigyan ng 15 days para mag-submit ng mga dokumento.
Based po dun sa rules and regulations on settlement of accounts po ng COA. Yes, ma'am.
Paano pag may sinubmit na dokumento at hindi pa rin sapat or tama or insufficient or may discrepancy? Anong nangyayari?
Kapag may sinumit po na document at based on the evaluation of the auditor, hindi pa rin po sapat yung document na yon, then that is the time po na mag-i-issue na po ng notice of suspension. At
Anong definition ng notice of suspension sa joint circular?
under the joint circular po, yung notice of suspension is a written notification to the agency head and the accountant informing them of the temporary disallowance po nung disbursement sa audit because it appears that the disbursement is irregular, illegal, or improper and requiring them to submit their justifications or the documents po being sought in the AOM or both.
Sinabi mo, Mr. Witness, para maintindihan natin, no? Ito ay temporary. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on findings na irregular. Ano ba irregular? Ano ibig sabihin
Irregular.
ng irregular?
Based on COA circulars po, ang irregular disbursement ay yung mga disbursement na hindi umaayon or hindi nagko-comply dun sa requirements ng mga COA issuances.
Okay. Sa Pilipino, ang tawag dito ay irregular pa rin. Tama? Itong illegal. Anong ibig sabihin ng illegal?
Kapag sinabi pong illegal, yung disbursement po ay hindi nagko-comply dun sa applicable laws.
At kung sinabi mong improper?
Kapag improper naman po, ang ibig sabihin, yung expenses ay either unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, or unconscionable po.
So pag nagbigay kayo ng notice of suspension, ito ay nagpapahayag. This means, ang significance nito ay na-observe ninyo, ikaw, sa audit findings mo, na ito ay irregular, illegal, or improper.
Leading, Your Honor. Objection.
Kindly reform, Counsel.
I will go to the next question. Pag hindi na-comply ang notice of suspension, what action, if any, is taken by your office?
Kapag hindi po na-comply yung notice of suspension, then that is the time po na mag-i-issue na kami ng notice of disallowance.
Ano naman itong notice of disallowance?
Based on the joint circular po, yung notice of disallowance ay yung written notification to the agency head or the accountant informing them of the disallowance nung disbursement and requiring them to restitute the amount po nung disbursement because yung disbursement ay illegal, improper, or irregular.
So, Mr. Witness, whether tinatawag mo ito AOM or Audit Observation Memorandum or whether notice of suspension or whether notice of disallowance, in these three stages, nabibigyan ng opportunity ang ino-audit na agency para mag-comply? Yun po ba ang ibig sabihin ng explanation mo?
Kapag sa AOM po, tsaka notice of suspension, yes, binibigyan po silang ng opportunity para mag-comply. Pero kapag ND na po kasi, pag notice of disallowance, ang tangi remedy na lang nila is to settle the amount or to appeal with the commission proper.
Okay. Let us go now to the issue of the Office of the Vice President. Earlier, you said AOMs were issued to the Office of the Vice President, correct?
Now,
Yes, ma'am.
specifically, let us go now to the first and second quarter of 2023, showing to you, and if shown to you and flashed on the screen, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, please, for purposes of identification, this again is a stipulated common exhibit. This AOM, dated February 1, 2024, corresponding to the first and second quarters, have been identified as Exhibit P-1-12-E for the prosecution.
Thank you, Your Honor. On the part of the defense, this was pre-marked as D-1-105-OVP for the information of the Honorable Court.
Noted. Attorney Kapunan, may proceed.
Please look at this AOM and refresh your memory. What, Mr. Witness, did you observe from this AOM?
Yung findings po or observations namin, una po, hindi po nag-submit ng documentary evidence of payments si OBP for the first and second quarters of 2023. Pangalawa po, based on their accomplishment report, meron kasing nakalagay as payment of rewards pero wala pong sinubmit si OBP na any document evidencing the success po, which is in violation of the item 4.8.5 of the joint circular.
Your Honor, for the better appreciation, Your Honor, and with your permission, this is being flashed on the screen. The findings made are boxed in red, Your Honor. So yung second finding mo, una, ulitin natin.
Yung una po ay walang sinubmit na documentary evidence of payment si OBP for the first and second quarter of 2023.
Ano pa?
Pangalawa po, dahil may line item for the payment of rewards sa kanilang accomplishment report, wala po silang sinubmit na any document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer in violation po ng item 4.8.5 of the joint circular.
Meron mga, before you go to your next observation, Mr. Witness, merong mga amounts stated dyan. For the record, can you read these amounts and what periods they correspond to in terms of payment of rewards?
Based on this AOM po, yung 15 million pesos ay binayad as payment of reward noong February 6 to March 29, 2023. At yung 12 million pesos naman po ay binayad as reward noong April 25 to June 30, 2023.
And nakalagay dito, non-compliant with item 4.8 from point 5.B of the joint circular. Why is this non-compliant based on your submissions in your AOM?
Yung item 4.8.5.b po kasi, yun yung documentary evidence o yung document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities. Pero since wala po silang sinubmit na document na yun, hindi po nag-comply yung kanilang payment of rewards dun sa requirements ng joint circular.
Para maintindihan natin, kasi medyo technical to, no? Ano yung evidence of success? Ano ang kino-consider ng office mo na evidence of success?
Actually, based dun po sa joint circular, walang any specific document na na-mention. Pero kasi ang tinitingnan po namin is dapat merong causal link yung surveillance activity, yung successful surveillance activity or information gathering at saka yung information given by the informer.
Hindi ba confidential itong information na rini-require niya? Confidential ba to? Yung tinatawag mo na causal. Cause at saka effect.
Yes, ma'am.
Hindi ba yan? Is that confidential information?
Since yun po yung requirement ng joint circular, kailangan po nilang i-comply po.
Necessary ba ang... Ano ang... No, I will reform. Next question, Mr. Witness. There is a box here in paragraph 3. What is this all about?
What box po? The
Sa
one being
report?
shown?
Ano ang nakalagay dito? Nakalagay sa paragraph 3 that the amount with reference to medicine and food aid. Please look at your notes and tell us the significance of these findings.
Ang nakalagay po dito sa number 3 na merong items for the provision of medical and food aid at payment of incentives for traveling relative to the confidential operations ng agency doon sa kanilang first and second quarter accomplishment reports.
Okay. Meron mga amounts indicated dito. Pakibasa.
Yes, ma'am. For the accomplishment report for the period February 6 to March 29, 2023,
Magkano ito?
sa provision of medical and food aid po, ang nagastos nila ay 42 million pesos. Tapos sa accomplishment report for the April 25 to June 30, 2023, yung nagastos po nila for the provision of medical and food aid ay 40 million pesos po.
So, ang total nito, Mr. Witness, para sa period na to ay 42 million plus 40 million.
Yes, ma'am.
82 million, Mr. Witness.
Based on their submission po, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and
82.
based on their submissions, did they also attach to their submissions any documents showing or proving payments for medical supplies or food supplies?
Wala po.
Again, meron pang ibang figures dito, pakibasa, and what are they for?
Yung isa naman po, yung February 6 to March 29 period, 10 million po yung binayad for the payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations. At for the period naman po na April 25 to June 30, 2023, may binayad po na another 10 million for the payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations.
Okay. So sa binasa mo, ang total nito ay 20 million.
Yes, ma'am.
At itong 20 million ba, may kasamang mga resibo or attachments para patunayan na nagastos tong 20 million para sa travel?
Based on their submissions po, wala pong inattach si OBP.
Okay. And sa last sentence, ano itong amount na 20 million pesos?
Ayan po yung total po nung kanilang payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations for the first and second quarter po.
Okay. Ngayon, meron kang conclusion sa last paragraph. Can you read it?
The provision of medical and food aid and payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations expenses do not fall among those enumerated under item 4.8 of the joint circular. Thus, the same should not be charged against the confidential fund of the agency.
At sinasabi mo, ang nature ng listahan sa joint circular ay ano?
Exclusive po.
Exclusive. Anong ibig sabihin ng exclusive? Bawal ang wala sa listahan. Tama ba yan?
Yes, ma'am.
Another box item is paragraph number 4. Please refer to your notes as shown on the screen. Anong significance, if any, nitong finding mo sa AOM?
Under number 4 po, hindi po naka-indicate sa kanilang physical and financial plan yung specific confidential activities na kanilang paggagamitan po ng kanilang pondo in violation of the item 4.2 of the joint circular.
Okay. Itong physical and financial plan, identified to at saka stipulated document ito, tama?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ngayon, ano ba dapat pag tinitignan ng isang physical and financial plan? Ano ba ang hinahanap dyan?
Tinitingnan po
Kasama
na...
ba dyan? Sakop ba niyan ang Christmas party?
Paulit po ng tanong.
Kasama ba sa physical and financial plan ang Christmas party?
Yung agency po ang answer niyan.
Okay, kasama ba dyan?
Yung physical and financial plan po kasi ay ginagamit nila to support their allocation.
Okay, kasama ba dyan tree planting?
It is outside po my authority to answer that since agency lang po ang makakasagot niya.
Okay, kasama ba dyan ang magbibigay ka ng awards? Okay. In the nature of your definition of confidential funds, are these activities considered confidential activities?
Hasn't answered, Your Honors. It is beyond the witness authority to
If he
determine.
knows, Your Honor.
If he knows.
He's competent. He's a competent witness. He's the one who personally evaluated, and he's also a
Witness may
lawyer.
answer if he knows. Mr. Wamel, you may answer if you know.
If I am to relate po yung sinabi nyo dun sa item 4.8 of the joint circular, hindi po kasama yung mga binanggit nyo dun sa allowable expenses po ng confidential fund.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Punta naman tayo sa itong AOM, Audit Observation Memorandum. Ang exhibit number ay, for the record, P-1-12-E. Mr. Counsel, for the respondent, this is a common exhibit.
Already stipulated and the counterpart exhibit marking by the respondent was already given for the record.
After receiving...
Your Honor, may we just clarify if we're referring to the first quarter AOM?
She's referring to the
first and second.
respondent's D-1-105-OVP.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for clarity's sake, the first and second quarters are covered by only one audit observation memorandum, which this witness just testified on.
Yes, counsel. The counsel for respondent confirms that. The presiding officer confirms that as well.
What other liquidation documents, Mr. Witness, were submitted to you for the Office of the Vice President? We now go to the third quarter. No.
Third quarter.
No. The findings on liquidation. Mr. Witness, what were your findings? Because this covered the first and second quarter. Ano naman ang findings mo tungkol sa third quarter
Sa
ng Office of the Vice President?
Sa third quarter po ng third quarter cash advance and liquidation po ng Office of the Vice President, ang naging findings po doon ay una, hindi nag-submit si Office of the Vice President ng kanilang documentary evidence of payments para sa kanilang third quarter liquidation, which is violation po nung item 4.12 of the joint circular. Yung kanilang accomplishment report ay merong payment of reward. Pero hindi po siya substantiated ng any document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer, which is in violation of the item 4.8.5b of the joint circular. At pangatlo po, Your Honor, may I be allowed po to refer to the AOM for the complete
With the permission of the presiding
enumeration po
officer.
of the findings.
May the witness refer to his notes
Counsel,
to
Your Honor.
refresh his memory.
Maybe just clarify on this matter, just a brief, because
Yes, what is
yesterday,
the comment of counsel for
yesterday
respondent?
I remember that the witness was only in ICFAO until February 2024. Is that correct? Maybe check the record if that is correct.
Yes,
Your
2014 to 2024. That's what he said.
Okay, so this AOM for the third quarter was issued August 8, 2024, Your Honor. So he is referring to something that he has no personal knowledge of.
What month did you leave? What month did you leave COA ICFAO, Mr. Ramil?
February of 2024 po.
Your Honor, please, this is preliminary. We would have
if we were allowed to continue with this questioning, Your Honor, that this witness will attest to the fact that he was the one, before he left, he prepared a draft of an AOM for the third quarter. And if I may be allowed, maybe counsel will see the relationship of my question to
Then
this
witness, kindly not refer to an AOM. If indeed you prepared a draft, as you will testify on later, you can refer to your notes, but not the AOM.
My apologies po, Your
Do you
Honor.
have notes pertaining to the draft you prepared, pertaining to the supposed AOM issued after you left COA ICFAO?
I don't have my notes po with me. Pero I can give po yung the additional audit observation po based on my draft po na sinamit sa ICFAO.
May we see the draft, Your Honor, before...
Do you have a copy of the draft, Mr. Wamil?
I do not have the copy of draft po with me. Nasa
we
file po
object,
siya ng
Your Honor.
ICFAO.
Counsel, Attorney Caponan, do you have a copy of the draft? Will you be marking it?
No, Your Honor. We are not marking a draft. We are just eliciting from this witness testimonial evidence that before he left, he did prepare a draft which he turned over to his successor in the position, Your Honor. And this will be testified to by our next witness, Your Honor.
But witness is not allowed by the court to refer to the AOM issued after he already left the office. If he did not bring his notes, then he cannot refer to any other document while he is testifying.
We submit, Mr.
Subject to those conditions, counsel may proceed.
Your Honor, please, we have finished with the Office of the Vice President for the last quarter of 2022, the first, second, and third quarter, and all the liquidation reports submitted by the respondent Vice President to the COA ICFAO office, Your Honor. We will now go to the Department of Education. And for this, Your Honor, can I ask for a 1-minute recess so I can confer? Just 1 minute, Your Honor.
1 minute recess is granted.
We're ready, Your Honor.
We're just waiting for Attorney Attorney Kapunan, who had to answer the call of nature.
Bridge.
I apologize for making the Honorable Court.
No worries, Counsel. Trial is resumed. Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan, may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We now go to the Department of Education. And, Mr. Witness, I will refer you to 3 quarters, Quarter 1, Quarter 2, and Quarter 3 for 2024. Mr. Witness, again, to refresh your memory, what periods do these quarters cover? We are now talking about the Department of Education.
Based on their submissions po to the ICFAO, yung first quarter po, ang coverage po nun ay February 20 to March 30, 2023. Yung second quarter po ay April 20 to June 29, 2023. At yung third quarter po ay July 12 to September 29, 2023.
Okay. And the Department of Education, Mr. Witness, please confirm whether or not they submitted documents by way of liquidation for their confidential funds.
Yes, ma'am, they submitted po.
And can you refresh your memory? How much did the Department of Education receive by way of confidential funds for each quarter?
Ang kanilang confidential fund po for each quarter ay 37.5 billion pesos.
37.5 million, a fixed amount?
Yes, ma'am, per quarter.
And were these amounts withdrawn in full?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Based on the documents po na binigay nila sa amin.
Let us now go to these documents that you said were submitted to your office. Who submitted this?
The Department of Education po.
Okay. Now, if you are shown one of these documents, which is a fiscal financial plan for the first to the third quarter of 2023, previously marked as Exhibits P-1-18-A-3, P-1-18-A-B, and P-1-14B. For easy reference, Your Honor, this document stipulated and common exhibit also with the defense, Your Honor, is being shown to the witness and flashed on the screen.
Correct, Your Honor. And the defense,
On the part of the respondent?
on the part of the respondent, these are exhibits D-1-20-DE. Next is D-1-50-DE and D-1-74-DE.
74, not 79.
74, Your Honors.
Okay. Counsel may proceed.
Mr. Witness, these documents that you're seeing now, there is an annotation approved by. What does approved by mean?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng approve by ay inapprove po nung signatory dito sa box na ito yung contents of the fiscal and financial plan.
And this is in all 3 documents, Mr. Witness?
Yes po, ma'am.
there appears to be a signature in these three documents. Whose
Assisting
signature
counsel
are
for both
these?
parties may approach the witness and compare the documents they possess.
Please go over these documents and tell us whose signature is this?
Signature po ni Vice President Sara Duterte po.
And you're familiar with this signature for the same reason she stated, Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
What does a signature of the secretary, and here it is the signature of the Vice President, concurrently Secretary of Education, Sara Duterte. What does this signature attest to?
Ang katulad po nung nasabi ko kanina, yung signature niya po rito, ang ibig sabihin ay inapprove niya po yung contents ng physical and financial plan.
I am showing to you now, Mr. Witness, a document which is for the third quarter of 2023. And this is part, as we can see on the screen, this is a part of Exhibit P-1-14-B. Please, for the record, tell us your observations. For the third quarter, for the first, second, and third quarter, as appearing in this exhibit, and in the notes or the documents you're looking at. There is here, can you read? Physical target. Can you read the first column?
Your Honor.
Counsel for
just a quick,
respondent.
interjection, again with the due indulgence and I think the patience of opposing counsel. But if we're talking about the third quarter physical and financial plan, I just wanted to confirm that you were still there when you received these documents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. That's all. That's all.
It was submitted July 3,
Yes.
2023.
Just wanted to confirm that.
Noted, counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Kapunan, you may proceed.
What observations have you made or did you make as regards the first quarter submission in the physical and financial plan of the DepEd?
Dun sa kanilang physical and financial plan for the first quarter, hindi po naka-indicate yung kanilang specific confidential activities na pagbabasehan po ng kanilang disbursement from the confidential fund.
Nakalagay sa first column, counter-insurgency programs. Did the DepEd submit any evidence on this or documents evidencing what it claims to be expenditures on counter-insurgency programs?
Based on their submissions po, wala po silang sinumit na document.
And it says here, what was the outcome expected from this? If you can read for the record.
Based on this document po for the counter-insurgency program, ang expected outcome po ay to prevent any recruitment by the NPA and other communist and leftist groups towards teachers and students.
And, Mr. Witness, with this submission, did the DepEd, Department of Education, submit any list of NPAs, communist, or leftist groups?
Based on their submissions po, wala naman po silang sinumit.
And the next column, a target to eliminate or reduce recruitment of teachers and learners by communist or leftist groups. Any observation on this?
Since hindi po naka-enumerate yung kanilang specific confidential activities, hindi po naka-match yung kanilang physical target on the specific confidential activities na paggagamitan nila ng kanilang fund from
Well,
confidential.
There was no list of teachers, no list of learners, nor list of communist or leftist groups appended to any of the documents submitted by the DepEd, Mr. Witness.
Wala po.
For emphasis, please read the amount here.
The amount po is 9,375,000 pesos.
Okay. We go as well to the second quarter. What observations can you make about the second quarter, Mr. Witness?
Same po with the first quarter, hindi rin po naka-indicate yung kanilang specific confidential activities na kanilang paggagamitan ng magiging basis po ng kanilang disbursements from the confidential fund.
Same observation for the third quarter in terms of physical target, Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
And the amount, please state for the record, for the second quarter, to eliminate, reduce, recruitment of teachers and learners by communist groups or leftist groups. A function of the DepEd? How much was spent by the DepEd for this function?
For the second quarter po, 9.3 million pesos po.
And for the third quarter?
For the third quarter, 9.2 million pesos po.
Okay. Again, we go now to the second program or activity allegedly conducted by the DepEd. Abuse prevention and control within schools. Mr. Witness, were any documents submitted to show what activities these programs allegedly to prevent abuse and control within schools with the expected objective of reducing abuses against learners? Did the DepEd submit any documents as to list of schools or list of learners or list of or number of abuses?
Based on
Reduce.
their submission po, wala po silang sinubmit na document.
And the third column says, increase community participation in reporting cases against learners. You confirm that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am. Based on
And the
this
same
document
is
po.
true for the second quarter and the third quarter, Mr. Witness.
Based on this document po, yes, ma'am.
Okay. How much was spent on this activity to increase community participation for the first quarter?
For the first quarter po, 10 million pesos.
And the second quarter?
For the second quarter, 10,075,000 pesos po.
And for the third quarter, Mr. Witness?
10,125,000 pesos po.
Okay. And for this community participation, totaling for the three quarters, 30 million. Meron bang listahan ng mga communities kung saan na-increase ang participation nila para sa reporting ng abuses ng mga kabataan? May listahan ba na sinabmit ang DepEd dito?
Wala po silang sinubmit na listahan.
Para sa tatlong quarters, Mr. Witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Punta naman tayo dito sa number 3. Nakalagay dito, anti-illegal activities operations. Meron bang listahan na binigay ang DepEd? Kung ano-ano itong anti-illegal activities operations?
Based on their submission po, wala po silang binigay na listahan.
Itong nakalagay na illegal activities within schools, may listahan ba ng eskwelahan na binigay?
Wala po silang binigay na listahan.
May linagay ba na ano-ano ang tinatawag ng DepEd na illegal activities?
Pwede pa ulit po ng tanong.
Yung mga activities na sinabi dito sa exhibit
May listahan ba kung ano yung illegal activities na gustong eliminate ng DepEd?
Wala po silang binigay na listahan.
Okay, sa third column, nakalagay, increase and heightened conduct of surveillance activities to prevent illegal activities. Again, Mr. Witness, may listahan ba or document ang sinubmit ng DepEd para patunayan na ginastos nga ito?
Wala po silang sinubmit.
And your observation is likewise the same, Mr. Witness, for the second and third quarters. Walang submission na binigay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Pakibasa ang amounts involved dito. For the first quarter, ang amount ay
Anong item po, ma'am? Number 3?
number 3, yung tinatawag na anti-illegal activities operations. Magkano? Magkano ginastos ng DepEd?
For the first quarter po, 9 million pesos. For the second quarter, 9.1 million pesos. And for the third quarter, 9,140,000 pesos po.
Ano ang arithmetic nun? 9 times 8, almost 30 million.
27,240,000 pesos po.
Nawala, 27 million, nawala namang kasamang document para sabihin kung ano yung mga illegal activities na yan. Lastly, Mr. Witness, anti-extremism at terrorism programs. Extremism and terrorism programs ng DepEd. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Nakalagay dito sa second column,
Your Honor,
pakibasa.
Your Honor
Yung
will
second
object
column.
to the question, anong ibig sabihin? Because obviously this is something submitted by the DepEd and the witness is not competent enough to testify what DepEd meant.
Your Honor, I was just reading it. In fact, there is no question on what is this.
Then I apologize for that. I just heard anong ibig sabihin.
Winidraw ko na yun,
Apa,
Counsel.
sorry.
Sa second column, gather information necessary for the implementation of general peace and order. Peace and order within the department. Within the department. Meron bang sinubmit na documents dito, Mr. Witness?
Anong document po ulit yun, ma'am?
Itong nakalagay dito, to gather information necessary for the implementation of general peace and order within the department. Tama bang basa ko? Hindi within the country. Within their own department. What documents were submitted to evidence this information gathered?
Wala po silang sinubmit na document.
Last is intensifies, next column. Intensify background investigation of DepEd personnel and learners involved. Terrorist groups sa campus involved in terrorist groups. Mr. Witness, any evidence of this intensification? Pinatibay daw ang background information kasi daw merong terrorist groups sa mga eskwelahan. Ano naman ang dokumentong sinubmit ng DepEd para patunayan? Natunay nga na may terrorist ang mga eskwelahan. Meron ba? Submit the documents.
Wala po silang sinubmit.
Okay, and this is the same for the second quarter and the third quarter. You confirm that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, what are the amounts spent allegedly? Magkano ang ginastos ng DepEd para mawalan ng terrorist ang mga eskwelahan? 9 million, correct? For the first quarter, can you read?
Based on the documents submitted po, for the counterinsurgency program, 9,375,000 pesos.
For the second quarter?
For the second quarter, 9.3 million pesos.
And for the third quarter?
9.2 million pesos po.
And, pakibasa. Basahin mo lahat.
For the number 2, yung abuse prevention.
Total. I'm sorry. Sa second quarter, nasabi mo na yun.
Can you clarify your question po?
For the first quarter, sinabi mo 9,125,000. Second quarter, magkano?
9.3 million pesos po.
And for the third quarter?
9.2 million pesos.
Okay. Ang total, anong significance nito? Pag in addition mo lahat, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, at lahat ng activities na sinabi dito na wala naman dokumento, 37 million pumatak per quarter. You confirm that, Mr. Witness?
Based on the document po, yung total po ay 37.5 million pesos
A fixed amount.
per quarter.
A fixed amount for the first quarter, 37.5, Mr. Witness.
Based on this document po, yes ma'am.
Another fixed amount for the second quarter.
Based on this document po, yes ma'am.
Another fixed amount for the third quarter.
Based on this document po, yes ma'am.
Sino naman ang pumirma dito? Again, Mr. Witness, na nakalagay approved by.
Ang nakapirma po dito ay si Vice President Sara Duterte po.
And that is her signature,
Yes ma'am.
which you are familiar with for the same reason you said earlier.
Yes ma'am.
Okay. We now go to 3 liquidation documents, which are land bank checks, again stipulated to by the counsel for the respondent. These are land bank checks number 0000453, dated February 20, 2023. Exhibit P-1-20-A. Another land bank check 0000964, dated April 19, 2023. And another land bank check number 000002250, dated 11 July 2023, marked by prosecution respectively as Exhibit P-1-20-A, P-1-20-B, and P-1-20-C, being flashed on the screen and shown by Attorney Peña to the witness.
For the record, Counsel for Respondent, these are your exhibits. What again for the record?
For the check ending 0453 dated February 20, 2023, Your Honors, that was marked as Exhibit D-1-3-DE. For the check dated July 11, 2023, check ending number 2250, that is Exhibit D-1-57-DE. And for the other check ending 0964, dated April 19, I believe, 2023, this is D-1-27-DE, Your Honor.
Correct. Duly noted. Counsel may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, tell us, Mr. Witness, ano naman ang significance ditong mga tatlong land bank checks na nakalagay dito sa screen at na-examine mo?
Ang significance po ng land bank checks na ito ay ito po yung proof na pwede nilang i-withdraw yung kanilang cash advances po.
And anong periods covered?
Based on the documents po na mention na pakita earlier, for the first quarter, ang period covered po ay February 20 to March. May I refer po to the documents for the period po, Your Honor?
Witness may do so with respect to the, you're referring to the physical and financial plan?
To the ano po?
Or to the check? Not the check.
To the land bank checks, Your Honor.
No, the question, Counsel, is for what period does it cover? It's not in the check.
Yes,
What periods do these 3 checks cover?
yes po. For the first quarter po, since wala pong nakalagay dito sa checks na period covered po, ma'am. Pero yung first check po is for the first quarter 2023. For the yung next check po is for the second quarter 2023, and for the yung third check po is for the third quarter of 2023.
We now go to the
next set of liquidation documents. And you will be shown disbursement voucher dated January 31, 2023, disbursement voucher dated April 19, 2023, and disbursement voucher dated 11 July 2023, successively marked as Exhibit P-1-19A, Exhibit P-1-19B, and Exhibit P-1-19C for the prosecution stipulated exhibits, Your Honor, with the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On the part of the respondent?
On the part of the respondent, it is Exhibit D-1-5-DE, Exhibit D-1-29-DE, and the last one, Your Honor, is Exhibit D-1-58-DE.
Noted. Attorney Caponan, you may proceed.
Mr. Witness, for what periods were these disbursement vouchers given for?
Based on these disbursement vouchers po, yung una po ay for the first quarter of 2023, yung pangalawa ay second quarter of 2023, at yung pangatlo po, hindi po nakalagay kung anong specific quarter po.
Now, Mr. Witness, you have gone over this document and it's being flashed on the screen for easy reference of the impeachment court. Any observations that you may have with regards to these three disbursement vouchers?
Itong disbursement vouchers po na ito ay inapprove ni Undersecretary Annalyn M. Sevilla in violation po nung joint circular na ang nakalagay po ay the head of the agency shall be responsible for the approval of the cash advances.
Sino naman tong pumirma?
Based on these disbursement vouchers po, si Undersecretary Annalyn M. Sevilla.
Again, why is this a violation?
Dahil under the joint circular po, it is the responsibility of the head of the agency to approve the cash advances po.
And who is the head of the DepEd?
The head po of DepEd during the period covered by these cash advances po ay si Vice President Sara Duterte.
Okay. There appears a signature in each of these three documents. Whose signature are these, if you know?
Ito po ay mga pirma ni Vice President Sara Duterte.
And significantly, Mr. Witness, it says here, Vice President of the Philippines and Secretary of Education. You confirm that, Mr. Witness?
Based on these documents po, yes ma'am.
For the first quarter. The second quarter also is above the inscription, Vice President of the Philippines and Secretary of Department of Education. You confirm that, Mr. Witness?
Yes ma'am.
And for the third quarter, it is signed. Signature, which you identified, is above the annotation, Vice President and Secretary of the Department of Education. Mr. Witness, confirming this?
Yes ma'am.
And what is the significance, Mr. Witness, of the Vice President concurrently DepEd Secretary's signature to these three documents?
Sinertify po ni Vice President Sara Duterte as the Secretary of Education na yung cash advances po ay kailangan at incurred po under her direct supervision.
Can you read from your copy, and it's flashed on the screen, yung particulars nito, above, for the first document, above the signature of the Vice President, concurrently Secretary of Education. Pakibasa kasi.
What particular box po, ma'am?
Kasi this first document.
What particular box po?
The one that says particulars and is above. Pakibasa kasi ang dilim, hindi ko makita.
Particulars, first quarter CY 2023 cash advance, payment of allotments under the maintenance and other operating expenses authorized under the page 376 of RA number 11936 of the General Appropriations Act, fiscal year 2023, and section 85, page 778 of the General Provisions FY 2023.
Okay, itong binasa mo ng particulars, ito ba ay confidential funds?
Hindi po
Or
naka-indicate
relating
dito.
to confidential funds, yung certification na to?
Hindi po naka-indicate dito na yung kanilang disbursement ay for the confidential fund of the DepEd.
Okay. Kung alam mo, what is it for?
Based on this document po, ang nakalagay ay payment of allotments under the MOOE.
Anong ibig sabihin ng MOOE? Ano ibig sabihin nun? Kung hindi ito confidential funds, ano naman itong MOOE na pinaggamitan ng pera na confidential funds ng Vice President cum Secretary of Education?
Yung MOOE po kasi kasama yun doon sa kanilang regular funds.
Regular funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Ang regular funds ba, paki-explain lang sa akin from a layman's point of view. Ano ang regular funds at ano ang confidential funds?
Yung regular funds po ng agency, yun yung kanilang pondo na ginagamit nila for their operations, and yun po. Well, yung confidential fund po, ito po yung specific lump sum ng agency which is to be used for their confidential operations.
At pareho rin ang annotation dito sa second disbursement voucher at third disbursement voucher, Mr. Witness, na ito ay patunay na dinisburse ang mga pondo para sa confidential funds para sa operational expenses.
Pwede pong paulit po ng tanong.
So, ang sinasabi ko, I will reform. So, itong disbursement voucher na nakalagay dito, sinabi mo, when asked, you explained that this appears to be, ito nakalagay dito, a liquidation ng expenses na hindi naman para sa liquidation ng confidential funds. Kasi, confidential to ng regular funds niya, tama?
Disbursement voucher pa lang po ito. Disbursement voucher pa lang po itong
Disbursement voucher,
document.
disbursement voucher na sinasubmit para liquidating document para sa confidential fund, Mr. Witness?
It is one of the documents po submitted to support the liquidation.
At you confirm na nakalagay dito operational expenses.
Based on these documents po, maintenance and other operating expenses.
Maintenance and other operational expenses. Yung maintenance and other operational expenses ba ay nasa listahan kung ano ang allowed sa joint circular na expenses para sa confidential funds, maintenance, and other expenses. Kasama ba yan sa tinatawag mong exclusive listahan ng pwede paggamitan ng confidential funds, Mr. Witness?
Pag sinabing maintenance and other operating expenses po, wala po siya specifically dun sa enumeration ng item 4.8.
At sinabi mo, exclusive. Pag wala sa listahan, bawal. Tama, Mr. Witness?
Under 4.8 po.
Under
Yes,
4.8 of the circular. The same observations, Mr. Witness, for the second and third quarter. Ang nakalagay dito ay regular funds, maintenance, and MOOE, hindi confidential funds. Based on your documents, for the second and third quarter, Mr. Witness.
Based on these documents, nakalagay po MOOE and not confidential fund.
Okay. Punta naman tayo sa next set of documents, Mr. Witness. Mr. Witness, you want to drink water?
Okay lang po.
Inom ka ng tubig, baka pagod ka na. Pero konti na lang. Okay, punta naman tayo sa next set of documents. Ito naman ay liquidation report dated March 31, 2023, liquidation report dated June 30, 2023, and liquidation report dated September 29, 2023. Exhibits P-1-18-A, Exhibit P-1-18-B, and Exhibit P-1-18-C, respectively, common stipulated document with the defense, Your Honor.
For the respondent,
For the respondent, it
For the
is
respondent.
respectively,
respectively, it is D-1-2-DE. Next would be D-1-26-DE, and the third one would be D-1-55-DE, Your Honor.
correct. Noted. Counsel, please proceed.
Mr. Witness, please look at your document again at pakibasa yung particulars. Sa first liquidation report, anong period covered ito?
Based on this liquidation report po, February 20, 2023 to March 30, 2023.
At anong nakalagay dito? First quarter nakalagay, and it says here particulars. Again, madilim. Pakibasa itong nakalagay under the column particulars.
Under the column particulars, ang nakalagay po ay to liquidate the cash advance granted for payment of operational MOOE expenses of the Vice President, Secretary of Department, covered by check number 000000453, dated February 20, 2023, with DP number 2023-02-02987.
Mr. Witness, sinabi mo MOOE na naman. Maintenance and other operational expenses. Ito ba ay allowed as liquidation ng confidential funds under your joint circular 2015?
Kung MOE po yung expense, hindi po siya kasama doon sa specific enumeration ng joint circular under item 4.8 po.
At kagaya ng sinabi mo, exclusive ang listahan at bawal ang wala sa listahan. Tama, Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
The same observation can be made. Second quarter, tama, Mr. Witness, and third quarter.
Based on these documents po, yes po.
The second quarter covering what period for the record?
For the second quarter, ang nakalagay po dun sa liquidation report, April to June 30, 2023.
And the third quarter, Mr. Witness?
Ang nakalagay po dun sa liquidation report, July to September 30, 2023.
At pareho rin nakalagay. Walang reference sa confidential funds at sinabi mo earlier, itong MOOE, maintenance and other expenses, are dapat kasama sa regular funds, hindi confidential funds, Mr. Witness.
Yes po, ma'am.
At meron dito sa bottom portion, signature. In all three documents, there is a signature appearing thereat. Pakitingin ng signature na yan.
What particular portion po yung tinutukoy niyo, ma'am?
In the bottom portion, Mr. Witness, flashed on the screen.
Who certified the document, Mr. Wamil?
Based on these documents po, sinertify po ni Secretary and Vice President Sara Duterte yung Box B ng liquidation reports.
For all three quarters?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Counsel.
What is the significance? Ano ang nakikita mong signature dito? Signature ni Vice President, tama? Sa three quarters?
Based on these documents, yes, ma'am.
Based on this document, ano naman ang significance? Ano ang importance ng nakikita natin na signature ng President, Vice President dito sa tatlong liquidation documents na pinakita mo sa court?
Sinertify po ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa liquidation reports po na ito na yung purpose po ng kanilang cash advance ay na-accomplish ng agency.
Ang sinabi mo ay sinertify ng Vice President.
Yes, ma'am. Based on these documents.
Based on this document, miski nakalagay sa particulars, Mr. Witness, na ang pinaggamitan ng confidential funds are maintenance and other operational expenses, sinertify ng Vice President at na ginamit ito sa confidential funds. Yun ba ang ibig sabihin ng signature ng Vice President, Mr. Witness?
Based on these documents po, yun po yung sinertify ni Vice President.
We now go to the next documents, which are accomplishment reports for the 3 quarters. And we will flash this on the screen, showing to you these documents for your memory. Again, Your Honor, these are stipulated documents for the prosecution. This is Exhibit P-1-16A, dated March 31, 2023. Likewise, Your Honor, we are showing on the screen another accomplishment report, which is P-1-16B, dated June 30, 2023. And lastly, Your Honors, an accomplishment report dated September 30, 2023, marked as Exhibit P-1-16C.
And respectively, these are D-1-21DE, D-1-51DE, and D-175DE for the respondent.
We confirm that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Noted and entered into the records. Counsel, you may proceed.
What is the significance, Mr. Witness, of these accomplishment reports?
Can you repeat the question po, ma'am? Sorry.
What's the significance of the accomplishment reports, Mr. Witness?
The significance po ng accomplishment report is that dito po nakalagay yung kanilang confidential expenses na pinaggamitan ng kanilang confidential fund.
And what observations do you have? If any,
On what particular period po?
per quarter. In the first quarter, anong observation ang masasabi mo dito sa accomplishment report na sinubmit?
For the first quarter po, meron po silang sinama na line item for na confidential expense na hindi po among the allowable confidential expenses under item 4.8 of the Joint Circular, at yun po yung payment of incentives for traveling relative to the confidential operations under the Counterinsurgency Program, also under the Abuse Prevention and Control with Schools Program, under the Anti-Illegal Activities Operations, and under the Anti-Extremism Terrorism Programs. And also dun sa kanilang anti-extremism or terrorism programs, meron ding nakalagay na provision of medical input aid, which is not among the allowable expenses under item 4.8 of the Joint Circular.
Okay. Mga magkano? You mentioned here that the actual outcome accomplishments are purchase of information, payment of rewards, purchase of supplies, payment of incentives, traveling related to confidential information. Magkano naman ang amounts involved dito?
For the what program po?
Yung payment of information. Sandali. Prevention of recruitment. Ito, nakalagay dito, actual outcome. Nag-prevent daw sila ng recruitment ng mga NPA at komunista at leftist groups.
Under the
sa
prevention.
eskwelahan. Magkano ang bayad doon?
For the purchase of information po, 2,470,000. For the payment of reward, 2 billion pesos. For the purchase of supplies, 2,805,000 pesos. And for the payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations, 2.1 million pesos po. With a total amount po na 9,375,000 pesos.
Para sa prevention ng recruitment ng NPA, ng komunista at ng leftist sa mga eskwelahan, Mr. Witness.
Under this accomplishment report, yes ma'am.
Okay. Nag-submit man ng dokumento ang DepEd kung ano-anong eskwelahan sila successful.
Based on their submission, wala po silang sinambit na particular schools.
Okay. Dito rin sa column na to nakalagay, conducted surveillance in 115 areas. May sinabmit ba ang DepEd ng listahan ng 115 areas na ito?
Wala po silang sinambit.
At nakalagay dito sa item B, 100% successful daw sila. 100% implementation of activities without untoward security-related incidents. Itong activities na to, na 100% compliance daw. Meron bang listahan na sinabmit ang DepEd para dito?
Wala po.
Okay. Last column, reduce abuses against learners. Purchase of information, payment of reward, purchase of supplies, payment of incentives, or traveling. Pakibasa, Mr. Witness, magkano ang total na binayad allegedly ng DepEd para daw ma-reduce ang abuso sa mga estudyante?
Based on this accomplishment report, 10 million pesos po.
I'm sorry. What else did you observe, Mr. Witness?
Based on this accomplishment report, meron din po silang payment of reward na 2 million pesos for the counterinsurgency programs, 2,130,000 pesos for the abuse prevention and control within schools, 1.5 million pesos for the anti-illegal activities operations, 1,879,000 pesos for the anti-extremism, terrorism programs. Pero wala po silang sinamit na document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer.
Base sa observation mo at sa mga sinabi mo dito, meron bang violations ito ng Joint Circular 2015?
Yes po, na-violate po yung item 4.8.5 of the Joint Circular.
Pakiulit nga kung ano yung item 4.8.
Yung item 4.8.5 po, doon nakalagay yung 3 conditions for a valid payment of reward. Una, it must be approved by the head of the agency. Pangalawa, it must be supported with a document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activity on the account of the information given by the informer. At pangatlo ay dapat directly related yung activity to the conduct of the confidential activities of the agency concerned.
Ano naman, Mr. Witness? Para sa unang item, prevention of recruitment, etc., 9.3 million. Para sa reduction of abuse against learners, 10 million. Para sa eliminate illegal activities sa loob ng eskwelahan, another 9 million. At para kumuha ng alleged mga information para i-implement daw itong mga programs na to, 9.1. At lahat-lahat, iba-iba. Pero ang total na naman ito, basahin mo nga ang total for the period February 20, March 30, 2023.
Ang total po ay 37.5 million pesos.
Eksakto, Mr. Witness.
Eksakto po sa cash advance nila.
eksakto sa cash advance nila. Sa last page dito, and I show you now the last page, there is here. Approved by. Anong ibig sabihin?
Ang ibig sabihin po ay, ng approve by ay inapprove po nung signatory kung ano man yung contents ng accomplishment report.
At tell us, sino ang signatory nitong mga ang accomplishment report na to?
Ang signatory po ay si Vice President and Education Secretary Sara Duterte po.
We now go to the next document. which
Counsel,
is-
if I'm not mistaken, that's the second to the last document, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The certification and then the AOM.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just so that we can pause for lunch after those two documents so that we don't cut you off in regard to your direct. I presume you will be ending your direct after those two documents are identified by the witness?
Your Honor,
Counsel
if I
for
may just, for expediency's sake, only, of course, if the distinguished opposing counsel would allow. Since these documents are quite similar except for the amounts, we are willing to stipulate that the witness will have the same observations for the second quarter, the third quarter. Ang pagkakaiba lang po siguro ay yung amounts.
With respect, you're referring to the certification? No.
Sorry, the accomplishment reports. Your Honor.
Accomplishment report.
I think so stipulated, no need to proceed with respect
Without-
to the other two documents. Same observation except for the amounts.
Yes, without accepting, of course, the interpretation of the witness, which goes without
Of course.
saying. Yes.
But same testimony with respect to his observation for the second and the third quarter that he gave in regard to the first quarter.
If that is okay with the distinguished opposing counsel.
Yes, yes, Your Honor, it is in order. And with our counter manifestation that the testimony of this witness by way of explanation to these accomplishment reports for the second and third quarter be likewise adopted by way of reference and explanation to why these activities are in violation of the Joint Circular 2015, Your Honor.
Same testimony with respect to the first quarter. Duly noted. Counsel may proceed with certifications and I guess the AUM. Again, before we pause for lunch, Counsel.
We now go to three certifications. And this is a DepEd certification dated March 31, 2023. DepEd certification dated June 30, 2023. And DepEd certification dated October 2, 2023. P-1-15-A, P-1-15-B, and P-1-15-C.
And likewise for the respondent, D-1-6-DE, D-1-30-DE, and D-1-59-DE.
We confirm, Your Honor. Thank you.
Noted. Counsel may proceed.
Your Honor, please, it is now our turn to ask if counsel is willing to stipulate as to these DepEd certifications, as to the meaning of attest, and as to the signature in these documents being the signature of the Vice President.
And that these are pro forma documents where the witness previously did not see anything, did not observe anything extraordinary.
Yes. Counter manifestation that these are templates and that we do not admit the interpretation of what attest means, but we do accept that the witness will have the same explanation, his explanation of what
In
attest
regard
means,
to it
Your
being
Honor.
pro forma. Yes.
In
Counsel?
if I may, that pro forma to me means copy-paste, Mr. Witness.
Which I objected to. I hope you understand.
Kala ko
distinguished counsel.
makakalusot. Okay.
Stipulation duly noted by both parties.
Lastly, Mr. Witness, after auditing all of these documents you identified and giving your explanations as to why, based on these documents, your evaluation thereat, you stated that they are non-compliant or violation or bawal or irregular compared based on the Joint Circular 2015.
Objection, Your Honor.
What did you
Conclusion. Oh, sorry.
do? I will
The statement was a conclusion, Your Honor.
Your
The
Honor-
witness earlier stated that he observed certain non-compliant entries in the submissions from the Office of the Vice President.
We submit, Your Honor. We submit.
We're going to the AOM already, Counsel. Please proceed.
Having observed what you earlier testified to, discrepancies, irregularities, pagkukulang, mga bawal na submissions, ano ang ginawa mo after making this evaluation?
I drafted po an audit observation memorandum containing po yung findings noted during the audit.
Okay. And you drafted this? Anong nangyari sa draft mo?
Yung for the first and second quarter po ay na-issue po dun sa dun sa DepEd po.
Okay, I'm now showing to you a certified true copy
Assisting counsels may approach.
of an audit observation memorandum dated February 1, 2024. Being flashed on the screen as well. Marked, Your Honor, as Prosecution's Exhibit P, P-1-21A, Common Exhibit with the defense.
For the defense, it's D-1-132, correct, Counsel?
No, Your Honors. It's D-1-111-DE.
111.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Noted.
And Mr. Witness, look at your document to refresh your memory. What periods does this audit information memorandum cover?
Based po on this audit observation memorandum, ang period covered po ay February 20 to March 30, 2023 at April 20 to June 29, 2023.
And Mr. Witness, please tell us what your recommendations are or were, if any.
May recommendations po include, first, yung hindi po na-submit ni DepEd yung kanilang documentary evidence of payments for their confidential expenses.
Ano pa, Mr. Witness?
Sa accomplishment report po nila, meron pong line items na hindi allowable under the item 4.8 of the Joint Circular. At yun po yung provision of medical and food aid at payment of incentives for traveling relative to the confidential operations of the DepEd.
What else, Mr. Witness? And for the appreciation of the Honorable Impeachment Court, this is being flashed on the screen and boxed in red. What else, Mr. Witness?
Yung payment of rewards po nila ay hindi supported ng documents evidencing the success of the information gathering and or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer.
Anything else, Mr. Witness?
Number 4 po, yung kanilang physical and financial plan, hindi po naka-indicate yung specific confidential activities na pagbabasehan ng kanilang disbursement in violation of the item 4.2 of the Joint Circular.
Anything else, Mr. Witness?
Yung kanilang disbursement voucher po ay inapprove ni Undersecretary Annalyn M. Sevilla instead of the head of the agency in
What do you-
violation of item 6.3.1b of the Joint.
And who is this person that you mentioned?
Based on the documents submitted, si Annalyn M. Sevilla po yung Undersecretary for Finance ng DepEd during the time po na na-issue tong AOM.
Okay, and the signature? Can you identify the signature?
Signature po saang part po?
On the last page of this document.
Which among these po?
The AOM, with Mr. Witness.
Which among these signatures po yung tinutukoy niyo?
There is a signature here above the name Assistant Commissioner Officer in Charge, Nilda B. Plaras. Can you identify this signature?
Yes, ma'am.
And why?
Kasi nakita ko po siyang pumirma ng ibang documents at yung signature niya on those documents is the same po with this one.
There are signatures as well below.
It says proof of receipt of AOM, Vice President Sara Duterte, Vice President Edward Fajarda, SDO, the Chief Accountant, the COA ATL DepEd. You confirm? These names and their designations?
Can you repeat po, ma'am?
In the proof of receipt of this AOM, meron mga nakalagay na pangalan na receive daw ng Sara Duterte. Pero hindi niya signature to. Merong Gloria Mendoza. Edward Fajarda, the SDO. What does SDO mean, Mr. Witness?
The Special Disbursing Officer po, based on the joint circular.
Also received by his office, and likewise the COA Chief Accountant and the COA ATL received this AOM. Mr. Witness, you confirm that?
Na-receive po siya ng mga nakapirma po dito sa signature part po.
Okay. What happened next, if any, if you know?
Wala na po akong personal knowledge since before po sila magbigay ng response, na-transfer na po ako out of ICFAO to another audit sector of COA.
And you got transferred when?
On February 12 po of 2024.
Okay. Now, Mr. Witness, and this is the second to the last question. Mr. Witness, could you tell us, after you did this audit evaluation and these recommendations, what happened next? What other matters occurred, if any, in connection with your audit?
From when po?
During the time that you were still there?
There was a time po that I was called in a meeting.
Tinawag ka sa meeting
Yes, ma'am.
at nandun ka pa sa COA ICFAO.
Yes, ma'am.
Maalala mo anong date itong meeting na to?
It was around second week po ng September of 2023.
At sino-sino ang nasa meeting na to?
Ang naalala ko po ay si Attorney Zuleika Lopez at si Attorney Michael Powa po. At yung dating head po ng ICFAO na si Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras at si Attorney Gloria Camora po.
Okay. Sinong nagtawag ng meeting na to?
Hindi ko na po ma-recall kung sino nagtawag. Ang naalala ko lang po ay pinasama po ako dun sa meeting na yun.
Pinasama ka? Bakit ka pinasama sa meeting na to?
Dahil ako po yung in charge of the audit of the confidential fund nung DepEd at OVP po.
Kilala mo ba, Mr. Witness, si Attorney Michael Powa?
Nakikita ko po siya sa news.
Nakikita mo siya sa news? Hindi mo siya nakikita sa in person? Ayan, oh.
During that time, sorry, hindi po clear yung particular period.
Oh, kilala mo ba? When you went to that meeting, were you able to identify Attorney Michael Powa?
Nagpakilala po sila, ma'am.
Nagpakilala sa iyo. Okay. And what happened during that meeting? Attorney, sorry for that.
No, that's fine.
Nagpapagising lang tayo.
Okay lang po.
But you confirm that this is the attorney that you saw in that meeting?
Yes po.
Okay. What happened sa meeting na yan?
They asked po about the liquidation process po ng confidential fund and yung mga supporting documents po na required with respect to the liquidation documents po.
Okay. Sinabi mo, before I go to the next question, sinabi mo na nandun din si Attorney Zuleika Lopez.
Sa pagkakaalala ko po, yes po.
Okay. Do you know? Did you know then who she was?
Nagpakilala po siya sa amin as the Chief of Staff of the OBP po.
Chief of Staff of?
The Office of the Vice President.
Ano naman ang connection niya, if at all, sa DepEd?
Hindi niya po, wala po siyang sinabing na connection niya with the DepEd.
Okay. Ngayon naman, Mr. Witness, tell us what transpired, if you recall, of that meeting sometime in September.
They asked po about the liquidation process po nung cash advances as well as kung ano po yung mga supporting documents required.
And anong sagot? Tinanong nila kung anong mga requirements.
They were referred po
Hindi
by...
nila alam ang mga requirements para sa...
They clarified po. Kasi may mga agencies din po na nagka-clarify sa amin about requirements ng joint circular since it is very technical po.
At ano naman ang sagot ninyo?
They were referred po by Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras to the joint circular for the specific requirements.
And nung sinabi ng COA ICFAO, sinabi ni Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras ang requirements. Ano ang reaction nila? Ni Attorney Sulaika at ni Attorney Poa. Kung maalala mo.
Nag-confirm naman. Can you, reaction po ni Attorney Sulaika?
Sinabi mo
Yes, ma'am. They agree naman po that they
during
will...
the meeting, Mr. Witness, tinanong nila ano ang mga requirements para mag-submit ng documents para liquidation ng confidential funds. Tama?
Yes, ma'am.
At sinabi naman, ang sagot
They were referred to the joint circular po.
joint circular.
And sinabi din po ni Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras na in case merong makitang findings during the audit, ay mag-i-issue po ng AOM.
Okay. Nung sinabi ng Assistant Commissioner, basahin nyo na lang yung joint circular. Ano naman ang response nila?
Well, they asked po if instead of an audit observation memorandum in case may audit findings, ay audit query na lang po yung i-issue sa kanila.
Audit query na lang ang dapat i-issue, yun bang sinabi nila? Ano naman itong audit query na sinabi nila, ito na lang please ang i-issue ninyo, wag na lang AOM. What is an audit query, Mr. Witness?
Hindi po ako familiar sa audit query since hindi naman po siya kasama dun sa issuances under the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Sa joint circular, walang audit query?
Wala po.
Ngayon, anong nangyari nung sinabi nilang audit query na lang please ang i-issue ninyo?
Hindi
Bakit?
po.
Anong nangyari?
Hindi po pumayag si ICFAO since hindi naman po sa sanction nung aming Joint Circular 2015-01. So nag-issue pa rin po kami ng AOM nung may nanote po kaming findings during the audit.
Okay. So nag-issue pa rin despite this meeting ng isang AOM. Pagkatapos nun, anong nangyari if you still recall?
After po ma-approve yung AOM, nag-attempt po kaming iserve yung AOM to the office address po nung OBP pero hindi po siya tinanggap dahil wala raw po mag-receive na authorized person.
Okay. And itong first attempt nyo, pagkatapos nun, anong nangyari?
On the afternoon of the same date po na nag-attempt kami to serve, nagbigay po sila ng revised accomplishment report sa ICFAO.
Okay. Ngayon, Mr. Witness, sinabi mo kahapon at ngayon na ang basis ng inyong post-audit or compliance audit ay ang joint circular.
Yes, ma'am.
2015 ng 5 government agencies. Kasama dyan ang COA, tama?
Yes, ma'am.
If I show you at babasahin ko, flash on the screen. Section 1, Section 1 of the joint circular. Can we please flash it on the screen? Ini-explain dito, and please refer, do you have a copy with you?
Yes po, I have a copy po with me.
I refer you now to the last sentence, which says, the COA, pakibasa, COA, babasahin ko na lang. O ikaw, basahin mo na lang, please. COA shall, o ka na lang, COA shall promulgate accounting and auditing rules and regulations, including those for the prevention of irregular, unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, or unconscionable expenditures or uses of government funds and property. You confirm, Mr. Witness?
Based on this joint circular po, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, if I ask you, sa mga sinubmit na documents ng Vice President, and I will, for purposes of summarizing, purchase of information, 14 million. Reward payment, 10,050,000. Rental of safe house, 11 days nag-rent ang Office of the Vice President ng safe houses from December 21 to 31. 16 million in 11 days. Divided by the number of days, 2 million a day ang binayad ng Office of the Vice President para lang sa rental ng safe house. Tama?
May I refer po to the document po?
Refer to the document. It's in front of you. Okay. Meron pa rin mga ibang expenses. Meron nakalagay sa summary, payment of reward, various, 34,857,000. Meron din, purchase supplies, 11,813,000. Payment of rewards, Mr. Witness, 24 million. Now, 10 million. Payment of rewards. Rewards in medicine, in kind. 24,930,000, Mr. Witness. Payment of rental of transport vehicles related allegedly to confidential activities, 10 million pesos. Tables and chairs, 500,000 pesos. Desktop computers and printers, 3 million pesos. You confirm that, Mr. Witness?
Pwede pong paulit ng enumeration kasi I don't
Ito
have
ay
reference
nasa notice of
suspension.
And your tabulation.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you confirm, Mr. Ramil?
Yes, Your Honor po.
Okay. Based on Section 1 of the Joint Circular, i-translate ko na lang. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Irregular. I'm sorry. This is my last question. Medyo limited ang aking Tagalog or Pilipino. Ang pagkaintindi ko sa irregular kaduda-duda. Tama? Kaduda-duda, irregular. Ang counsel for respondent, if you can help me, it's in this translation, I'd happily welcome your translation. Unnecessary sa Pilipino, unnecessary, hindi kailangan.
Irregular is hindi palagi, hindi kinagawian. Hindi pangkaraniwan.
Hindi pangkaraniwan.
Irregular. Kasi ang
Counsel
alam
for
ko,
respondent, you agree, hindi pangkaraniwan?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay. Kasi ang nalaman lang natin the other day is unusual. Ngayon naman, irregular. Hindi
pangkaraniwan.
Hindi pangkaraniwan. Unnecessary. Hindi kailangan.
Your Honor, I with all due respect again, if you may just ask the question na lang po.
Sandali, preliminary, Your Honor, preliminary.
Because this is already,
Your Honor,
I think we
please.
all know what's happening here.
In any event, Your Honor, give me some leeway here. This is the last question before we break up for lunch. And considering
We ask for the ruling of the
the
court, Your Honor.
victory of Ayala, Your Honor,
Let
we're all in a
counsel-
happy mood.
Let counsel wind up with this, with her
This is the
direct
last question, Your
counsel
Honor.
correspondent. Let's give her some
Okay,
leeway.
I will-
We submit.
Unnecessary.
Let's help in translating more accurately.
Yes. Unnecessary, hindi kailangan. Excessive, labis. Extravagant.
Maluho.
Ang nakalagay dito, bongga kaday. Extravagant. Bongga, extravagant. At lastly, unconscionable. Sabi na Attorney Virgil, kasuklam, unconscionable. Okay, Mr. Witness, sa binasa natin, Section 1, saan, if at all, itong mga binasa ko, saan babagsak itong...
Question, objection, Your Honor. Question calls for a conclusion.
Okay.
In relation to his observation only, not as to the conclusion of law, given that the AUM is not a final disposition
We submit.
of the matter at hand.
In relation to your observation and based on the audited documents, will it fall, if any, under any of this enumeration?
Yes, ma'am. Under po the irregular expenditures.
Irregular.
Dahil irregular po siya dahil hindi po siya compliant or hindi po siya hindi po siya compliant with the provisions of the Joint Circular 2015-01, which is an issuance po of the COA, the DBM, the DILG, the GOCC, GCG, and the Department of National Defense rather.
Okay, and my last question to you, Mr. Witness. Let us go now to paragraph 8.3 of the Joint Circular. And this is being flashed on the screen. For the record and for better appreciation of this honorable court, please read paragraph 8.3.
Under item 8.3, failure of the accountable officer to liquidate any public funds for which he is accountable upon demand by any duly authorized officer shall be prima facie evidence that he has put such missing funds or property to personal use and benefit.
Okay. So nakalagay dito sa 8.3, you are a lawyer as well, Mr. Witness, apart from an auditor. Ano ang ibig sabihin dito ng prima facie evidence?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng prima facie evidence under 8.3 ay nagkaroon po ng presumption na ginamit yung funds for the personal use and benefit of the accountable officers.
So kung ang accountable officer at masasabi mo ba na ang Vice President at ang and concurrently Secretary of Education, masasabi mo ba na accountable officer ito?
Based on the joint circular po, yes po, kasi under the joint circular, it shall be the responsibilities of the head of agency to oversee the agency-wide use of the confidential fund and to ensure compliance with the requirements of the joint circular. And also, inattest po ni Vice President in her capacity as the Vice President of the Philippines and the Secretary of the DepEd, yung certification ng accountable officers na ginamit yung pondo for their confidential expenses.
Okay. Ngayon, ang confidential fund, sa binasa mo, ang confidential fund ba ay public fund?
Yes, ma'am.
Yung post-audit mo naman, na sinabi mo ay irregular, may discrepancies. Ito ba ay, ang in-audit mo ay liquidation documents ng Vice President?
For the fourth quarter of 2022 until third quarter of 2023 po. Yes, ma'am.
At sinabi mo, based on 8.3, na merong funds na hindi ma-account. o walang dokumento na sinamit ang Vice President. Tama? At ang DepEd. Tama?
Pwedeng paulit po ng question.
At sinabi mo yesterday at ngayong araw na merong mga pondo na hindi naman confidential funds, ginamit sa confidential funds. Or sinabing ginamit sa confidential funds pero wala naman dokumento. Tama?
Objection, Your Honor. Misleading as to dun sa sinabi na wala
Sustained,
namang-
counsel. Kindly reform.
Okay. So you said here that if an accountable officer, pag hindi na-explain ng isang accountable officer ang paggamit ng public funds, kagaya ng confidential funds, meron tinatawag na prima facie evidence. Anong tawag doon? Presumption?
Presumption po.
Presumption ng ano?
Under 8.3 po, presumption na yung fund po ay na-convert into personal use or benefit.
Presumption na na-convert for personal use or benefit applicable dito sa sinabi mo.
Conclusion of law, Your Honor. Calls for conclusion.
Your Honor, that is...
Your Honor, all these matters are pending still.
Sustained.
Your Honor, please, ang tawag ko lang doon, hindi prima facie evidence. Kung akong tatanungin, scam ito.
Move to strike,
No
Your
further
Honor. Move to
questions.
strike. That is out of order, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
So stricken.
Move to strike.
So stricken from the record. No further questions. Direct examination is completed. Counsel for Respondent Attorney Poa, we shall have your cross after we resume for a brief lunch break. We shall resume at 1:15 for our lunch break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Trial is in recess.
Nagbabalik po tayo sa ating panayam ngayong tanghaling ito. Pinalad po tayo na makakasama natin ngayon si House Impeachment Team Advisor and former 2nd District ng Surigao del Norte, Congressman Robert H. Barbers. At kasama rin natin, walang iba kundi si Representative Rodriguez Gutierrez, laging Rodriguez na sasabi, Rods Gutierrez ng One Rider Party List para po sagutin ang inyong mga katanungan. Para sa panimula, baka may gustong opening statement ng ating mga guests ngayon. Kong Ace?
Siguro hindi naman mahalaga na mag-opening statement pa, Roy. We'd appreciate if we go straight to the questions na gustong madinig ng ating mga kasamahan sa media.
Okay then. Haji, go ahead for your question.
Magandang tanghali po sa inyo. Sa pagharap po ni Roderick Wamil, madami pong mga napakita na mga supporting documents na hindi nga raw po na-submit at iba pa pong mga bagay. Satisfied na po ba kayo sa kanyang testimony? Do you still see the need na ipatawag yung isa pang state auditor after ng direct examination kay Roderick Wamil?
Yeah, thank you. Speaking for the prosecution, we don't want to preempt the team, of course, no. So, but yeah, that's a fair assessment. Very full naman po yung testimony ni Attorney Wamil. But we have to recall the other witnesses that were also in line. They also serve other purposes. So most probably they would still be called. But I don't want to say anything that would preempt the team. Yun na po.
Ako naman, ang aking opinion ay ito ay parang isang puzzle eh. So kalahati pa lang yung ating nabubuo, no? At kailangan natin kumpletuhin lahat ng ebidensya nang sa ganon makita natin yung buong kabuuang litrato o picture ng ebidensyang ito. So I don't want also to preempt the decision of the prosecution panel with respect to the withdrawal of their witnesses. But again, I'd like to emphasize na ito ay unti-unting pagbuo, no, ng litrato ng aligasyon na sumusuporta dito sa itong ebidensyang itong sumusuporta sa mga aligasyon na nakasaad dito sa Article 1.
Last na lang po. May sinabi po si Attorney Michael Powa kahapon na parang sinadya raw po yung pagpili doon sa mga acknowledgement receipts, especially sa mga pangalan na lumabas nga po kahapon. Ang alam kong huli, yung mga Gabriel Bisaya, etc. po, no? Parang sinadya nga raw po, tapos yun nga, may sagot naman daw po doon yung defense pag-turn na po nila. Pero yung kiniklaim po nila is parang sinadya nga raw po ng prosecution yan.
Sa tingin ko hindi because lahat naman po nakita naman po natin yung 15 karton, no, ng ebidensya ngayon. And even if you get samples of these documents inside those boxes, makikita nyo na yung mga pangalan na lumalabas doon ay mukhang mukhang katawa-tawa, no? Kaya nga maraming nagkomento na yung mga pangalan niyan ay hango. Kundi sa chichirya, ito ay hango dun sa mga naimbentong pangalan. And we will come to that point when the next witness that the prosecution will present will also, no, certify kung ano ang findings ng prosecution dito sa mga dokumentong itong ay nilatag.
Just in addition, of course, it's the full prerogative of the prosecution to present which evidence po that they will be presenting. But the fact of the matter is, nandun yun. Just because they say po na parang pinipili na ito lumalabas, pero it might not be this case. It might not be the case for the other pieces of evidence. But the fact of the matter is, merong ganun. So I think that's what the prosecution is trying to point out here po.
Okay.
Sir, good afternoon. Sir, may nabanggit kasi yung payment of 16 million in 11 days for safe house. Would that be correct? And this was issued notice of suspension. Tama po ba yun? How is this different from the 73 million notice of disallowance issued for the 2022 confidential fund allocation of the OVP.
Yes, no. Doon sa initial audit findings, no, merong 73 million doon na hindi supported by sufficient justification, meaning may question kasi nga maraming dokumentong ibinigay o isinumite ang ating OVP na mga ARs lamang o ito yung acknowledgement receipts, no. For example, yung sa warehouse na yan, no, nagbayad ng kung di ako nagkakamali 1 million peso a day ba yan? Is that the So I cannot recall kung ano yung eksaktong amount, no, in relation to the rental of this warehouse or safe house, no. Pero kung may ganyan, di ba, dapat meron niyang either contract, meron niyang sigurong other documents that can prove that indeed merong nirentahan, no, na safe house. Yung 73 million in question is dun sa kabuuang kabuuang report ng audit report ni Roderick Wamil dun sa fourth quarter of 2022 na apparently he found something irregular in the submissions of the OVP with respect to the documents that they used to justify the disbursements of these funds.
Sir, follow-up. Meron kasi, napansin ko lang po kanina, yung discussion centered on AOM. Rather that, as we are all aware of, meron din pong notice of disallowance, although this is not yet final. Yung 73M kasi may final decision na yung COA doon. May 375 million na inisyuhan ng COA ng notice of disallowance for 2023. Confidential funds of the OVP. May witness po ba tayo on this ND?
Speaking for the prosecution, we cannot preempt the team. I hope you'll understand. As Attorney Virgil says, hold your horses po.
And then this may disclose the legal strategy na gagawin ng ating prosecution team. So I hope you understand that our prosecutor here cannot discuss the strategies that they will employ. Meron pa rin dapat element of surprise.
But that's not, just to be very clear, no, the prosecution does intend to present a full picture of what happened to the COA funds. No? So, para lang yun. But as for which elements would be testified by whom, we have to wait for the actual calling of the witness. Thank you.
Hi, Kongs. Good morning po. Before the start of the trial kanina, sinabi po ni Attorney Lorna Kapunan sa mga media na ipapasabpina raw po niya si Mary Grace Piatos at ang sabi po niya ipadadala raw po yung sabpina sa Office of the Vice President. How would it help po the prosecution, especially dito po sa trial sa confidential funds?
Well, again, we're exploring all options, but we don't want to preempt the team po as to how that would be used.
Ako, wala naman akong sub-judice. I'm not covered by sub-judice. So what I can say is, dapat siguro, isang pina natin yan, no? Para makilala natin. Dahil umiikot yung controversy dyan sa mga pangalang yan. Especially ito kay Mary Grace Piatos, no? It's high time probably that lumabas siya, no? At magpakilala. So sa akin palagay, sa aking personal opinion, dapat nararapat lamang na isang pina siya.
Alright. Last na lang kung kanina rin sa trial ng banggit, no, na yung ilang part of the confidential funds were used sa MOE. Considering na ang mga congressman and even the Office of the Vice President, merong ganong budget, is it a clear sign ba na yung pondo hindi talaga nagamit sa tama? Kasi may nakalang pondo sa MOE, pero bakit pa niya nilagyan ng confidential funds?
Well, ako, una, no, 2 beses nangyari na kung saan MOE yung isinubmit, no, na liquidation, no. This is in clear violation of the provisions of the joint circular. Dahil nakalagay naman doon sa joint circular kung ano lang yung dapat pagkagastusan ng confidential fund. And MOE is not included in that list. So again, no, bakit sinabi dito, hindi pwedeng isipin na ito ay isang oversight lang. no? Dahil nagkamali, no? Pero dahil there seems to be a pattern, dahil 2-3 beses yata na isubmit na MOE kasama dun sa kanilang justification. So, merong irregular at merong highly questionable dyan sa liquidation na yan.
In addition to that lang po, we can only speak as to what was testified kanina. And klaro naman po na sinabi ng testigo, and according to the testimony, that was considered irregular po, that having justified the use of confidential funds for MOE. But that is not to say that we can characterize yet as to how an MOE is spent. That's a different thing. But we're just focusing here on confidential funds po. The fact that it was irregular. Yun naman po yung nasa testigo.
Malinaw na merong isinubmit o isinumite ng mga dokumento to justify the expenditure or the disbursement na hindi angkop o hindi sang-ayon dun sa provision ng joint circular. So, I don't know how else we can call it. It can be called irregular. It can also be called perhaps illegal. So, that's the way the witness described what he discovered in these documents that was submitted to the COA.
Thank you, I say. Rosalie, your turn.
Hapon po, sirs. May we know po kung ano po yung current position ng House Prosecution Team regarding po kay Mary Grace Piatos? Kasi isa po siya dun sa 27 po na proposed witnesses niyo po para dito sa Article 1. Pero kahapon po, sabi po ni Representative Joel Chua, kung siya yung tatanungin personally, hindi na niya gustong iharap pa or ipatawag si Mary Grace Piatos sa paglilitis. But this morning, sa ambush interview po kay Attorney Kapunan, sinabi niya po na isa sa pinako nga si Mary Grace Piatos. Hinahanap pa namin, hindi namin makita kung saan-saan kaming Mary Grace na pumunta, hindi namin makita. Papadala namin sa Office of the Vice President yung subpoena. So ano po ba ang current position po ng prosecution team dito kay Mary Grace Piatos?
I'm sorry again on behalf of the prosecution, we cannot disclose the formal plan po, the final plan. I think it just goes to show po na it's a very lively discussion even between members of the prosecution. Nag-iiba po yung kanilang opinion. But all that we can say siguro po is that it just speaks of how important the question is, sino yung tumanggap? That's one of the core principles here that we're looking at, Sino tumanggap, kailan tinanggap, para saan ginamit? These are the questions that we're trying to answer with the choice of our witnesses. So I think it goes to show, like, if we think about it, kung sino si Mary Grace Piatos, what they can testify to, that speaks as to one of the questions. So definitely it's still it's still at play. But whether or not, sorry Ma'am Rose, whether or not the prosecution has decided, we can't say yet po.
So sa mga pahayag ng ating mga prosecutors, makikita mo na buhay yung diskusyon tungkol sa mga strategy na dapat gawin ng prosecution panel. In fact, para lang sa kaalaman ng lahat, bawat hakbang na ginagawa ng ating prosecution team, lahat po yan ay pinag-uusapan. They consider opinions of all other members of the hindi ho yan decision ng isa, dalawa o ng ilang tao lamang, kundi ito ay consensus ng mayorya ng membro ng prosecution team.
Will her testimony, his or her testimony, still be relevant at this point in time, given that may mga findings na nga po yung COA, meron na nga rin pong notice of disallowance na currently ina-appeal ng OVP?
Well, again, without speaking into whether or not we cannot characterize it fully, but like I mentioned a while ago, that additional testimony would tend to answer that question po, kung para saan ginamit, for example, or kung sino nga tumanggap if we talk about the identity. But at the same time, the ultimate arbiter of its acceptance or relevance, as you were asking, would be the impeachment court. So we have to leave it to them po.
Second issue po, regarding po sa nabuksan kanina na regarding po dun sa ginawang meeting sa ICFAO office po with Attorney Zuleika Lopez, Attorney Michael Powa, and Roderick Wamil. Ano pong significance nun? Pagkakalantad na may gano'n palang meeting.
Well, yung meeting yon, klarong-klaro na sinabi ni Mr. Wamil na nagtanong, ang Office of the Vice President represented by Attorney Zuleika Lopez and Attorney Michael Powa. Nagtanong sila paano naliliquidate, ano yung mga requirements in the liquidation of the confidential and intelligence funds. Yun ang napag-usapan, yun ang meat nung kanilang meeting eh. So, kaya nga, para sa akin, I'm surprised na sinabi naman siguro malamang, no? O ng COA kung ano yung mga pamantayan o ano yung mga will be given more time to submit the documents necessary para ma-liquidate ng tama itong pondong ito.
Sorry, last on that na lang po. Sa inyo po ba questionable po yung meeting na yon? Especially that meron pong na-mention na instead of AOM ay ano yun? Audit query na lang po yung ibigay ng COA sa kanila po next time.
Sa tingin ko, nothing irregular doon kasi marami namang mga ahensya na merong gumagamit ng mga intelligence and confidential funds na pwedeng magtanong at any given time. They can ask the agency concerned na merong mandato para magbigay ng assistance o ng information kung paano nililiquidate ito. So I don't see anything irregular with the meeting. Pero kung ini-impluwensya, halimbawa, nung meeting na yon na instead of AOM, i-dismiss na lang or something, that's a big question mark. Wala namang ganung nangyari.
Alright, thanks. Rosalie, si Gab.
Sir, dalawang follow-up dun sa tanong ni Ate Rose. Una yung sa comments ni Attorney Lorna Capunan. Could you take it as parang dahil counsel sila for the prosecution, they are still under the control of the prosecution team, so any decision would come from the public prosecutors? Ganun po ba yan?
Yes, that's how this works po naman po, no? Being members of the panel of the prosecutors, the public prosecutors have supervision control. But that's not to say that even within the panel, we have different opinions po on how we will approach our witness. Up to the point nga po na even up to the day before the presentation of the witness, we might actually change our mind as a group. So, yeah, I don't think it has any bearing naman po whether one is private or one is public because we talk about it as a team. So, yun po.
Sir, regarding din dun sa tanong ni Ate Rose sa yung yung meeting, ito po bang meeting na to, does it expose yung concerns earlier ng some members of the prosecution panel na yung ibang abogado ni VP Sara involved dun sa mga issues na dinidiscuss?
Doon sa usapin, doon sa konteksto ng meeting, no, sa aking palagay, wala namang ang involvement lang naman nila doon ay nagtanong sila kung paano, no, and there's nothing perhaps irregular about that, no, because they can inquire naman talaga, no. Yun nga, pero pagka ang usapin ay tungkol sa halimbawa, ipinilit na imbis na AOM ang inyong i-issue, ay dapat ang inyong i-issue ay dismissal or whatever it is, no, under the rules, siguro ibang usapan yon. But nothing similar to that happened in that meeting.
Pero sir, kasi yung request ng sabi ni Auditor Wamil, ang sabi niya, ang request raw was an audit query, which he said was not included among the, kumbaga wala siya sa menu of options, o hindi siya notice of disallowance, hindi siya AOM. Hindi ba irregular na kagad yun, sir? Kasi they were asking for something that was not inside what the joint circular provides.
Yes, mukhang kung ganon, it is outside of the provisions of the joint circular, baka merong question mark, no? But again, no, sabi ko nga, baka napapag-usapan lang. There was no perhaps action or maybe a request to really change the findings of the audit findings of Mr. Wamil. No, absent that, we cannot conclude nor even perhaps even say na merong anomaly or irregular na nangyari.
Sir, yung testimony ni Attorney Wamil, towards the end, hindi ko sure kung tama, kung verbatim yung pagkakaalala ko, pero may sinabi siya, something to the effect that there is a presumption that the funds were missing and have been used for other purposes. Does that strengthen not only yung sa confidential fund issue but also the unexplained wealth accusations?
I do believe that as per the witness's testimony, what your recollection is correct, but as to how that would be taken as a whole together with the other pieces of evidence, we have to, submit po to it's the impeachment court that will properly characterize how to take it all together. I'm sorry, but it goes with a lot of the questions today. I understand there's a lot of questions about the technicalities, and I can only answer insofar as they were testified to. But what I can say po siguro is you are asking the right questions. Yun na po.
Yeah, correct. And the right answers will come soon.
Kong Eden Santos po from Net25. Yun po bang paggamit ng aliases confidential funds is irregular, illegal? Kasi di ba yun ang pinaka mga punto po, Mary Grace Piatos, Andy Lim, Patty Ting.
Base sa dokumentong kanilang isinumite doon sa COA, the auditors found something irregular and perhaps even illegal base sa kanyang audit findings, no? So ito ay sang-ayon doon sa rules o hindi kaya doon sa provision ng joint circular na kung saan yun ang dapat sinusunod ng mga ahensyang gumagamit ng confidential funds sa pag-liquidate nila o paggastos nila ng pondong iyan.
So kailangan po yung totoong pangalan ng tao na tumanggap ng reward, binayaran dun sa information?
No, hindi, not necessarily. They can use other names, no? Pero may kaakibat na report yan. Diba? Halimbawa, ginamit si Mickey Mouse, no? Dahil si Mickey Mouse ay merong impormasyon tungkol sa mga terorista na nakatira, kunyari, dito sa isang lugar, no? At kailangan kumuha ng mga impormasyon tungkol sa organisasyon ng mga terorista dyan sa lugar na yan. Then, pwede siyang gumamit ng ibang pangalan dahil siya naman ang malalagay sa alanganin pag naibunyag yung kanyang totoong circumstances, lalo na yung kanyang pangalan, di ba?
So dun po sa paggamit ng aliases per se, wala pong irregular and illegal?
Well, ang gumagamit kasi niyan, mga military, mga PNP, no, all law enforcement agents, ginagamit naman talaga yan, no, to secure an intelligence report that can be used, no, for one, to protect the national interest and the security of the country, and of course for peace and order purposes. Importante yun eh. Kaya minsan nalalagay sa alanganin ang buhay ng ibang agent because pag na-expose sila.
Sabi po, halatang sinisingle out daw si VP Sara dito sa usapin ng confidential funds ng OVP at ng DepEd. Yung pong pagbulatlat ng kanyang CF sa nasabing mga ahensya ay
hindi
pwedeng maging president para doon sa iba pang mga government agencies. Ang hamon po kasi ni Attorney Kapunan, pwedeng mag-file ng kaso o reklamo against dun sa mga iba pang government agencies na mayroong confidential funds like the Office of the President na sinasabing billions of pesos yung kanyang confi funds.
Well, ang malinaw dito, dapat kung sino man yung gumagamit o gumagasta ng confidential funds, dapat sumunod sa mga panuntunan, no? Ito ay malinaw na nakasaad dyan sa joint circular. And because of that, hindi dapat magkamali, no? Dito naman sa usapin na sinisingle out, hindi ho totoo yan. Bakit? Lahat naman po yung inilabas sa audit report o dun sa findings ng COA, submission po yan ng Office of the Vice President at submission ng mga tao ng ating pangalawang Pangulo. So bakit sinasabing single out, no? Dahil lahat po 'yan, mga ebidensyang 'yan nanggaling ho sa kanila, no? So kaya nga sa aming pananaw maraming ingay napapaloob dito sa usaping ito, but what is important ay yung ebidensya. Diba? Kahit saan nila tingnan, kahit anumang ingay marinig natin sa labas, politika man o hindi politika, what is important kung ano yung sinasabi ng ebidensya, dahil yan ang mahalaga para sa paglilitis na ito.
Last question ko na lang po. So yung hamon po ni Atty. Capuna na mag-file ng kaso o reklamo against dun sa iba pang mga government agencies with CF, especially yung Office of the President, do you agree with her?
Well, kapag merong nakitang paglabag, no, dapat, no, kasi nga sinasabi nga na lahat naman kung merong pagkakamali, merong paglabag sa ating batas, paglabag sa ating joint circular, dapat ireklamo. 'Di ba? Kung meron kayong nalalaman, ireklamo natin 'yon dahil ito ay pera ng taong bayan. Bawat piso rito dapat all accounted for. Let's not allow officials of this government to waste the public funds nang galing sa ating buwis, no? So yan ang aking paniwala. Kaya ang on trial dito ay hindi naman yung ibang ahensya. Ang on trial dito ay ang ating pangalawang Pangulo at ang kanilang mga isinumite na mga dokumento to justify yung kanilang paggamit ng pondo according to a government institution, yung COA, may kakulangan, insufficient, at meron silang findings na this could be irregular, perhaps improper, or illegal. So yun ang kanilang sinabi dun sa kanilang report. And I think si Congressman Gutierrez has a...
I'm sorry again, I asked the earlier questions. I just wanted to say, Chairman, that we can only speak as to what was testified kanina. No? Just to go back, no? We can't really speak as to what was not testified to, so we have to take the testimony on its face as it is. Now, going on to this current question, I think all that I can add is that the COA is an independent body, and they're specifically empowered to do precisely that, to audit. So actually, I don't think it would even be necessary for anyone to file a complaint. The question is there a complaint from the COA on these other agencies? I think that's where we start from, and then you go from there.
Kasi nga, no, kung titingnan nating mabuti, maraming mga issues kagaya nung fertilizer scam, ano pa ba yung mga scam na yun? Ito, maituturing natin na isang malaking confidential fund scam, no? In fact, lumabas nga ito kanina sa pagtatanong ni Attorney Capunan that this can be likened to a scam, no? Para nga sa marami na naiintindihan natin na itong paggamit ng confidential fund na ito dapat iginastos ito sa tama. At ito ay mahigit kalahating bilyong piso. Hindi naman natin sinasabi lahat yan ay merong malaking question mark, pero base sa findings ng ating COA na kung saan ang mandato ay i-audit yung mga pondong lumalabas sa gobyerno, siguro dapat paniwalaan natin to. Ito ay proseso, ito ay sang-ayon sa mga batas at sang-ayon sa joint circular.
Okay, dahil malapit na pong mag-resume uli yung trial, we have one last question from Lenesca.
Sir, what does it say lang about the OVP under the Vice President's leadership? Kasi 3 consecutive quarters na walang documentary evidence yung mga sinasubmit nilang liquidation reports on confidential funds. How do you characterize this? Is this irresponsibility, corruption? How do you describe it?
No, I don't.
As testified by the witness.
Ako, personally, I don't want to speculate nor even conclude something. Kasi umpisa pa lang, no? Nakikita pa lang natin na binubuo pa lang itong puzzle na ito. Kapag ka nabuo na, perhaps that's the only time I personally can conclude, no? And maybe share my opinion on the issue. Sa ngayon, kasi binubuo pa lang natin, gaya nga ng lagi kong nasasabi, nasa first, second quarter pa lang tayo. At dahil dyan, marami pang pwedeng mangyari. Di ba? Sabi nga ng mga basketballista, bilog ang bola. Di ba? So hindi natin masasabi.
Thank you po.
Alright, on that note, pasalamat tayo sa ating mga panelists ngayon, kay Kong Roch at kay Kong Ace, sa inyong mga kaibigan sa media, sa ating mga kababayan na tumututok sa ating panayam, at sama-sama po nating subaybayan ang pagpapatuloy ng impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Salamat sa inyo. Thank you.
Thank you very much po.
Lunchtime.
Kindly respond through the mic.
Okay po, Your Honor.
We shall now proceed with the cross-examination of the counsel for respondent. Attorney Powa, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Wamil, good afternoon po, sir.
Good afternoon po, sir.
Sa pagkaalala ko po, nabanggit niyo po that you were formerly with ICFAO as a state auditor. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
And you are a certified public accountant. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
You're also a lawyer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You passed the bar in 2022?
2023 po.
2023. Okay, I stand corrected. And Mr. Wamil, you also testified yesterday during your direct examination that you were part of the team that audited the OVP and DepEd confidential funds. Is that correct?
Hindi po team kasi ako lang po yung nag-evaluate ng documents.
Ikaw mismo basically nag-evaluate ng documents. Tama po ba?
Yes po, sir.
Okay, just so maintindihan lang namin how ICFAO conducts its audit. Yung mga auditors po ba, do they go to the field and observe itong mga confidential operations in person or?
Since what we do po is compliance audit, we base our audit on the documents being submitted to the ICFAO.
Okay. And do you get special training as auditors pagdating sa how confidential or intelligence operations are conducted?
We base po our observations on the provisions naman po ng Joint Circular 2015-01.
Okay. So, basically what you're saying is you base your audit on the documents submitted to you, not just by DepEd or OVP, but by any other government agency. Ganyan sa ICFAO.
Based on the documents if they are compliant with the requirements of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Correct. Thank you. So, pagdating po dun sa mga dokumento na natatanggap nyo from OVP and DepEd, binabasa nyo po to isa-isa, no? Lahat ng attachments?
Hindi po ako yung nag-receive noon. Meron po kaming receiving staff po.
Pero kayo po, in your evaluation, do you go through the documents one by one?
Yes po. I evaluate po if they are compliant with the requirements of the Joint Circular.
Okay. Now, when you evaluated these documents, nakita niyo po ba doon kung sino ang nag-approve ng grant ng confidential funds for OVP for the fourth quarter of 2022?
Nakita ko po dun sa disbursement voucher po na si Asek Limuel G. Ortonio po.
No, I mean the grant. Kasi wala po sa GAA yung OVP confidential funds for 2022 eh. So nakita niyo po ba kung sino ang nag-approve ng grant para sa fourth quarter 2022 confidential funds?
Based on the documents submitted, si Office of the President po yung nag-approve.
That's correct. Opo, Office of the President. Pagdating naman po sa OVP 2023 confidential funds, yun po ay nasa General Appropriations Act. Do you confirm that?
Yes po.
And pagdating naman po sa DepEd 2023 confidential funds, nasa General Appropriations Act din po. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
And as a lawyer, you would know that the GAA is enacted by Congress. Tama po ba?
That's correct.
Now, yesterday, naalala ko po, natanong kayo doon sa time nyo sa ICFAO kung ilang Vice President ang na-audit nyo pagdating sa confidential funds. Alala niyo po yon?
Yes po, sir.
At ang sagot niyo po ay isa lang, si Vice President Sara Duterte, the respondent in this case. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
Tapos
Since I assumed in ICFAO in 2014.
Since you assumed in September 2014?
Yes po, sir.
Tama po. And you were asked, bakit si Vice President lang? Naalala niyo yung tanong na yun?
Yes po.
At ang sagot niyo po, kasi since you assumed siya lang po ang Vice President na nagkaroon ng appropriations for confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Yes po. Since September 2014 po na nag-assume ako.
Apo. Now, I'm showing you a document. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Counsel may approach.
I am showing you a document
Assisting
entitled
counsel from the prosecutors may also
Oh, yes.
approach should they so desire.
I am showing you a document, and this document is from the Department of Budget and Management, entitled Special Allotment Release Order, dated. Medyo malabo lang po yung document, no? December 22, 2014. Nakita niyo po yan? At ang purpose po is to cover confidential activities for fiscal year 2014. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And nung December 22, 2014, nasa ICFAO na po kayo. Tama po ba?
Anong period po yan, sir?
We have a clear here po. Date of issue, December 22, 2014.
Yes po, nasa ICFAO na po.
Tama po ba? At hindi po si Vice President Sara Duterte ang Vice President ng mga panahon na yun. Tama po ba?
Yes po. Pero na-liquidate po ba yan? That's the question.
That's the question to ICFAO actually because yun po yung, ang pinapakita ko lang sa inyo is nagkaroon po ng confidential funds. Ang Office of the Vice President noong 2014 issued December 22, 2014.
Based on that document po,
Meron. You confirm. But that's okay, no? Because maybe you were just not aware yesterday when you were asked the question. I just wanted to put that on record because marami na rin pong lumalabas sa social media
na si Vice President Sara Duterte lang ang Vice President na nagkaroon ng confidential funds. But you confirm that, sir. Your Honors, just a manifestation, this has not been pre-marked. We just came upon this document yesterday after the statements were made. So upon the agreement made during pre-trial, we request that this be marked as exhibit for the defense D-167-DE. -OVP.
Let it be so marked.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Provisional only, Your Honor.
Yes, of course, subject to the objections of the prosecution when the time is
Of course,
appropriate.
at the proper time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we will provide the prosecution with a copy as well.
Kindly do that after, perhaps later on, after the trial, or now too, so that it can be made a subject matter of redirect. Should the counsel for the panel of prosecutors,
Medyo malabo.
sorry, sir.
I can give you
Photocopy.
just a photo. We would like to manifest that this is just a printout, Your Honor, and a photocopy that we retrieved from the Office of the Vice President.
Noted.
Okay. Ito, bibigyan ba natin to? Okay, hindi na. Okay. Anyway, Mr. Witness, nung pinag-aaralan ko yung nature ng confidential funds, may mga issuances akong nakita aside from yung JC 2015-01 na parating yung nami-mention kahapon and today. And that is COA Circular 92-985. Yun po ba ay familiar sa inyo?
Can you repeat?
I can give you a copy. Your Honor, I am giving the witness a copy of a document entitled Commission on Audit Circular Number 92-385 dated October 21, 1992. For the reference of the court, this was marked as Exhibit D-1-155. Naalala po ba ninyo yung document na yan or familiar po ba kayo sa document na yan? Witness is perusing the document, Your Honors.
Noted.
If assisting counsel would like to also from the prosecution.
Witness will please answer. Are you familiar with that document?
I am not familiar po with that document.
Okay. That's okay. Meron lang po ditong whereas clauses. I won't ask you about the entire document anyway. Meron lang po ditong whereas clauses on the first page. Can you see that, Mr. Witness? Whereas clauses. I would just want you to read the fourth whereas clause. Ito pa. Ma'am, you want to come here so you'd have a better view? Just the fourth whereas clause. Can you please read that out loud for the record?
Attorney Kapunan, it's also flashed on the screen.
Whereas these intelligence and confidential activities by their very nature are highly sensitive and confidential operations or missions, the details of which cannot be divulged without posing a threat to national security or to the success of the mission.
Can you please read the next whereas as well? Thank you.
Whereas, as now being required, the submission of receipts, bills, or commercial invoices in support of disbursements from this fund or rental or of safe houses, purchase of meals or supplies, and other expenses may create a leak of information that may threaten the confidentiality of the intelligence operations, endanger the lives and the safety of the agents and employees of the government agencies, and result to a failure of the mission.
And just the next two whereas clauses na lang po para hindi na po tayo humaba.
Whereas in many instances, it is impractical and sometimes impossible to obtain such receipts, bills, or commercial invoices during intelligence operations. Whereas by its very nature, the use of confidential and/or intelligence and/or confidential funds requires an approach allowing more flexibility in intelligence operations.
Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Manifestation, Your Honor. First of all, this exhibit presented by counsel for the respondent is dated October 1, 1992, Your Honor. Whereas the joint circular cited as basis by this witness, Your Honor, is dated 2015, Your Honor. There is no indication here there is an indication here, Your Honor, that all issuances
Joint circular. Repealing
inconsistent
clause.
herewith are hereby amended or revoked accordingly. Similar provision, Your Honor, by way of manifestation.
The joint circular.
Can I see? Is likewise Your Honor, mentioned in the Joint Circular 2015. Observation for the record that 2015 supersedes this circular cited by Counsel for Respondent, which is dated 1992, Your Honor. For the record.
Noted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Proceed.
But again, we'd like just a counter manifestation that the repealing clause under JC 2015-01 states, and I quote, all circulars, memoranda, rules, regulations, and other issuance inconsistent herewith are deemed repealed and superseded accordingly.
So the repealing clause in 2015-1 did not specify COA Circular 92-8985.
Precisely our point, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please counter manifestation.
Of course, Counsel.
Counsel read the literal meaning, Your Honor, but the substantive meaning is all circulars are deemed repealed and superseded accordingly. His interpretation, my interpretation, but no interpretation needed, Your Honor. 9.0 is expressed. All are repealed and superseded accordingly.
Manifestation is duly noted.
Thank Your
Counsel may
Honor.
proceed.
Your Honor, the documents would speak for themselves,
Exactly.
and we will leave this to the Honorable Court as to not prolong the debate on this matter.
Just again, just my last manifestation on this. The difference between Joint Circular 2015, Your Honor, it has been identified, authenticated, and testified to by this witness. This circular that they are citing, Your Honor, 1992, has not been identified. We don't know its due existence. We don't know the circumstances surrounding this document. And therefore, they're covered by the original document rule. Produce the original, since you don't have a witness who has testified as to its existence, due execution, and least of all, its contents, Your Honor. And we are stating that this should be clearly in the records of this proceeding, Your Honor.
Noted without prejudice to respondent presenting during their evidence in chief the original copy of the document and someone testifying thereto.
We submit, Your Honor.
Please proceed, Counsel.
Now, dun base po sa binasa nyo, Mr. Witness, nakikita natin na magkaiba ang auditing standards or guidelines pagdating sa confidential or intelligence funds kung ikukumpara sa regular funds. Tama po yun.
Well, based on the Joint Circular 2015-01, magkaiba po yung treatment between confidential fund and intelligence fund.
Opo. At base rin po doon, sa binasa nyo, ang kadalasan nangyayari pag resibo o invoices ay maaring maging impractical kung yun ang i-require. Tama po ba?
Under the Joint Circular po kasi, the auditors may require the...
Your Honor, that's not responsive. I was just asking him to confirm what he read.
Kindly answer the question, witness.
Just on the circular that you read, Circular 92-3.
Can you repeat the question po, sir?
Ayon po doon, yung regular requirement na paghihingi ng mga resibo, acknowledgement receipts, may be impractical pagdating po sa confidential operations.
Can we ask Counsel, Your Honor, to show that particular
Yes, Your
provision that he is citing in respect of the circular?
Kindly do so, Counsel.
Tama po ba?
Ang sabi po dito ay during intelligence operations.
Yes, tama po ba?
As stated po dito, during intelligence operations.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I'll accept that answer, Your Honor. Now, punta naman po tayo doon sa nature ng confidential operations. No? You would agree with me na pagdating po sa confidential operations, delikado po pag nagkakaroon ng leak of information. Tama po ba?
Can you repeat your question?
Delikado po kung magkaroon ng leak ng mga information na nakukuha patay sa isang confidential operation. Tama
Given the
po ba?
classified nature of...
Misleading, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for his opinion.
The witness would have been able to answer. Witness may answer.
Given the classified nature
Yes.
of the confidential fund.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Witness. In fact, you being a lawyer, you know that there are laws prohibiting the unauthorized disclosure of confidential information, correct?
Can you repeat po?
You being a lawyer, sir, you are aware that there are laws prohibiting the unauthorized disclosure of confidential information, correct?
Can you state what specific laws po yung...
Revised Penal Code under Article 229, for example, on the revelation of secrets.
Yes po.
Yes, Republic Act 3019, Section 3, Paragraph K, on unauthorized divulging of confidential information, correct?
Yes po.
And you being a public officer under 6713, alam niyo rin po na hindi po pwedeng basta-basta mag-disclose without the authority ng mga confidential information. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
Okay, so batay po dito, pinapahalagan po talaga ang confidentiality pagdating sa mga classified information na ito. Tama po ba? You would agree with me?
Yes po.
Yes. Now let's go to the joint circular that we have been mentioning since yesterday. No, ito pong joint circular number 2015-01. And I'm referring to the circular with which we have pre-marked as D-1-136 for the defense, Your Honors. And I think we will be flashing that on the screen as well. Ito naman po yung pag-usapan natin. I just wanted you, Mr. Witness, to give us the definition of confidential funds. Diyan po sa circular na yan, under, I think it's page 2, item 3.7. Can you please read it for the record?
Under 3.7, confidential fund refers to the lump sum amount provided as such in the GAA for NGAs, in appropriation ordinances for LGUs, and in the COBs for GOCCs for their confidential expenses.
Salamat po, Mr. Witness. At pagdating po, nabasa niyo po yung word na lump sum. Ibig po sabihin nito, buong halaga, buong amount, as opposed to having line items for expense. Tama po ba? Lump sum.
Yes
Lump
po.
sum. Opo. At based on your experience, pag ang pinag-uusapan po natin ay confidential funds, pagdating po sa pag-disburse nito, cash po ba ito? In the form of cash?
What expense are you pertaining?
Confidential funds in general. Cash po ba ito?
Wala pong specific provision kung anong type po ng yung ibabayad.
Okay. But item 6 provides for the guidelines on cash advances, correct?
Based on this document po, yes po.
Yes po. And I refer you now to item 6.1.2. Diyan po, sinasabi po ng provision na yan na ang maaari lang mag-avail ng cash advance pagdating sa confidential funds ay ang isang designated bonded special disbursing officer or SDO, or kung wala mang ganong designated SDO ay ang head of agency, correct?
Yes po.
At kanina po, sabi nyo, binasa nyo bawat pahina noong mga sinabite sa inyo ng DepEd at OVP for their liquidation reports. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
At you would be aware na ang STO po para po sa OVP ay si Ms. Gina Acosta. Tama po ba?
Based on the documents submitted, yes po.
Yes, thank you. At pagdating naman po sa DepEd, Mr. Witness, ang SDO po ay si Mr. Edward Fajarda. Tama po ba?
Based on the documents submitted po, yes po.
Yes. So based on that, tama rin po ba na sila ang maging payees ng mga cheque na inilabas ng DepEd para sa cash advance?
Yes po.
Tama po. At sila, tama rin po na silang nag-encash ng mga cheque dahil silang payee. Tama
Yes
po?
Yes po.
Yes. So they complied with 6.1.2, correct?
What do you mean complied po?
Complied with the requirements of 6.1.2 na ang SDO po ang kumuha ng cash advance at siya po nag-encash ng cheque.
Your Honor, please misleading. That's not the only requirement in 6.1.1. 6.1.2, Your Honor. There are other requirements here. Can counsel be specific?
I'm just asking,
Because
Your Honor.
this is a blanket he is saying, and so therefore, there is compliance here.
I'm
in
asking-
particular.
Thank you. I appreciate po
What
the...
does counsel for respondents say?
I appreciate naman po the objection of the good counsel. So I will be more specific. Tama po, nag-comply po na ang SDO ang payee sa cheque at ang SDO po ang nag-encash. Yun lang po. Just on that part.
Based on the documents, si SDO yung payee ng cheque and yung nag-encash nung
Okay. Thank you po. Now, I'll refer you to item 6.1.5 of the joint circular. Can you please read just the first sentence of that provision?
Cash advances shall be limited to the requirements for 3 months.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. So, tama po bang pagkakaintindi ko na para sa cash advance at any one time, ang maximum na pwede mo lang ma-cash advance ay yung requirements mo para sa 3 buwan ng confidential operations. Tama
Based
po ba?
on this provision po, yes.
Tama po. At 3 buwan po is equivalent to 1/4 of a year. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
Okay. Now, base po dyan sa provision na yan, nakasulat na ang maximum amount ay para sa 3 buwan. Pero meron po bang provision dyan na nagbabawal na gamitin ito in perhaps 60 days?
Wala po.
Meron po bang nagbabawal na gamitin ito in 11 days?
Wala din po. Kaya hindi po namin sinama sa findings namin yung 11 days na disbursement. It's just a statement of fact po on the AOM.
Thank you for confirming that, Mr. Witness. Familiar po kayo bilang isang CPA sa accrual method of accounting?
Yes po.
Can you just, in simple terms, because I'm not even a CPA, just give us a glimpse kung ano ibig sabihin. Ano ba ang accrual method of accounting?
Kapag sinabing accrual method of accounting, yung expenses ay nire-record upon incurrence, not upon payment.
Opo. Okay. So, dito po ba, pwede po ba yung parang I'm just a simple-minded person? Parang buy now, pay later? Ganun?
Wala po yan sa joint circular, so I am not authorized to
It's okay.
answer that question.
I will leave it at that. Punta na lang po tayo sa liquidation. Sa liquidation po, under the joint circular, that's under 6.2.2, correct? Under 6.2.2, if I may just refer you to that provision, dapat po maliquidate magsumite ng liquidation report ang isang agency na may confidential or intelligence funds within 30 days after the close of a quarter. Tama po ba?
Tatlo po yung nakalagay dito, hindi lang po at the 30 days after every quarter.
Sige po, please enumerate for us.
Under 6.2.2 of the joint circular, all cash advances for CF and IF shall be liquidated within 30 days after every quarter or from the approved target date of completion of the project or activity or after the cash advance have been fully utilized, whichever comes first in accordance with the procedures as stated po.
Okay, thank you po. Ngayon po, papakita ko po sa inyo yung liquidation report na isinumite ng OVP for their 4th quarter confidential funds 2022. Maybe this time we could just ask our assisting counsel, Your Honor, to hand the document.
Assisting counsel for the other side may also approach.
Maaari niyo po bang matukoy kung anong date po na-receive ng COA ICFAO itong liquidation report ng OVP?
Based on the transmittal letter po, January 17, 2023.
January
Maybe
17.
Your Honor, for our understanding, what exhibit number?
Sorry.
Counsel
Thank you for
referring
reminding me, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
This is Exhibit D-1-4-OVP.
This is the prosecution's P-1-11-A. No, I'm sorry.
One?
I'm sorry, what is it?
Sorry, D-1-1. Sorry, Your Honor.
-1.
I was just corrected.
Council,
Your
may
Honor,
proceed.
for the record, this is not a common exhibit, Your Honor.
Duly noted.
Now, base po sa date na nabasa nyo, compliant po ba na within the 30-day period ay nakapag-submit sila? Yung act lang po ng pag-submission, na pag-submit rather, ng liquidation report.
Based on this document po, yes po.
Yes po. And kung mapapansin nyo po, doon po sa transmittal, meron pong isang checklist. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
And I will refer you now to item 6.2.2.3 of the Joint Circular. Ayon po sa 6.2.3 ng nasabing Joint Circular 2015-01, ang gagawin po ng receiving officer ng COA-ICFAO ay titingnan po yung checklist, tapos susuriin po yung mga dokumentong isinumite ng ahensya, yung mga attachments, kung pasok siya doon sa checklist of supporting documents na kinakailangan. Tama po ba?
Can you repeat your question po?
Ayon po sa 6.2.2.3, ang receiving officer ng COA-ICFAO ay titingnan yung checklist and then titingnan din, susuriin yung mga naka-attach na dokumento kung compliant siya dun sa checklist. Tama po ba?
Yes po, based on the Joint Circular.
Based on that same provision, kung yun po ay kompleto, tatanggapin po ng COA-ICFAO. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
At pag hindi po kompleto o meaning kulang po yung mga attached documents, yun po ay dapat ibalik ng COA-ICFAO sa ahensya at hindi muna tatanggapin. Tama po ba?
Yes po. Based on this provision po.
Opo. And in this case, because of the receiving stamp, would you say na tinanggap po ng ICFAO ang submission ng OVP?
As stamp po nung ICFAO, yes po.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Now, basing on this document na natanggap ng COA-ICFAO on January 17, 2023, ang kanilang liquidation report, meaning the OVP for the fourth quarter 2022 confidential funds. It took more or less 8 months for COA to issue its official finding. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
I am showing you a copy of the AOMs that you issued and that were also presented yesterday.
May we know the exhibit number, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. I will get to that. Ready mo na yung mga next documents.
Are you showing the one for the OVP or the DepEd?
OVP, Your Honor.
OVP, that would be...
This is D-1-103-OVP, Your Honor, for the first AOM issued on September 14, 2023.
That's the counterpart of P-1-12-A.
And isunod ko na po yung pangalawang AOM na na-issue on October 3, 2023. This is D-1-104-OVP for the defense.
Which is P-1-12-B for the prosecution.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, napansin ko na yung date is September 14, nung 2023, ng una niyong AOM. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
And that was actually just a few days after the budget hearing of COA held August 24, 2023, kung saan may mga legislators that, asked COA to look into the OVP confidential funds. Are you aware of that? Just if you're aware.
I am not aware of that.
That's okay. Now, I'll just move on to the AOMs themselves. No? Now, kahapon, nasasabi niyo po na nagkakaproblema tayo sa, may nakita kayong finding doon sa physical and financial plan. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Ng OVP. At yan po ay nakasaad din sa inyong findings dyan.
Yes, sir.
Tama po ba?
Opo.
You referred to, if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong, item 4.2 of the Joint Circular.
Yes, sir.
Tama po?
Yes, sir.
Maaari niyo po bang, andyan pa po ba yung Joint Circular? Yes. Maaari niyo po bang basahin yung 4.2 ng Joint Circular para lang po sa kalaman nating lahat?
Under 4.2 of the joint circular, all allocations of CF and or IF shall be supported with fiscal and financial plan indicating the proposed amount allocated for each program, project, and activity where disbursements pertaining to the CE and IE shall be based.
Tama po. Thank you po, Mr. Witness. Dito po, sa kanilang fiscal and financial plan, the program stated is actually the Good Government Program. Tama po ba? Yung binabasa ko lang.
Based on the document, yes.
Based on the document. At ang expected outcome ay safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building. Based on the document.
Based on the document, yes.
At ang physical target will be number of areas with surveillance and confidential activities conducted or monitored. Tama po ba?
Yes.
As well as the number of activities. Tama po ba? At ayon po dun sa binasa nyo, wala naman pong guidelines on how specific it would be. Correct?
Well, nakalagay po kasi dito, dapat i-indicate yung each program, activity, and project na pagbabasihan ng disbursement ng CF.
Apo. I won't argue with you. So basically, yung finding niyo po is based on your assessment as an auditor.
Well, since it is a plan, dapat po naka-indicate talaga dito kung paano nila gagastusin yung kanilang confidential fund.
That's okay. Yes, I'll accept that answer. Now, nabanggit niyo rin po na hindi po nag-submit ng DEPs or document evidencing payment. Tama po?
Yes, sir.
At yun po ay inilagay nyo sa inyong AOM. Tama
Yes.
po?
Yes, sir.
At nabanggit nyo rin po na sumagot ang OVP dito sa AOM na to. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Tama po. At pagdating po doon sa sunod na step, which is the notice of suspension, tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me
Section.
na hindi na po na-carry over yung issue doon sa fiscal and financial plan?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, ibig sabihin, tinanggap niyo po yung explanation.
Well, ang purpose po kasi namin kung bakit namin ni-require yung specific confidential activities dun sa PFP is para makita kung paano gagastusin noong OBP yung kanilang confidential fund. Pero since nilagay naman na po nila doon sa kanilang revised accomplishment report yung specific confidential activities and even submitted the documentary evidence of payment. So, hindi na po namin hinanap ulit yung fiscal and financial plan.
Okay. Salamat po. Thank you for that answer. Ngayon po, kasi kanina, kahapon, actually, not kanina, sinasabi niyo walang sinubmit. Ang ibig nyo lang pong sabihin sa walang sinubmit is at the time na bago kayo mag-issue ng AOM. Tama po ba?
Walang sinubmit po na ano?
Walang sinubmit na DEPs, for example.
Yes po, kasi sinubmit po nila yung DEPs after we issued both AOMs po.
Opo, thank you po. Ngayon, punta naman po tayo doon sa notice of suspension. Nandun pa po kayo di ba, ng notice of suspension?
Yes, sir.
And you suspended in audit the amount of 125 million. We are showing him a copy of the notice of suspension, Your Honor. This is Exhibit D-1-107-OVP for the reference of the Honorable Court.
NP-1-13-A on the part of the prosecution.
Okay. So, dito po, as you mentioned earlier, you were satisfied with already the submission of the accomplishment report ng OVP. That's why nawala na po yung issue sa physical and financial.
Hindi po ako satisfied dahil compliant yung accomplishment report nila, kundi dahil nilagay lang nila yung specific confidential activities na pinagamitan nung kanilang pondo.
Opo. So, nawala na po yung sa PFP na finding sa AOM.
Based on the yes po.
Based on the NS. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ngayon, pagdating dito sa notice of suspension, I just wanted to focus on doon sa documentary evidencing success pagdating sa rewards.
Yes, sir.
Nabanggit nyo po, this is 4.8.5, paragraph B specifically of the joint circular, correct?
Yes, sir.
And yun din po yung nakasaad dito sa notice of suspension na reference, meaning the provision of the JC.
Yes, sir.
Specified. Yes. At nabanggit nyo rin po kahapon na wala pong guidelines specifically under 4.8.5 that shows how specific you should be in terms of the documents evidencing success. Tama
Wala
po
po
ba?
akong na-mention na walang specific guidelines po. Ang sabi ko lang, hindi sinabi kung anong specific document yung hinihingi.
May sinabi ko po kayong walang prescribed format, basically.
Your Honor, please misleading the witness, to my recollection, did not say that. He said that in accordance with 4.8.5, these are the requirements, A, B, and C. And the submissions of the Vice President and the DepEd are not compliant, Your Honor.
Can we
With
ask
the
for
indulgence
a
of
readback?
counsels for the parties, Mr. Wamil, base po sa guidelines, hindi tulad ng ibang mga format na sinasubmit na may pro forma na nasa annex nung 2015-1, wala pong pro forma na pag-liquidate sang-ayon sa na dokumento sang-ayon sa 4.8.5.
Yes, Your Honor, based on this provision po.
Yes.
May ibang provision bang nagre-require ng specific na paraan?
Wala na po, Your Honor. Ito lang
Wala.
po, 4.8.5.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Witness.
You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, pagdating po sa OVP, alam niyo po ba kung sumagot sila sa notice of suspension na ito within the prescribed period given under the notice of suspension?
Sa notice, wala na po ako sa ICFO nung
Wala na po
submit
kayo.
sila ng response.
Okay po. So I will no longer ask you about that. Probably for another witness na lang po. Punta na lang po tayo sa OVP confidential funds for 2023. You confirm, Mr. Witness, na ang OVP confidential funds for 2023 ay nakapag-issue rin kayo ng AOMs for the first, second, and third quarter. Tama po ba?
For the first and second lang po, kasi yung third quarter, nag-drop po ako and hindi ko na po naabutan yung issuance noon dahil nag-transfer out na po ako sa ICFO.
Okay. At hindi na rin po alam kung, just if you're aware, kung sumagot ang OVP doon sa mga AOMs ninyo. Hindi na rin po alam yan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sige. Diretso na lang po tayo sa DepEd para hindi na po tayo tumagal. Sa DepEd po, nakapag-issue rin po kayo ng AOMs. Tama? At least for the first and second quarter nung nandun pa po kayo.
Yes, sir.
Tama po.
Apo.
And kanina po, pinag-uusapan po natin yung mga disbursement vouchers ng DepEd. Kung saan natukoy nyo doon na hindi compliant dahil MOOE yung nakasulat sa disbursement vouchers. Tama po ba? Naalala nyo po yun?
Sinagot ko lang po yung tanong ni Attorney Lorna kanina.
At ang sagot nyo po, natatandaan nyo po ba yung sagot nyo? Ay MOOE siya at hindi confidential funds.
Yes po.
Now, Mr. Witness, I will show you a page of the General Appropriations Act. Can I have that copy? And for reference, Your Honors, this is Exhibit D-1-14-DE, Your Honors. And D-1-42-DE for the defense.
Counsel may approach the witness as well as counsel for the panel of prosecutors.
Ito lang man, titignan ko. So, dito po, sa page 376, volume 118, number 52, ng General Appropriations Act FY 2023, klarong-klaro po na ang confidential, intelligence, and extraordinary expenses is under maintenance and other operating expenses, which is the MOOE.
Pero if I may clarify lang po kasi,
Yes po.
yung MOOE kasi is very broad. So
Yes,
hindi lang confidential fund yung covered niya.
Apo, we will get to that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please.
DV. Saan nakasulat? Thank you. Kaya po dito, sa ating naging disbursement voucher,
Your Honor, with due respect to counsel.
yes, of
With
course.
permission of
Manifestation
Attorney
again in the
Powa, yes.
document. Again, this
Observations
document,
and manifestations, counsel?
Your Honor, this document violates the original document rule. First, it is a photocopy. It is not even a photocopy of anything that is certified, Your Honor. Although under the original document rule, you can dispense with the presentation of the original. If you present the original first and then substitute a copy, because a copy, a photocopy, is now considered likewise, if properly authenticated, as an original. This is a scrap of paper, Your Honor. We don't even know. General Appropriations Act. Of who? Of which administration? And consisting of how many pages, Your Honor? This particular document, Your Honor, should not even be testified to because we don't know its provenance. For all we know, we don't know where this document came from.
Your Honors, may I
We
comment?
object, therefore, to this document.
May we comment?
What is the comment of Attorney Poa?
Your Honors, the copy we are showing is actually a certified true copy of the Commission on Audit, certified by Davin E. Bakay. Your Honors.
Certified true copy of the part of the GA?
Yes, Your Honors.
Anyway, Counsel, we will be ruling on the admissibility of these documents when the formal offer is made after the presentation of evidence in chief by the respondents.
We submit, Your Honor, but as another observation, Your Honor, we are aware, I think Counsel is aware, that if you produce and you ask questions on a portion of a document, then you are compelled to produce the whole document, Your Honor. We want this on file. Produce the whole GA. For all we know, Your Honor, there may be provisions in that GAA which contradicts the provision he's saying. So he is compelled under the rules, Your Honor. In addition to the rules of admissibility, he is compelled to produce the whole GAA. And we want that on record, Your Honor.
Presiding officer has already ruled the manifestation and objection of the counsel is duly noted. Counsel may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And under the disbursement voucher, Exhibit D-1-58-DE, nakasulat po na MOOE, replenishment of cash advance under maintenance and other operating expenses authorized under page 376 of RA number 11936, which is precisely the page of the GAA.
Pero marami po kasing nakalagay na expense items under MOOE in this page po.
Okay, we will accept that answer, Mr. Witness. Now, Mr. Witness, pagdating po sa DepEd,
Confidential funds, as you mentioned, you issued the first two AOMs.
Yes, sir.
Tama po. I mean, AOM for the first and second quarter. Rather.
Yes, sir.
Pero hindi nyo na po natanggap yung response.
Hindi
Kasi
na-
wala na kayo sa ICFAO.
Yes, sir.
But would you know, just curious, would you know kung ano yung present status nitong mga AOMs na to?
Hindi po. I don't have personal knowledge about that.
Okay. So you wouldn't know of whether may credit notice o wala?
Yes, sir.
Oh, but since you're an auditor, ano po ang ibig sabihin ng credit notice para sa isang auditor?
Kapag sinabing credit notice, yung document submitted ay already passed in audit na po.
Opo, pass in audit, meaning allowed?
Yes po.
Allowed in
But subject to the reopening of the audit later
Opo.
on po.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Ngayon, Mr. Witness, since hanggang doon lang naman, no, yung naging saklaw talaga ng inyong service, I don't want to prolong this any longer. Gusto ko lang makita, based on your findings, AOM, di ba? Tapos yung notice of suspension para sa OVP and the AOMs for DepEd, these are preliminary findings, correct?
Yes po, kasi ni-require pa naman si agency na mag-justify yung findings and submit the documents being sought po dun sa...
Opo. At based po dito sa findings ninyo, wala namang pong expressly nakasulat na may misappropriation at this point.
Actually, yung presumption of misuse kasi nasa item 8.3 na kapag hindi nag-liquidate or failure of liquidation of the accountable officers upon due demand shall be a prima facie evidence that such fund has been put to personal benefit or misuse.
Yes. But I am just asking for the response na meron po bang expressly nakasulat sa mga findings ninyo?
Ask and answer, Your Honor. It is in
That is a
8.3.
presumption po. So hindi
Opo.
kailangan isabihin.
May expressly po ba na nakasulat na may ni isang kusing na napunta sa bulsa ng Vice Presidente?
Ask and answer, Your Honor. Wait, don't answer. Uy. That question, Your Honor, has been asked and answered.
Your Honor. Sustained counsel, I think where you're getting at, modify your question. You can get it.
Okay. So, basically po, ang findings nyo ay preliminary lamang. Wala pong any conclusive finding pa as to any misappropriation. Yun lang po ang tanong ko.
Ang sabi kasi sa circular, upon failure to liquidate,
No,
meron
I
ng
am
presumption.
Your Honor,
Ask and answered, Your Honor.
No,
You
the
already
witness
said.
if it's...
The witness is not responsive. Kindly respond. I think the question is quite simple,
Yun lang naman
Mr.
po.
Wamil.
Preliminary pa lang. So wala pang any conclusive finding as to any misappropriation. Yun na lang po. Para lang po masagot nyo na ng diretso.
Hindi naman po kasi kailangang i-state doon sa findings.
Again, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Let the presiding officer be the one to do it, or try to do it. Kapag ka nag-issue po kayo ng AOM, Audit Observation Memorandum, failure to liquidate na po ba yun? O may mga observation pa lang kayo? Kailan masasabing may failure to liquidate na? No? Pag may notice of disallowance na, notice of suspension, o AOM pa lang?
Nakalagay po kasi sa joint circular, Your Honor, under 8.3, failure to liquidate by the accountable officer upon due demand shall be a prima facie evidence.
Opo, again, Mr. Wamila, yung pag-issue niyo po ba ng AOM, pasok na sa failure to liquidate upon due demand o hindi pa po?
Hindi pa po sa AOM, Your Honor.
Kasi wala pong due demand sa AOM.
Yes po.
At may sasabi mo rin bang wala pang failure to liquidate? O meron na?
Pag sa AOM po wala, pero pag sa NS po, since meron ng first issuance which is considered as demand, so meron na po sa NS.
So AOM wala pa, pag meron ng demand at meron ng failure to liquidate.
Opo, since sa AOM po, nire-require na silang i-justify and i-submit yung mga documents na hindi nila na-submit.
Pero sa AOM, wala pa nga ganun.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, your witness.
Thank you. And lastly, gusto ko lang to ma-clarify. Of course, the witness was a state auditor of the ICFAO. So, recommendatory lang po ang function ninyo. Hindi po kayo nagde-decide pagdating sa, lalong-lalo na pagdating sa notice of disallowance. Tama po ba?
Yes po. It's the function of the commission proper.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wamil, Attorney Wamil. I thank you for your patience. That is all for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you,
unless there's anything
counsel for respondent. Redirect, if any, counsel for the panel of prosecutors.
Yes, Your Honor, with your permission.
Counsel may proceed with her redirect.
Mr. Witness, tinanong sa'yo ng counsel for the respondent kung meron kang special training para mag-audit ng confidential funds. Kailangan ba ng special training para mag-audit ng confidential funds?
No, ma'am.
Hindi.
Hindi po.
Okay. At ang basehan mo, sinabi mo, when you answered is, ang basehan mo ay itong joint circular.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, tinanong sa'yo ng counsel kung alam mo na ang Office of the President ang siyang nagbigay ng grant. Tama? At ang sagot mo? Oo.
Can you repeat the question po?
No, you answered on cross on the question of counsel for the respondent if you are aware that the grant was given to the Vice President by the President.
Yes po.
And you answered yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Pag binigay ba ng presidente, like in this instance, ang confidential funds, wala nang obligasyon mag-liquidate ang Vice President ng paggamit niya sa confidential funds na yan?
Meron po.
Meron
po
pa rin
siyang obligation to liquidate.
obligasyon. Pag-grant ba ng Office of the President, exempted na ang Vice President na mag-submit ng mga dokumento.
Your Honors,
Counsel for respondent.
that is leading.
Redirect, Your Honor. This counsel opened the
Not
door.
covered by cross even, Your Honor. Yung
Your Honor,
exemption.
counsel opened the door. counsel opened the door to this line of questioning because he said a grant was given by the president.
Objection is overruled. Witness may answer if he knows. Kung alam mo, Mr. Wamil, pakisagot po yung tanong ni Attorney Kapunan.
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Ang grant ba ng confidential funds ng isang presidente to a vice president, this president in particular, to the vice president, does it exempt the vice president for accounting for the use of that confidential funds under your joint circular?
No po.
Okay. So kailangan pa rin, sinasabi mo, na compliant, mag-comply.
Yes, opo, kailangan
Hindi
pa rin.
lang ang Office of the President. Kung binigyan rin ng grant ang Department Secretary of Education, kailangan rin.
Yes, ma'am.
Bakit? Ano ba ang nature ng pondo na yan? Pera ba yan ng Presidente?
Since ang confidential fund po ay public fund, so kailangan pong ma-properly account. So kailangan nilang i-liquidate properly and completely yung kanilang cash advances from the confidential fund.
So ang sinasabi mo, at nasa rationality ng joint circular, Section 1, public funds, public accountability, public officer. Tama?
Opo.
Okay, walang exemption. Hindi exempted si Sara Duterte para mag-account.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sinabi rin, counsel for the Vice President also said, the Vice President also said, tinanong ka tungkol sa ano ba yung accrual method of accounting. Pakiulit, ano yung accrual method?
So under the accrual method po, the expenses is recorded upon incurrence and not upon payment po.
Okay. Allowed ba itong accrual method of accounting sa pag-evaluate ng confidential funds?
No, ma'am, kasi kailangan po talagang binayaran yung expenses po.
Okay. So hindi pwedeng accrual, parang lista.
Opo, hindi po pwedeng lista.
Hindi pwedeng lista-lista. Kung binayaran, dapat cash out.
Yes, ma'am.
Tama? At
Opo.
kung cash out, dapat may resibo. Tama?
Yes, ma'am. Opo.
So, hindi pwede ang accrual. Mr. Witness, okay, tinanong rin sa'yo, itong utilization of confidential funds. Nakalagay, utilization of confidential funds. Tinanong sa iyo ng counsel, hindi ba dapat confidential rin? Do not divulge information on the use of confidential funds. Tama ba ang interpretation ng counsel for the respondent?
Hindi
Your
po.
Honor, that was not my interpretation. I was merely asking based on the COA circular that he read, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just that. Just on that matter.
Noted. Witness may answer.
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Ang tanong, okay, sabi ng counsel, confidential funds yan. Bawal ang mag-reveal ng confidential information, citing certain provision in the revised penal code, certain guidelines, which we haven't seen. Pag confidential funds ba, lahat ng information na hinihingi sa inyo, kagaya ng sang ginastos, yung milyon-milyon na yan sa medicine, oy, bawal yan, confidential yan. Pwede ba yan, Mr. Witness?
Hindi po. Since ang confidential fund po ay public fund, so dapat po ay properly accounted po ito. And since ang involved po ay confidential fund, so it must follow the strict accounting and auditing guidelines po to prevent misuse.
Confidential ba yung, bawal mo sabihin, sang grocery binili.
As an
Yung
answered, Your
pagkain
Honor.
na yan.
As an answered.
As an answered.
Food, Your Honor. And
As
all
an
the
answered,
items
Your
there. Lahat ng items na sinabi natin, food, medicine,
As an
transport.
answered, Your Honor. I asked for a ruling.
Your Honor, please, I only asked for the medicine. I know I'm itemizing because...
Asked and answered previously, counsel. Counsel for respondent is correct.
Okay.
Kindly move on to the next point.
Now, sinabi sa'yo na dapat, since this is accountable, strict, sinabi mo na ang pagka-interpret ng joint circular na yan,
nandito sa dapat strict, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Because public funds ito.
Opo.
Pag sinabi bang strict interpretation, and I will quote, strict accounting, the utilization of such funds is generally confidential and classified by nature, which requires not only strong internal controls. Tama?
Yes.
Nakita ba natin sa mga dokumento na sinubmit ng Presidente, ng Vice President at ng Secretary of DepEd, nakita ba natin yung mga internal controls?
Hindi po.
Bakit?
Kasi
Your
since may
Honor,
mga...
the witness is incompetent to answer because he only based his audit on the documents provided. He has no knowledge on the internal controls of the Department of Education or the Office of Vice President, Your Honor.
Your Honor, internal
If the witness
controls.
knows based on his observation of the documents submitted to him, only insofar as that is concerned, Mr. Wamel, you may answer.
Since based on the documents po, may mga deficiencies pa rin po na noted. So, it can be inferred na hindi strong yung kanilang internal control.
Okay. Ano mga deficiencies na na-notice mo?
Yung kanilang mga documents, some of the documents ay hindi compliant dun sa requirements ng Joint Circular 2015-01.
Acknowledgement receipts na walang
Acknowledgement
dates?
receipts, yes po, walang date. Yung iba naka-date ng 2023 even if the period covered ay 2022.
Liquidating documents para sa submitted 2023 para sa period 2022. May internal control ba yan?
Actually, yung nasubmit naman po nila on time yung kanilang liquidation report.
Mga acknowledgement receipts na walang signatures.
Yes, ma'am.
Internal control ba yun?
That should have been prevented by strong internal control po.
Nakalagay rin dito, in this section. Strict auditing rules to prevent mishandling and improper application of the funds. So, sinabi mo na dapat strict ang compliance. Ikaw pa, as a state auditor, meron ka bang discretion sa pag-apply ng rules na to?
Can you repeat the question po?
Okay. You said that the basis for your evaluation are the express provisions of these rules.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you exercise any discretion?
We exercise po professional judgments. Kailangan po namin i-evaluate if yung documents ay compliant dun sa requirements.
Okay. Professional judgment.
Yes, ma'am.
But is this judgment based on personal opinion?
Hindi po.
Is this judgment based on, ayoko yung mukha nitong officer na to? Bias. Is it based on
Hindi po.
bias?
Hindi po.
What is it based on? Your professional judgment is based on what?
Professional judgment is based on the experience and the applicable laws, rules, and regulations po.
Okay. Council also mentioned 3.9, which is confidential expenses.
I don't think I mentioned that, Your Honor.
Okay. Then I will mention it.
Not subject of the cross, Your Honor.
Are you referring to the JMC Council?
Your Honor, please, accounting, this council asked on how confidential expenses or funds are being accounted for. This is germane to the questions on cross.
No, my question, Council, is what 3.9 are you referring to? 3.9 of what?
3.9 of the joint circular, Your Honor.
Is there one?
It's a confidential expenses, which says it refers to those expenses pertaining related to surveillance activities, etc., Your Honor.
Your Honor.
On page 3.
Beyond the scope of the cross, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please. He opened the door. He says
what door did I
confidential
open,
funds. He says confidential funds do not disclose information.
Your Honor, please, we have to put a limit to at least, apply what is in the rules of court suppletorily, Your Honor.
Subject to the discretion of the court, the redirect and cover matters not covered by the cross. The same is true with your cross counsel later on.
We submit, Your Honor.
Counsel may proceed with her question. Witness may answer.
Okay. In confidential expenses 3.9, nakalagay dito, in your evaluation of confidential confidential or liquidation of confidential funds or confidential expenses, nakalagay dito, are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency, Mr. Witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, nasa mandato ba ng Office ng Vice President ang magkaroon ng confidential funds?
Calls for an opinion, Your Honor, that the witness is not qualified to answer.
It's competent, Your Honor. He knows what are allowed, what are not allowed.
Objection,
Witness is not an expert on the
objection
mandate.
sustained. Witness is not competent to answer whether or not it is part of the OVP's function, much less a DepEd, to have confidential funds. That he did not see any confidential funds when he was with COA ICFAO does not mean that it is allowed or not allowed. Kindly move on to your next point, Counsel, please.
You also mentioned that you were asked about 4.2, correct, Mr.
Yes, Your
Witness?
I confirm that.
And in 4.2, it says there, shall be supported with physical and financial plan, indicating the proposed amount allocated for each program, activity, and project.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ito ba ang sinabi ng council pinakita naman sa iyo yung dokumento. Bakit hindi mo why are you saying that there is no indication of what these projects are? What the disbursements pertain to? And what the confidential expense is based on? Why did you say that there is no?
Dahil hindi po naka-indicate dun sa kanilang physical and financial plan yung specific confidential activities.
Hindi ba pwede ang substantial compliance dyan?
Kasi ang requirement po ng joint circular ay strict compliance.
Strict, hindi substantial. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in 4.8.5, okay, Council makes mention in his cross that sa Office of the Vice President, ang SDO, Senior Disbursing Officer, Special, SDO IC Acosta, tama?
Sa OBP, yes, ma'am.
Okay, at sa DepEd ay ang SDO IC Fajarda, tama?
Yes, ma'am.
At tama daw, sabi ng council na tama lang talaga na sila yung payees.
Yes, ma'am.
Implying na silang tumanggap.
Yes, ma'am.
Implying na, ito ba, pag silang tumanggap, sila lang nakakaalam?
Hindi po.
Hindi.
Opo. Kasi based on
Bakit?
the joint circular, si head of the agency po yung may responsibility to oversee the agency-wide use of the confidential fund and to ensure compliance with the requirements of the joint circular.
Sino ang boss? Sino ang head of agency ng Office of the Vice President?
Si Vice President Sara Duterte po.
Okay. At nakalagay dito sa Senate na provision 4.8.5, nakalagay, as among the requirements, approval by the head of agency. Tama?
Yes, ma'am.
Ito. At nakita naman natin sa mga documents na present natin, lahat may approval ng head of agency si Sara Duterte. Tama?
Yung accomplishment report, yes, ma'am.
Sa accomplishment report. Hindi lang sa OVP, sa DepEd.
Yes,
Meron nakalagay, approved, attested, certified, correct. Sino?
Even
ang
yung
nag-certify?
certification po nung accountable officer on the utilization of the confidential funds of both the OBP and DepEd ay attested po ni Vice President.
So even if council says the SDO is Acosta for the OVP and the SDO for the DepEd is Fajarda, still the head of the agency,
who in all the documents we have seen, signed, attested, approved, certified, is Sara Duterte as Vice President and as Secretary of the DepEd, correct?
Based on the documents, yes, ma'am.
Okay. On 8.3, tinanong sa'yo, conclusive ba? 8.3, you mentioned prima facie findings. Tinanong sa'yo, is this conclusive?
Hindi po. It is prima facie po.
Pero miski na prima facie findings, meron bang presumption? Is there a presumption of innocency? Is there a presumption of guilt? As a matter of fact, expressly says, there is a presumption of misuse and that it is used for personal benefit. Tama?
Based on this provision po, yes, ma'am.
And so far, unless proven otherwise, that presumption still holds. She is presumed to have misused or to have used it for personal benefit, Mr. Witness, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on 8.3. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor. Meron pa daw.
Counsel Recross.
Recross, just 2 points, Your Honor. Just two
Counsel
quick
for
points. I
respondent
don't
may
want to
proceed.
prolong this. Unang-unal sa lahat po, ukol po doon sa acknowledgement receipts. Pagdating po sa mga undated na nabanggit nyo naman at nasa report nyo naman, you would confirm na sumagot ang OVP pero hindi nyo niya inabutan ang sagot or meaning hindi nyo na alam kung sumagot man ang OVP doon sa notice of suspension.
Yes po, hindi ko naman naabutan yung...
So probably for another witness. Ngayon, dun sa unang sinabi po ng kagalang-galang na si Attorney Kapunan sa pagiging exempt, ni minsan ba humingi ang exemption sa inyo ang Vice Presidente sa audit ng kanyang confidential funds?
Ang humingi po ng... actually, meron nag-request po na kung pwedeng audit query na lang yung i-issue instead of
Opo.
AOM. So
But hindi
parang
po
exception
exemption.
po yun dun sa provision ng Joint Circular na AOM yung i-issue.
Ang exemption po yung tinatanong ko. Just an exemption on the audit itself. The conduct of the audit, meaning nag-submit po ba sila ng liquidation reports?
Yes po.
Nag-responde po ba sila sa AOM nyo?
Yes po, pero hindi pa rin po sila compliant dun sa requirements.
No, Your Honor, I'm not asking that. I'm just asking for, nag-submit ba sila? Did they respond to your AOMs?
Nag-submit pero hindi po full yung submission.
So they did not ignore your AOMs? At
Pero
least
hindi pa rin po
AOM lang.
full submission yung ginawa nila.
The question, Mr. Wamil, is did they submit a response? Whatever your evaluation of the response, complete or incomplete, is another matter.
Yes po, Your Honor. They submitted the response po dun sa AOM.
So they
That's all.
submitted a response.
That is all for recross, Your Honor. Again, Mr. Witness, thank you for your patience. Thank you. Papasalamat
With the
din ako.
permission of our colleagues, it's 2:30 and session was called by the Senate President to be convened at 3 p.m. May we continue with our interjections for this witness tomorrow? And I have listed already those who would like to make interjections. In this order, Senator Tulfo, Rafi, Senator Bamakino, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senate President, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros, Senator Judge Padilla, and Senator Judge Aimee Marcos, and Senator Judge Ejercito. In that order. It'll be in the journal anyway tomorrow.
Your Honor, please, before any other announcements, can we ask that the witness be excused?
Yes, the chair was about to do that. Mr. Wamil, you're excused for the day. Kindly be back again tomorrow without need or necessity of issuing another subpoena. Can we rely on your word that you will be attending tomorrow's hearing for the continuation and hopefully closure of your testimony before the impeachment court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Asahan po namin, you are excused, sir. Thank you po sa inyong kooperasyon at oras at pasensya. Before we adjourn, Chair notes that the next witness, Ms. Eileen May Del Ocampo, was only subpoenaed to appear before the court on August 3 and August 4. The clerk is thereby directed to issue to issue and the Sergeant at Arms to serve a subpoena for the appearance of Ms. Silene May de Ocampo of the COA ICFAO, which subpoena shall remain valid from August 5, 2026 until August 11, 2026. With respect to Marivic Pareja, who was subpoenaed for August 4 and 5, the issuance of subpoena will depend on the Chair's ruling on the motion for judicial notice of the prosecution, which the Chair will rule upon after hearing the respondent orally or through a written manifestation or motion regarding this matter tomorrow before we adjourn. So ordered.
Few manifestations,
The panel
Your
of
Honor.
prosecutors, with the permission of the lead prosecutor, allow the presiding officer to finish with one other administrative matter. The panel of prosecutors also filed a motion to set a conference for the transfer of exhibit markings to be set at 4 p.m. on Wednesday, tomorrow, August 5, 2026, for the transfer of markings from copies previously marked during the pre-trial order. Given that this is administrative in nature, the request and the motion is granted. The counsel for respondent is directed, as well as counsel for the panel of prosecutors, to assign lawyers for this change of markings to be conducted again, for the record, at 4 p.m. of Wednesday, August 5, 2026. That is tomorrow.
Your Honor,
Yes, what
may I
is
be recognized, Your Honor? Good afternoon.
before the lead counsel for the respondent, I think the lead prosecutor earlier asked for recognition. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Luis Trom?
First of all, Your Honor, we just want to acknowledge your pronouncement earlier about the setting of the transfer of marking of exhibits that will be on August 5, 4 p.m.
Tomorrow.
This pertains particularly to Exhibit P4-3 and series through P4-35B. Second, Your Honor, we also acknowledge the pronouncement of the impeachment court relative to the oral or written comment of the defense to the earlier motion of the prosecution that was filed on August 3. That is to take judicial notice of the hearings conducted both by the House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability and the Committee on Justice, Your Honor. That's for the record. And third, Your Honor, this is in line also with another pronouncement of the impeachment court in compliance with, relative to our compliance to the 5-day notice rule. We will be submitting the list of witnesses for next week, as well as the request for issuance of subpoena tomorrow, August 5, because the same will depend on the conclusion of the testimony of Ms. Silene Del Campo, as well as the ruling of the impeachment court with regards to the motion to take judicial notice on the hearing of the two committees of the House of Representatives, Your Honor.
That's all?
Yes, Your Honor.
Duly noted. What is the pleasure of the lead counsel of the respondent?
Thank you, Your Honor. First, with respect to the motion to set conference for the transfer of exhibit markings, I just note that under paragraph 3 on page 2 of this motion, the prosecution is also requesting for the portion of Arturo Las Cañas affidavit, paragraphs 270, 270 paragraph B, and 270 paragraph D, to be also marked. Now, I would just like to put on record that we're objecting even to the marking of this particular exhibit, consistent with the ruling of this court when we objected to the reading session of the NBI Director Melvin Matibag when he testified and was cross-examined by Defense Counsel Attorney Mark Vinluan. So we object to the marking of this portion of Arturo Las Cañas affidavit. As of this point, no witness has yet testified on this affidavit, and it is on record, if we review the record of the court, that that supposed affidavit was unnotarized and was not signed by anybody, let alone identified by any competent witness. And also, Your Honor, the motion is to set conference for the transfer of exhibit markings. Now, this presupposes that there has already been a marking on the original document. Now, if there's no competent witness who has identified the affidavit of Las Cañas, then there is no reason for a supposed transfer of exhibit markings. We object. We object to item number 3 of this motion. We will not agree. And if the presiding court, if the presiding officer will rule to allow even the pre-marking or the marking of this item under this motion, then we would like to have our objection, continuing objection to the allowance of even the marking of this particular exhibit put on record, Your Honor. Thank you.
May we respond, Your Honor?
To afford the court some time to rule on the matter, let the marking and pre-markings proceed tomorrow without prejudice to a ruling of the chair with finality in open court. With respect to the objection raised by the counsel for the lead counsel rather for the prosecutor at the appropriate time, most likely tomorrow also. No, probably on Monday, counsel, before we finally act on it after the marking and pre-marking to be done tomorrow. Again, that is without prejudice to noting the continuing objection of the counsel for the respondent on the matter. In any way, we will be finally ruling on the admissibility of these documentary pieces of evidence once formal offer is made.
We will do that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. If there are no other matters to be taken up, again, with the permission of my colleagues, fellow senator judges, let their interjections be done tomorrow when we resume at 10 p.m. We will be convening at 3:30 for the advice of our Senate President this afternoon. Trial is adjourned until tomorrow, August 5 at 10 a.m. in the morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, August 4, 2026, the Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian opened the session at exactly 10 a.m. with 20 senators present, constituting a quorum for the 12th day of the impeachment trial. The presiding officer opened the session on a lighter note by congratulating the win of Alex Ayala in the DC Open. The presiding officer then confirmed receipt of the House Prosecution Panel's motion for judicial notice yesterday, August 3, 2026. The presiding officer ordered the Respondents' Counsel to either deliver an oral opposition or comment or submit a written one by tomorrow. The presiding officer also issued a subpoena ad testificandum to the next witness, Sailin Del Campo. The subpoena for Ms. Marivic Pareja was held in abeyance. The presiding officer also granted the request of the House Prosecution Panel for a conference before the Clerk of Court for transfer of markings on August 5, 2026 at 4 p.m. The Respondents' Counsel objected to the marking of the portion of Mr. Las Cañas' affidavit as testified to by NBI Director Attorney Melvin Matibag. The presiding officer held that such a scheduled marking or transfer of marking is without prejudice to the resolution of the said objection by the respondent. The House Prosecution Panel manifested that they will file compliances for the disclosure of witnesses by tomorrow after the conclusion of the testimony of Mr. Wamil. The Counsel for House Prosecution Panel, Attorney Lorna Kapunan, conducted the continuation of the direct examination of former State Auditor of the Commission on Audit, Intelligence, and Confidential Funds Audit Office or ICFAO, Roderick C. Wamil. Before proceeding to the continuation of direct examination, Attorney Kapunan proposed a brief recess to allow the opening or opposing parties to compare the other half of the 845 documents not stipulated on, constituting of acknowledgement receipts for the periods December 21 to 31, 2022. The presiding officer denied the same for being unnecessary already since Respondents' Counsel did not want to stipulate on them since yesterday. Cross-examination was conducted by Respondents' Counsel Attorney Michael Powa. Afterwards, redirect examination and recross-examination were conducted by the same counsels. Due to lack of material time, the presiding officer suspended the start of the clarificatory questions and interjections of senator judges for tomorrow. Following rulings by the presiding officer Escudero on various evidentiary motions and objections by both parties, the trial was adjourned. Pursuant to the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the impeachment court will resume session on Wednesday, August 5, 2026 at 10 a.m. The agenda is a continuation of the presentation of the House Prosecution Panel's case-in-chief for Article 1 for the continuation of the questioning of the witness Roderick Wamil of the Commission on Audit by the Senator Judges and the oral arguments or the resolution of the House Prosecution's panel's motion for judicial notice. Any questions?
Attorney, yung magiging testimony ni Siren Ocampo, right?
Campo.
Ocampo. Same lang nung kay Wamil?
Mas marami pong ite-testify based sa purpose po no, na nakalagay sa pre-trial order at pre-trial brief ng prosecution. Mas marami pong ite-testify to ito pong si Mr. Wamil kumpara po kay Ms. Sailin Del Campo because the documents that Ms. Del Campo will testify on mas kaunti po at certification halos po yung kanyang mga i-authenticate na mga dokumento.
So possible one day lang yung kanyang pag-testify?
Possible po.
But tomorrow, yung muna clarificatory question ng mga
Senator Judges po, yes po. At saka po yung maaaring magkaroon po ng oral comment or objection po doon sa motion na inihain ng House Prosecution Panel yung ating Respondents' Counsel kasi meron po silang motion for judicial notice nung mga nangyaring proceedings po with the Quadcom sa House of Representatives, pati po yung mga TSNs. So pinapa-judicial notice po nila yon. Kaya bibigyan po yung kabilang panig ng pagkakataon na makapag-komento o makapag-object bukas. Kung hindi po written ang matatanggap, then it will be an oral objection and argumentation.
Attorney, kanina po bago mag-start, nag-ask ng recess si Attorney Kapunan para sa stipulation of evidence po ulit. Parang pangalawang beses na po ito. May ruling, pwede po bang mag-ruling dito yung impeachment court para, kasi po hindi pumapayag yung defense para mas mapabilis po?
Ang ruling po kasi kahapon doon sa 845 na mga documents daw, hindi po nag-agree to stipulate yung Respondents Council. Kanina, tinry ulit na ipa-stipulate yon ng Council for the Prosecutor si Attorney Lorna Kapunan para hindi na nila i-authenticate yung mga acknowledgement receipts na yon nung 845 documents covering December 21 to December 31, 2022. However, since the presiding officer noted the disagreement of the Respondents Council to stipulate on those documents, baliwala na rin na yung recess na hinihingi ni Attorney Lorna Kapunan kasi kahit na ipakita yung mga dokumento na yon, hindi naman magsistipulate din yung Respondents Council.
So ibig sabihin, Attorney, walang kumbaga walang power yung impeachment court to ask the defense na pumayag sila sa gusto ng prosecution?
Wala po. Kasi proposal for stipulation po lagi yun, no? So it's either the party presenting ang magpo-propose or the court will ask the parties on the proposal na mag-agree na lang kayo dito, and then kapag hindi mag-agree, then wala pong mangyayari. Inuatoy po na nakabawas ng oras.
Kasi hindi na kinailangan na...
Ang stipulations po of facts, lagi pong pambawas sa oras ng korte to undergo the rigorous procedure of identifying and authenticating documents. So bawat dokumento po kasi bago maging ebidensya siya, kailangan siyang i-identify ng witness at i-authenticate po na ito yung naririnig nyo kanina, original ba, photocopy, yun yung naririnig nyo, na dapat ito ay authentic, na certified true copy ba siya o original. At only after dun pa lamang po pwedeng ipa-offer into evidence yung isang dokumento. So nakikita po natin is yung rigorous process na para po makomply yung dalawang kailangan po yun under the rules of court. So kapag nagkaroon ng stipulation, katulad dun sa other documents na around 3,000 documents daw, nabawasan po yung oras ng mga question and answer ng House Prosecution Panel para isa-isahin yung mga dokumento na yun. So malaking bawas po, in other words.
Attorney, last na lang sa akin, yung 3,000 documents po ng PROSEC ngayon, yan na po ba yung kabuuan ng sa confidential funds?
Hindi pa po.
Ngayon lang po
yan po yung mga dokumento na alam ko po meron pa po silang mga document na naka-reserve eh. Pero yung mga 3,000 documents po, karamihan po dyan, katulad ng sinabi ni House Council for Prosecutors Attorney Lorna Kapunan, ito po yung mga naka-attach po doon sa mga submissions ng Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education when they complied with the audit ng COA. So kasama kaya pinapag-uusapan natin yung acknowledgement receipts kasi nga isa yun sa mga documentary evidence para makakonduct yung COA ng kanilang audit.
Thank you, Attorney.
Attorney, yung mga magiging witness for next week, identified na at...
Hindi pa po, bukas pa po i-identify. Ang naka-identify lang po sa atin kung hindi po tayo matapos bukas or kung maghahol na po yung oras kay Miss Silene Del Campo, siya po yung sa Lunes na i-schedule po at pagkatapos po si Miss Marivic Pareha po i-represent po siya sa Tuesday. However, katulad ng sinabi po ni Presiding Officer, depende po yan doon sa ruling niya doon sa motion ng House Prosecution Panel na to take judicial notice. Kasi ang itetestify po ni Ms. Marivic Pareja ng House of Representatives ay yung mga transcript of stenographic notes ng record nung mga nangyaring proceedings sa House of Representatives. So kapag nag-rule po na mag-judicial notice na po yung ating korte doon, then wala na pong kailangan na patunayan doon sa mga TSNs na po yun. Hindi na po kinakailangan umupo yung susunod na testigo na si Ms. Marivic Pareja. Kaya subject po yung kanyang issuance ng subpoena kung i-grant po yun. Pag hindi po i-grant, then papatawag po siya to identify, authenticate the transcript of stenographic notes of the proceedings in the House of Representatives.
Attorney, base dun sa tinatakbo ng trial dito sa Article 1, anong projection niyo? Matatapos ngayong month of August yung trial sa Article 1 or more than 1 month sa pinaghabot?
Ang nakahain po ng prosecution ay 27 witnesses po. Hindi pa po kasama doon yung mga reserved witnesses po nila. At katulad po si Ms. Sailin Del Campo, hindi po kasama siya sa nakalista sa pre-trial order. At saka sa pre-trial brief nila, she was qualified as a reserved witness. Kaya binigyan po sila ng 5 days to disclose. Kaya po, isa po yun sa mga karagdagang witness sila dun sa 27. So as of now, kung kasasama yung reserved witness na isang po yun, that's 28 witnesses, ang hiningi po nila ay 31 days para po mapresenta yung 27 or 28 witnesses po yun. So baka may madagdag pa po, depende po sa House Prosecution Panel, prerogative po nila yun.
And then kailan, sir, yung transfer ng parking?
Tomorrow po yung transfer of markings para po dun sa mga dokumento na in-identify po ni ni NBI Director Attorney Melvin Matibag. Kasama po dun yung inobjectan kanina ng Respondents Council na si Attorney Sison dun sa affidavit po ni Mr. Las Cañas. While the affidavit is pre-marked already po during the pre-trial stage, may mga portion po kasi doon pinabasa at pinasubmark po ang House Prosecution Panel. So yung mga submarkings po yun, i-transfer po yung marking doon sa original na dokumento. So sinasabi po ng Respondents Council naman na hindi dapat magkaroon ng submarking na yon kasi nga nag-object at nag-rule na doon yung presiding officer regarding na hindi pwedeng basahin yung parte na yun or portion na yun ni NBI Director Matibag last week. So kaya subject din po without prejudice yung transfer of marking na nakaschedule tomorrow ng 4 p.m. doon sa possible na patatanggal ulit ng impeachment court if ever yung mga marking na yon kung mag-decide po ang impeachment court through the presiding officer na hindi po dapat ginawa yung pagmamark na yon.
Kailan yung decision tomorrow?
Sa baka Lunes po.
Pero hindi po siya part ng ipa-process sa marking tomorrow.
Party po. Kaya po sinabi kanina ni presiding officer, hayaan muna natin na mangyari yung transfer of marking at marking bukas at pagkatapos nun without prejudice to the decision of the presiding officer on the objection of the Respondents Council.
Basta sa nangyaring pre-trial, hindi kasama yung kay Las Cañas na
nakamark po yung buong dokumento ng affidavit ni Mr. Las Cañas as an annex to another document. Pero yung submarking po yung tinutukoy na lalagyan ng marking at saka ita-transfer po yung marking.
Yun ang ino-oppose ng defense panel.
Correct po. Kasi po sinasabi nila na nag-object po sila dyan at nag-decide si presiding officer na wag nang basahin yun, wag nang ituloy. So dapat yung mga previous markings din, kasi nung una pinayagan po, di ba? Pagkatapos nag-retain po ng marking doon, pag after that po, nag-object ulit sila sa nung pinapabasa ulit, hindi na po pinayagan ni presiding officer na basahin yung part na yon ng affidavit ni Mr. Las Cañas. So ang sinasabi ng Respondents Council, since hindi ka na pumayag dun sa afterwards, dapat yung mga previous hindi rin dapat pinayagan at dapat walang marking din yon. Yun yung contention po nila kanina.
Nawala pang decision.
Nawala pa po. Kasi the presiding officer has to review the transcript of stenographic notes kung ano po yung nangyari talaga nung time na yun.
Attorney, manghihingi lang po sana kaming update sa BIR and AMLAC records kung may naibaba na po ba sa both parties.
Wala pa po. We expect yung access to both parties para makita na po nila yung full disclosed documents na yon after po ng compliance sa August 13 nung mga bangko na BDO at Security Bank para makumpleto yung mga dokumento na yon. And also the presiding officer will issue a written order on the in-camera inspection of the AMLC reports and documents that were subpoenaed.
Pero tapos na po yung in-camera?
Tapos na po yung in-camera. Mag-i-issue na lang po ng by next week po rin siguro, by Monday. So medyo maraming i-resolve si presiding officer by next week.
So tama, attorney, isa lang yung reserve witness ng prosecution dito sa Article 1, si Sailindal.
Hindi po natin alam. Kasi po, general reservation po yun eh. So pwede pa rin pong meron silang mga other witnesses po.
Pero 5 days notice kapag...
Yes, kapag hindi po named yung witness, 5 days notice at least. Kapag named po yung witness, 3 days notice para ipaalam lang sa korte na sila na yung susunod na iuupo at para makapag-prepare po yung kabilang panig.
Attorney, sorry, may limit ba yung parehong side ng defense at prosecution sa kanilang surprise witness?
Wala po. Walang nakalagay sa pre-trial order. Lagi po natin babalikan yung pre-trial order kasi yun po yung parang Biblia sa isang korte. So kung ano po yung napagkasunduan doon at na-issue na order, yun po. Ang nakalagay lamang po tungkol sa mga witnesses on both parties, they have a general reservation of these witnesses. As to how many of them, hindi po natin alam kung ilan po.
Thank you, Attorney.
Attorney, kung ano lang yung mas mababanggit niyo without prejudice lang sa proceedings, ang pinagbabasehan po kasi ni Auditor Wamil is yung joint circular nung 2015, pero may pinasok ang defense na circular din ng 1992. So pagdating po ba sa ganyan, okay po ba? O yung sinabi ni Attorney Kapunan, ilabas yung original na document?
Yung tama naman po no na may ganung objection, tama rin po na may ganung strategy rin po yung defense as a litigator and lawyer myself, ganun po talaga ginagawa ng bawat parties. So they did their job, both of them did their job properly. And it's up to the it's up to the senator judge to appreciate that document kasi it's katulad ng sinabi ko po kanina, bago maging ebidensya ang isang dokumento, kailangan dadaan po yan sa 4 na stages. 1 is yung identification, pangalawa authentication, and then pangatlo marking na nagawa na during the pre-trial, at pang-apat po yung offer. So hanggat hindi po ino-offer yung dokumento na yon, hindi po makakapag-decide yung presiding officer at yung mga senator judges on the admissibility of those documents. At yung mga dokumento lamang na magiging admissible after the resolution by the presiding officer ang pwedeng i-take into account ng ating mga senator judges when they decide on the final vote of guilty or not guilty. Yun lamang yung mga pagbabasehan nila. So kapag ginawang admissible po yun, ibig sabihin, it will be taken out of the consideration by the senator judges. So they have the chance to object to it at the time that the Respondents' Council offers that document after they present their case in chief.
Nangyayari po yun sa case po ng PROSEC after ng lahat ng articles?
Tama po. After lahat po ng articles ng presentation ng mga testimonial witnesses, magpa-file po ang prosecution panel ng kanilang formal offer of evidence. So, tapos bibigyan naman po ng oras yung Respondents' Council na magkomento o mag-object dun sa bawat dokumento na nakalagay doon sa formal offer of evidence. Ngayon naman po, pag natapos na po yun, magprepresenta naman po ang Respondents' Council ng kanilang kaso, yung mga testimonial evidence po nila, yung mga witnesses nila, iprepresenta nila. May mga dokumento rin pong identify i-authenticate. At pag natapos po yung buong presentation nila, magfa-file din po ng formal offer of evidence yung Respondents Council at mag-o-object at magkokomento rin naman po yung House Prosecution Panel dun sa mga dokumento na i-offer at magde-decide po ang presiding officer din po in both cases kung ano yung mga dokumento na i-admit or hindi i-admit as an evidence. Yun po yung mga technicalities sa procedure. So yun pa po yung mga pagdadaanan natin in the coming days and months. Opo. Okay po? Wala na pong tanong. Thank you. Opo. Ay, meron po. Ayan. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
That we can make later on. So, ano lang naman tayo pag ganyan, alam nyo, we always advocate for something, both the prosecution, the defense, but at the end of the day, kung anong sabihin ng presiding officer or ng impeachment court, kailangan galangin talaga natin.
Attorney, yung sa judicial notice, ano kaya magiging stand nyo doon?
May idea na ako, pero hintayin nyo na lang siguro bukas. Ayokong pangunahan. Total, bukas na rin naman yun. I think, nabanggit yata ng presiding officer that we will settle that issue before the day ends tomorrow. So, I don't think it will be a very, long parang exchange, no? So, tingnan na lang natin tomorrow. But I don't think it will go to the extent of an oral argument pa, hopefully.
I apologize.
Hey, go ahead.
For our public lang po, can you explain ano po yung judicial notice? Para saan? At ano po bang hinihiling ng prosecutor?
Judicial notice kasi is that under the rules of court, merong mga dapat hindi mo na kailangan i-authenticate, hindi mo na kailangan i-introduce ng witness to introduce yung mga documents na yun because the court can just take notice that such thing exists, such thing happened, no? At may mga rules po dyan tulad ng mga batas, tulad ng mga official acts ng legislative branch. So, meron tayong mga bagay under the rules of court na pwede nang ang court can just take judicial notice. So, hindi na tayo kailangan mag-authenticate pa in all those things. So, in a way, mapapabilis din po talaga yung, yung proceedings. Pero tingnan lang natin kung ano yung sasabihin. I think it is something we will still discuss tonight amongst ourselves, the team, and then tomorrow you will hear our side on the matter. But I'm really hoping it won't be a long drawn issue.
Pertaining ba yun sa Justice Committee hearing?
I think pati yung Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, kung naalala nyo ng 2024, and then yung Committee on Justice, kung di ako nagkakamali. Mga records. Hindi, yung yes, clarificatory hearings noong, at least that's how they called it, no? I don't want to call it that because we have our own position. But yung mga hearings na lang ng Committee on Justice, yung pinanggalingan, basically, nitong impeachment na ito, and yung Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability headed by Chairperson, the Honorable Joel Chua, no? So, yung time na ito.
Sir, kahapon, sabi ng mga observers, nakapunto sa ang prosecution dun sa initial testimony ng COA officer. But now, can you say na kayo po yung nakaapunto?
Hindi, ayoko magsabi ng ganyan, ma'am. Kaya lang natin yung tao. Kilala niyo ako from the very beginning. Hindi ako nagka-count ng points kasi ang importante at the end of the day is anong desisyon ng impeachment court. So, sa atin, it's self-serving na makasabing nakapuntos ako. Diba? Lalo na ako yung nag-cross.
Attorney, nabanggit ni Congressman Terry Rito na dapat tingnan na yung ginagastos ni BP dahil 91 days siya sa ibang bansa, 6.25, around 8 million daw yung ginastos niya. Saan daw yung pondo para?
Well, hindi na kasi po ako yung OVP spokesperson, so hindi lang ako makakomment doon. But I'm sure ma-justify naman ng ating Vice Presidente yan at mapapakita na wala namang mali sa ginagawa niya, knowing the Vice President. No? So, pasensya na kayo. Ako naman po ay hindi muna sasagot dyan dahil it's beyond my scope na rin po.
Last three po.
Sir, the witness earlier mentioned that he met with you after meeting.
Yes. I actually don't remember that, to be honest, but I do remember that meeting. That really happened, no? I was trying to
get OVP to tell me what happened then. Kasi nasabihan lang ako to attend that meeting. I did not initiate that meeting. Nasabihan lang ako when I was still in DepEd. So I think it was COA who called for that meeting, but I'm not sure. That's why I was trying to get verification from the OVP kung sino ba yung nagpatawag nung meeting na yon. I was there, but I was more of a bystander kasi hindi naman napag-usapan yung DepEd at that time. It was really more of OVP, and it was really more on whatever I said there was really trying to clarify lang what was on the JC, because as I've mentioned previously, I was never really involved in the confidential funds issue. So I was just there being the chief of staff of DepEd at that time. So napag-usapan lang yung mga ano ba talagang interpretation, ano ba yung mga supporting documents na kailangan ng COA to satisfy them. At yun lang naman yung nangyari sa meeting na yun, no? And about that audit query, I think the intention was na kung mayroong clarification, baka pwedeng audit query muna, parang ganun. And then if we're not able to justify, then go ahead and issue. But nasabihan din naman talaga kami noon na I don't think ang audit query kasi sa private sector, it's done Pero hindi ko alam noon na pagdating pala sa government, they don't do that. So they just told us we can't do that.
Follow-up lang rin, sir. The witness earlier did mention that VP Sara was almost asking for an exemption by asking.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. That was not on the table. You cannot ask for exemption. That's the point. That's why I was saying he was very unresponsive with the question, because you cannot ask exemption. And I don't think any government official would ask for exemption from COA. Diba? And I don't think COA would allow that.
Okay po, Attorney, earlier today, in an interview, sinabi po ni Attorney Lorna Capunan na ipapasubpoena sila Mary Grace Piatos. So would you agree with that?
Well, it's their prerogative. So ang trabaho lang naman po natin, ang parati ko naman sinasabi, nasa listahan naman nila sa pre-trial brief nila. Kung ipasubpoena po nila si Mary Grace Piatos, I don't know her personally. So, pag dumating siya dyan, mag-testify, katulad ng ginawa natin today, magka-cross-examine lang tayo. But there's nothing wrong with what Attorney Capunan said. They have full prerogative as to who they call as witnesses.
Thank you po.
Okay? Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tatlo po na
ng petsa, ng year to be exact. Kailan mo ba nagagawa yan? Doon sa December? Or pag lumagpas ka na, handun ka na sa January, minsan na ilalagay mo pa yung previous year, no? Pero dito kasi 2022 supposedly ginamit itong mga to. 2022 supposedly na-execute itong acknowledgement receipts, pero makita natin 2023 in dates. So yun yung mga tanong doon, no, na kailangan din harapin. Bakit nagkaganon? Napakadami nila, substantial number of the acknowledgement receipts on date ay 2023.
Kung titingnan kasi natin, malamang makikita rin ng Senate Impeachment Court. May posibilidad ba na ito ay hinabol? Alam naman natin sa gobyerno may tinatawag tayong longest day, na pagdating ng katapusan ng taon, hindi mo na yan magsasara. Meron pa yung 15 days, may tinatawag na longest day. Subalit, kung longest day yon, it will still fall on 2022. Hindi siya 2023. So, marami ang pwede. Kaya nga, magandang matingnan din ito. Ito ba ay hinabol? Dahil kailangang i-justify kasi nga cash advance siya. So, ito rin yung mga bagay na dapat pagtuunan ng pansin na hindi porket binigyan ka ng pondo ng gobyerno, your office can do anything you want about that funds. Meron tayong mga batas na sinusunod, may mga guidelines kung saan yun ang dapat paglaanan ng gastos, at merong mga output expected for every peso and centavo being spent. Kaya maganda na nauungkat ito ngayon, magandang matuldukan, magandang makita yung accountability ng kung sino mang involved, at ang napaka-importante, this trial will open the eyes of the people na dapat nagbabantay tayo kasi hindi pwede maulit ito.
There, you'd like to add? Okay. Last na lang po. Palagay ho ninyo,
may bigat pa kung halimbawa po na when it's their turn to present their evidence, mayroon silang halimbawa ipakilala na Gabriel Bisaya, may maipakilala po sila na Miko Harina, Alejandro Piquit, or kung sino man po yung tunay na tao na nasa likod po noon. May bigat pa po ba yun kung makilala yung personality sa likod po noon, or mas matimbang po ba ngayon yung paraan ng paggastos, like for example yung 70,000 po kay Mary Grace Piatos na for medical expenses yung binayad as a reward?
May bigat pa rin, no? Bakit? Una, andun na nga yung pinag-uusapan na tama ba ang purpose, no? Gigamit ba siya sa asa siya kinahanglang gamiton? No, example, kung sa isang bayan may pondo ka para ibili ng bigas at pamigay sa tao. Ngayon, binili mo yan ng toilet paper para gamitin sa sariling banyo ng opisina mo. Tama ba o mali? Siyempre mali. Pero, pag may iprinisintang tao, mas madudugtungan ang kwento. Kung talaga ba siyang ginamit sa isang bagay na dapat pagkagamitan. And I'm not sure it might just strengthen the claims of the prosecutors.
And to add, bottom line is kahit na may humarap dyan, tulad nga ng sabi mo, papakilala siya si Andy Lim, Piquit, Piatos, Mary Grace Piatos. And let's be specific, Mary Grace Piatos. Sabi niya nakatanggap 70,000 no, for medicines. But tulad ng sinabi ng witness, mahalaga dito, mapakita, since supposedly bumili daw ng medicines, nasan yung official receipts? Nasan yung sales invoice? Oh, kasi yun ang kailangan mong patunayan. Kailangan mong i-liquidate yun. Kung talagang sinasabi mo, ang unang-una, may question, pinangbayad mo ng information, medicines. No? But let's assume...
Attorney, baka po kasi nung ininom yung gamot, nasamang mainom yung resibo.
No, so let's assume na mayroong humingi no ng kabayaran sa information, pinambayad niya, hiningi niya medicines. So but at the end of the day, yun ang importante doon, patunayan mo no na talagang meron kang biniling medicine. Hindi mo naman hingin yung OR kay Mary Grace Piatos no? Ang pagkukuhanan mo yan, yung butika na pinagbilan mo ng gamot na supposedly binigay mo kay Mary Grace Piatos.
Well, mahalaga din po yung pagsipot ho nila kung sino man ho yung totoong tao sa likod po ng Mary Grace Piatos. Kasi nga, kahit may pasulpot ho yung tao na yun, kailangan pa rin ho sagutin yung ilang mga particular na tanong. Una, ano yung relasyon nito pong pagbabayad ng reward doon po sa confidential activity na pinag-uusapan? Yun po yung unang kailangan ipakita para dito sa bagay po nito. Pangalawa, kailangan po ipakita ano yung resulta nung pong confidential activity po na ito. So, yun naman yung sinasabi, bakit ho disallowed in audit with finality. Ito po mga rewards po na ito. Kasi hindi po napakita yung dalawang bagay na yan. So, even if sumipot si Mary Grace Piatos, that is the exact same standard na hihingin po mula sa kanya. Ano yung confidential activity? Ano yung resulta ng confidential activity? Bukod pa syempre dun sa binanggit na po kanina na asan yung gamot? Ano yung tipo ng gamot na binili? Ibang bagay pa ho yun Kasi specific to the item. So for example, kung various goods, rewards various goods, ano yung various goods na actual na binili para dito sa mga pinagbigyan po ng mga tao? But more importantly, and this is not for this particular witness, pagka ho kasi sinalang din for example, yung pong NBI tsaka PSA, dito na rin ho mapag-uusapan na talaga pong parang it's not just the disallowed in audit na mga rewards, yung po nga pinera dito. Kasi katulad ng sinabi ng NBI during the House Justice Committee proceedings, parang isang grupo lang o isang tao lang yung pong pumirma para doon sa mga acknowledgement receipts. So ibig sabihin, even the acknowledgement receipts outside of the rewards na disallowed po in audit, like rewards, cash, rewards, medicines, rewards, various goods, everything outside that na acknowledgement receipts, subject to question na po yun. Kasi nga, yung NBI, sinasabi nila, parang ilang tao lang yung pumirma para dito. Hindi ba? And siguro sa final point, before the next question, very important po na maglinaw ho tayo kasi pinagbabangga po ng mga supporters ng ating pong pangalang Pangulo, yung usapin po ng COA findings at yung pong kapangyarihan ng Senate Impeachment Court to separately and independently exact accountability from the Vice President. Lahat pong ito, including the COA reports, including the COA findings, will serve as the facts, will serve as the basis and the evidence for the Senate Impeachment Court to make a determination on betrayal of public trust dito po sa confidential funds misuse. So ibig sabihin, kahit sabihin po nila na okay, yung pong 2023 confidential funds ay still pending, pwede pa hong iapila sa COA proper, or ito pong 2022 na final decision ng COA can still be appealed to a higher office like the Supreme Court, the facts remain the same. Hindi ba? Na meron pong maling paggamit ng confidential funds for 2022 and for 2023. And it is up for the Senate Impeachment Court to make that determination on betrayal of public trust.
All right, Lenesca, your turn.
Good afternoon po. Yung invocation lang po ng defense of VP Binay having confidential fund allocation in 2014, was it a sound argument to raise that issue given na yung 2014 allocation ni VP Binay ng confidential fund ay hindi pa naman po governed nung 2015 joint circular? Hindi po ba misleading yon on the part of the defense? How do you describe that move? Thank you.
Speaking as a layman, no, not as a lawyer, ang pananaw ko kasi doon is pilit na hinahanapan ng nililihis ang usapin dun sa talagang dapat pag-usapan. The issue here is nabigyan ka ng pondo, merong guidelines, Joint Circular number 15, kung saan siya pwedeng gamitin at ano yung output na kailangan. Yan ay hindi matumbok hanggang ngayon. So, andun yung pondo na bigay, ginamit sa mga bagay na malamang, according to the Commission on Audit, hindi pwede, hindi swak, hindi pasok sa confidential fund kung meron mang pinagkagamitan. So, nirerespeto natin ang defense, subalit ang pananaw ko ay tila nililihis ang issue dun sa totoong pinag-uusapan. Was there betrayal of public trust? Merong bang, sa Tagalog, nanggaling kasi ng Iloilo, nakalimutan ko ng mag-Tagalog. No? Pero ibalik natin, bringing it to the point of contention na ipinapasok ang usapin ni Vice President Jejo Marbinay. Again, nililihis yun eh. Kasi ang pinag-uusapan dito, ang accused ay ang ating Vice President. Ang issue dito ay ginamit ba sa tama? May pinaggamitan ba? O talagang wala? O hinabol lang ba ang liquidation ng paggamit nito? Yan ang mga tinutumbok ng prosecution, kaya nila tinatanong ang witness.
In fairness to the defense, siguro what they were trying to point out is to look for inconsistencies or inaccuracies, no? In some of the answers given by the accused. So, I mean the witness, Attorney Wamil, no? Dahil yesterday, sinabi niya, and so far as he's aware, na-encounter niya, Office of the Vice President, since 2014, ang na-audit niya na confidential funds, ito lang kay VP Sara. So that's why they wanted to confront him with that, no? But again, we leave it to the impeachment court kung sa tingin nila yung ganyang klaseng bagay, will it really materially affect the substance of his testimony, no? But unang-una, tulad na nga sabi natin kanina, no? Sabi nga ni Attorney Wamil, nagamit ho ba yung amount na yan at na-liquidate ba yan, no? So in the first place, did he really give an inaccurate statement? Dahil ang sinabi naman niya, yun lang ang na-audit niya, no? Ang pinakita lang naman kanina, may pondong na-approve, supposedly, no? Again, no one has even authenticated that document yet. But even assuming it's true, that not necessarily contradicts what the witness stated. But at the end of the day, ang pinaka-importante naman dyan, yung meat of the contention is, regardless kung merong past Vice Presidents na nakatanggap niya ng issue dito, itong confidential fund na wala ng duda na nagkaroon ng Vice President at ginamit ba to sa tamang pamamaraan at na-liquidate ba to ng tama?
Follow up lang po, sir. Yung yung decision po ng Vice President sa Office of the Vice President to ask for audit findings rather than yung na-isyong audit observation memorandum, is that, would you say that it's already an admission na merong negligence on their part in terms of liquidating the confidential fund?
To be exact, first, ang ginamit na words ng witness is audit query. No? Sabi niya, kung meron kayong mga observations, pwede ba audit query na lang issue nyo instead of an AOM? Now, pag tanggap ba to, or is this an admission na meron talaga silang violations? You know, that assumes that when they asked for a meeting, they already knew that an AOM was forthcoming. No? Kasi kung sasabihin mong, kaya nga ba hiningi na nito, does it mean they already admitted, no, meron deficiencies? But wala namang, to be fair, wala namang ganong statement nung witness, no, na alam na niya, na alam na nila na may AOM. That's why they made that request. But I guess what's important is, regardless of that request, the COA did not grant that request and they still issued the AOM. No? But siguro isa lang importante dyan, no? Tinanong nila paano ba, ano ba yung proseso dito? Paano ba mag-comply? At they were directed to the provisions of the joint circular, and despite this guidance, hindi pa rin sila nakapag-comply. No? In fact, na-issuean sila ng AOM. After na-issue ng AOM, they made a response. Na-issuean pa rin sila notice of suspension, and then to be testified by the next witnesses, ultimately notice of disallowance.
Idagdag ko lang, no? Siguro, of course, we respect, no, the Office of the Vice President and the defense, dun nga sa pag-request nila ng audit query. But if we look at the process, ano po bang proseso sa gobyerno para sa kaalaman ng lahat? Kapag merong AOM or audit observation memo, dapat sagutin nyo ng ahensya. Kapag hindi mo masagot, ay magiging notice of disallowance siya or notice of suspension. Ibig sabihin, papanagutan ng mga taong involved at ng opisinang yaan dahil may nakitang may findings at nagbigyan prueba ng COA. No? Kasi yung AOM serves as the first step para meron ka pang leeway, meron kang karapatang depensahan ang opisina mo o ang sarili mo. Now, after that, pag hindi mo talaga madepensahan at makita ang ginamit siya sa mali or hindi siya makita kung saan ginamit, pupunta ka na sa suspension or disallowance. Now, requesting for an audit query is actually going several steps backward. Parang either humihingi ng oras or baka pwedeng wag na muna, tarang technically hindi magiging official yung issuance. Para kapag meron silang isinagot or kulang or walang masagot, ay hindi siya maging disallowance. Now, on that aspect naman, kaya nga meron tayong commission on audit because this is the taxpayers' money being entrusted. Gisalig sa imong opisina, gisalig sa pila ka tawo ang dako nga kantidad sa atong kaban, no? And when that trust is given to you, you should not break or translate that to distrust.
Siguro, to answer the point on the audit query request, no? Kailangan nating ipaliwanag na medyo makapalimuka ng mga involved doon sa OVP. Sino ba yung mga yon? OVP at Department of Education to even ask an audit query from the Commission on Audit. Kasi hindi ba poder ho nila yun? Trabaho nila yun eh. To actually issue audit observation memoranda or audit query memoranda. Ibig sabihin, ang Commission on Audit po yung mapagpasya kung alin po yung tipo ng mga memoranda yung i-issue ng Commission on Audit sa iba't iba pong mga opisina. It is not subject to a request. It is not subject to a favor by any other agency. Ibig sabihin, kung ano man huy lumapag na audit observation or audit document, kailangan pong tanggapin ng opisina yon. So ibig sabihin, wala po sa lugar para magkaroon ng pagpupulong at makiusap at magsabi na imbis na AOM ang i-issue, audit query na lang po ang i-issue. Hindi ho ba? Hindi ho ba yan pong mga ganyan tipo yung kinaiinisan ng atin pong mga kababayan? Yung pong huli pero hindi kulong. Hindi ho ba? Yan po yung exact situation po rito. They knew that an audit observation was forthcoming. Pero let's have a meeting, baka pwede naman audit query na lang. Kasi yung audit query po, from the name itself, ibig sabihin it is preparatory to an audit observation memoranda. Ibig sabihin, wala pa ho tayong actual observations ng maling paggamit, irregular po na paggamit. So, the meeting itself is actually irregular. Katulad na sinabi ko kanina, it is improper, makapal yung mukha nung pong mga tao na nag-request po nito. It is Zulaika Lopez, and with respect to the Defense Counsel, Attorney Powa, representing the Department of Education, it was improper. It should not have happened.
Sir,
I think that is what they wanted to do. They tried to influence the agency instead of issuing an audit observation memoranda for both the OVP and the Department of Education. They wanted a slap on the wrist. An audit query memoranda lang po.
Sir, regarding that line, that issue pa rin, no, sir? Kasi last March, if I recall correctly, tinitignan ko yung article, kayo yung nag-raise nung issue na may dalawang abogado si VP Sara, Attorney Powa and Attorney Monsayak, na may potential na maging witness kung magkakaroon ng impeachment trial. Lumitaw ba yung issue na to ngayon dahil yung mismo nag cross-examine yun yung abogado na kasama dun sa OVP? DepEd.
Well, only specific to that point, syempre, there's a little bit of concern relating to that. Pero we have to discuss with the panel if there are like continuing issues relating to that po. Kasi, but you are correct. No? Parang it felt a bit awkward that we are talking about the same person, subject of the query, and also the same person is subjecting the person to a cross.
Sir, do you think nag-a-apply pa rin yung theory ng iba na meron kasing mga nagsasabi na kaya raw tinap as lawyers previously si Attorney Monsayak tapos ngayon si Attorney Powa is because they want to prevent a cross-examination or a direct examination of the said lawyer?
Well, to be fair to Attorney Powa naman po, we will hold him to his commitment that in the event that he is sought as witness by the prosecution, he will state his truth, no? So, and subject himself to direct and cross-examination. So, we still hold him to that commitment, and he still has our respect as a part of the defense panel.
Sir, I'll jump forward. Is there a plan to call him to the witness stand regarding this issue or maybe any other issue in the future?
We will have to decide. I cannot make a commitment today.
All right. Thank you, Gab. Isa, your turn.
Good afternoon po. Samantalahin ko lang po na nandito si DS Janet Garin. Kasi yesterday po, kung di po ako nagkakamali, nagkaroon po ng rigudon sa mga chairmanship and meron din po nga deputy speaker na nawala si Congresswoman Christine Mihan Singson. And nililink po kasi doon yung pong hindi nila pagsuporta or hindi pagboto po sa impeachment complaint or case versus Vice President Sara Duterte. Pakilinaw na lang din po, DS. Thank you po.
Yung mga ganong bagay ay desisyon ng bawat partido. Kaya makikita mo na bawat partido may allocation ng kanilang mga komitiba at leadership position. At bawat partido ay nagkakaroon ng changes sa kanilang mga representation every now and then.
Pero masasabi niyo po na wala siyang kinalaman sa impeachment? May kinalaman po ba? Ano po yung katotohanan?
I really cannot comment na may kinalaman at hindi kung hindi siya miyembro ng Partido Lakas. But in the case of Lakas CMD, meron kami mga miyembro dati na pinalitan dahil merong mga sharing ng kanilang obligasyon.
All right. Any other questions?
Yung iba pala, lumipat na ibang partido. So pag lumipat ka na ibang partido, syempre hindi mo bit-bit ang iyong posisyon.
All right. Any other questions related to the impeachment? Siguro kung wala na, let's give our parting word from DS Garin. Anong asahan natin? Anong nais nating iwanan sa ating mga kababayan ngayong araw na ito?
Umuulan, bumabagyo ang mga impormasyong ating natatanggap. Pero kagaya ng lahat ng ulan at bagyo, meron ding katapusan ito. And at the end, magkakaroon ng rainbow, lalabas ang katotohanan, magkakaroon ng accountability. Maraming salamat.
On that note, maraming salamat kay Congressman Terry Ridon, DS Garin, and Attorney Jay. Salamat din sa ating mga kaibigan sa media at mga kababayan na matuloy na sumusubaybay sa trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa kanyang impeachment. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Thank you.
Mubadala DC Open Women's Singles Championship, becoming the very first Filipino to win a Women's Tennis Association Tour singles title, and for bringing great honor, pride, and inspiration to the Filipino people. I hope, Mr. President, that we'll be able to tackle this resolution and give honor to whom honor is due. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, we have 11 colleagues who filed resolutions to congratulate Alex Ayala. Ganun po nating kamahal si Alex dahil halos majority na ho ng Senado ay nag-file po ng resolution to congratulate her. So with the indulgence of our colleagues, we will tackle all 11 resolutions tomorrow to give time and chance to our colleagues to manifest their congratulatory message.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. If I was going to ask, with the permission of the body, with due respect to my dear colleagues, marami po tayo nag-file, halos kalahati ng Senado nag-file ng resolutions. Maybe we can schedule it tomorrow, first hour, so that we can listen to all the manifestations of support of the resolution and co-sponsorship of these resolutions tomorrow, Mr. President. I commit to the body that we take it up. Of course, gusto natin pasalamatin at congratulate si Madam Alex Ayala, our superstar, our superhero, our champion, and fellow Agustinian. Yeah, gusto ko sabihin, she's a fellow San Agustin. Kaya proud na proud po kami sa San Agustin. But yes, we can take it up tomorrow, Mr.
Yes,
President.
we promise our colleagues to put it in front of the agenda.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal, the fourth session, Monday, August 3, 2026, and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is hereby approved.
So we can tackle immediately the items at hand, Mr. President. I'll just move for the reference of business a bit later. Mr. President, first on the item at hand is we have a move for the consideration of Senate Bill number 1992 under Committee Report number 54. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, we'll move to recognize the sponsor, Senator Chisa Escudero, and co-sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito. For the record, Mr. President, there are no longer any members who wish to interpolate the measure, but we'll listen to, yes. For sponsorship, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special orders. Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. We recognize Senator Escudero.
Majority Leader will direct the Secretary first to read the title of the measure.
Yes, we move to consider, Mr. President, ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure.
An act enhancing the capacity of government to implement socialized housing projects by improving and rationalizing land acquisition and utilization, amending for the purpose certain provisions of Republic Act Number 7279, otherwise known as the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992.
We recognize the gentleman from Sorsogon, Senator Chis Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in brief, the measure seeks to amend key provisions of the Urban Development and Housing Act to facilitate the acquisition of suitable lands for socialized housing, strengthen safeguards on site selection, and land use planning and align land valuation with recent reforms. To place the full history, rationale, details, and principal features of the measure on record, I move that the complete sponsorship speech and the explanatory note of the Senate Bill number 934, be inserted into the records for the information and guidance of our colleagues. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the explanatory note as well as the full text of the sponsorship speech is hereby inserted.
To afford our colleagues time to go over the measure, Mr. President, I move that we suspend further consideration of the measure while the majority leader is busy having his resolution signed. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, many members want to co-sponsor the measure.
Mr. President, I move that their sponsorship speeches be also inserted into the records in due course.
It's hard when we're dealing with ex-majority leaders and ex-Senate presidents.
Ex-Senate President, correct.
Former President. So, do you want to co-sponsor them? Pwede natin i-reconsider. Mr. President, para hindi magtampo yung ibang members, Mr. President, you suspended consideration. We appeal to the body that we reconsider the measure so that some members can just also give their co-sponsorship speeches. I so move, Mr.
Yes. Any objection? Hearing none, we move to consider again the said measure.
Thank you, Mr. President, and recognize one of the co-sponsors. There's two who will co-sponsor, Senator JV and Senator Joel. Senator Joel is recognized, Mr. President, Deputy Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, we recognize Senator Joel Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President, considering that the former Senate President already moved for the insertion of the co-sponsorship of this representation, I would yield, Mr. President, so we can do a lot more today. And I just wanted to put on record that this representation is one of the co-authors and co-sponsor of the measure. Thank you, Mr. President. I will just insert into the records my co-sponsorship speech. Thank you.
We'll insert the full text of the sponsorship speech of Senator Joel into the records.
We'd like to also recognize a distinguished colleague, Senator J.V. Hairston, Mr. President. He would also like to just insert into the records his co-sponsorship.
So we also insert into the records the sponsorship speech of Senator J.V. Arcito.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move that we allow our colleagues to study the measure further and move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is hereby suspended.
Supersedious.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 70 under Committee Report number 55.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
May we recognize the sponsor, Mr. President, Senator Chis Escudero, former Senate President, to sponsor the measure.
We recognize our former Senate President, Senator Chis Escudero.
Mr. President, this bill was sponsored over 3 weeks ago, I believe, and we are now in the period of interpellation. However, since no member registered to interpellate, may I...
Mr. President, with the understanding that the one who was supposed to interpolate, Senator Erwin Tulfo, will no longer interpolate the measure, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellation is hereby closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments hereby open.
Mr. President, we only have one amendment on page 1, lines 1 to 17, to page 2, lines 1 to 2. Delete the entire section and replace the following with the following. Section 1, paragraph C of Section 28, Republic Act number 7279 is hereby amended to read as follows. Quote, Section 28. Eviction and demolition. Eviction or demolition is a practice shall be discouraged. Eviction or demolition, however, may be allowed under the following situations. C. When there is a court order for eviction and provided, however, that no supersedeas bond shall be required of underprivileged and homeless citizens as defined in Section 3T of this Act to perfect an appeal from such eviction or demolition order, provided further that in lieu thereof they shall submit within the period for perfecting such appeal proof of indigency and homelessness as evidenced by a social case study report prepared by the City or Municipal Social Welfare and Development Office concerned, and such other documents as may be required by the court. For the information of the body, the amendment was from our colleague, Senator Erwin Tulfo. I so move for its approval, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
No other amendments, Mr. President, both committee and individual. I move that we close the period of individual and committee amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments hereby closed.
I yield to the Majority Leader, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading. Senate Bill number 70 and the committee under Committee Report number 55. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned measure is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
We're ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2116 under Committee Report number 60. This is the bill on the revised Philippine Coast Guard law. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2116 under Committee Report number 60 is in order.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and to interpellate the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, Senator Panfilo Lacson. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellations hereby open. We recognize the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Panfilo Lacson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman sponsor yield to some very basic and practical questions?
Yes, Senator Lacson, by all means.
Yeah, and as I will fulfill my promise to you last Monday, I will limit my questions to the Philippine Coast Guard Academy.
That is so generous of you, Senator. Thank you.
Okay, Section 25 of the bill provides for the establishment of the PCG Academy within 5 years from the effectivity of the proposed law. No? And my first question is, what is the present strength of the officer corps of the Philippine Coast Guard?
Right now, Mr. President, the force, the total members of the Philippine Coast Guard is around 6,200, Mr. President.
No, just
35,200, Mr. President.
That's the strength of the officer corps.
Oh, just the... No, that includes everything, Mr. President.
That's
members of rank and file.
Officers and non-commissioned officers. But what is the present strength of the officer corps? Only the commissioned officers.
The actual numbers of the officers for the PCG, Mr. President, is 3,299 exactly, Mr. President.
So that's 1:2? One officer for every 2 enlisted personnel?
No, Mr. President, because the total amount
As 35,000.
is 35,226. That's rank and file.
Yeah.
The officers and the non-commissioned officers.
Yeah.
And the officers itself is only 3,299, Mr. President.
So that's around 1:10, no? That's the ratio.
Something like that, around that figure, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
What is the authorized TONE, the Table of Organization and Equipment of the Philippine Coast Guard, if they have any?
The authorized is 38,000.
The authorized, Mr. President, is 38,000 members.
How about broken down into officers and non-commissioned officers? What is the
Okay, the break-
authorized TONE for officers and
Okay, the officers, Mr. President, is 3,299. The PCG non-officers is 31,117, while the probationary ensigns is 843, and the cadets is around 67, Mr. President.
67?
A total of 35,326.
Yeah. What is the primary source of commission of the officer corps of the PCG?
It's from the civilian.
Saan po nanggagaling yung kanilang...
We recruit from the civilians or train them in the Philippine Coast Guard.
The recruitment is from the civilian population, Mr. President, and then they're going to be trained in Coast Guard, Philippine Coast Guard, Philippine Coast Guard School, Philippine Coast Guard Training Center, because there is no Philippine Coast Guard Academy as of yet, Mr.
And
President.
that's why you're proposing the establishment of a Philippine Coast Guard Academy.
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, ang main concern ko lang yung budget. So, may we inquire into the PCG's and vision plans for the proposed academy? Meron na po ba silang identified na location na pagtatayuan ng Philippine Coast Guard Academy?
Reason why we wanted that included in the bill so that we can accept donations.
So right now, wala pa po, Mr. President. That's why it is just a proposal para doon sa mga magbibigyan ng donation, they will be accepting donation, makapag-umpisan silang maghanap ng location, Mr. President.
And if nobody will donate,
5 years from now. Hopefully, Mr. President, we're looking forward to some
Good
people or groups,
Samaritans.
Good Samaritans that would donate, Mr. President.
Okay, assuming that there's a donated lot to put up or construct the Philippine Coast Guard Academy, ang susunod na tanong is, ano yung funding required for the construction, and sama na natin yung annual operating budget to sustain the operations of the academy?
Sa ngayon, Mr. President, hindi pa covered yan sa bill na final ko, sa susunod na bill that would be incorporated into it, Mr. President.
So hindi pa kasama yung... But within 5 years, upon the effectivity of this measure, kailan may put up na yung Philippine Coast Guard Academy?
Yes, Mr. President. In 5
So
years.
wala sa assumption na may magdo-donate, and wala pa sa assumption yung required funding for the construction plus operating expenses?
Pag wala pong mag-donate, Mr. President, ang grand total na ina-assume na magiging total amount is going to be around 3.04 billion pesos, Mr.
For the
President.
construction?
For the constructions, everything.
And what
kasama.
would be the annual projected appropriations to maintain?
1 billion, sir. 1 to 1.3 billion.
It will be approximately 1.2 billion, Mr. President, approximately.
Just for the academy, no?
Just for the academy itself.
Hindi kasama yung budget ng Philippine Coast Guard at present. It's just for the establishment of the
That is
or
correct, Mr.
construction
President, just for the academy.
Yeah, and the maintenance. No. Sa ngayon, there's an existing Joint Memorandum Circular number 1, series of 2025. And last year, when I was at the PMA, I was informed by the superintendent then that starting 2026, mag-allocate o mag-aalat ng 10 PMA cadets
That is correct,
para
Mr.
i-absorb ng PCG. And this is for 2026 to 2027.
That is correct. From academic year 2026 to 2027. At tama po kayo, meron ng memorandum of agreement between the DND and the Philippine Coast Guard, Mr. President, and the DOTR as well.
So that will be roughly less than 1% of the present strength of the Cadet Corps of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Because right now, I believe there are around 1,200 PMA cadets.
That is correct, Mr. President.
Yeah,
Pero
so kung-
parang lumilitaw na 10% of the PMA class convening in academic year 2029 to 2030.
No, 10% increase, no? 10 cadets lang.
No, 10 cadets, Mr. President.
So, starting
As of now.
2026, so itong pumasok ngayon, last April, kailan ba yung reception? April 1 pa rin ba? Or naging June na? You start ng academic year or ng cadet year?
April 1, Mr. President.
April 1, still April 1. So, that's our reception day actually, our very first day in the academy as plebes. So, 2026, they will graduate 728.
2030 ang graduation ng
Ang graduation.
2026 cadets.
So by 2030, meron ng 10 PMA cadets, graduating cadets that will join or will be absorbed by the Philippine Coast Guard.
That is correct, Mr. President.
And starting 2029, magkakaroon ng 10% increase, di ba? So magiging 11,
Correct, Mr. President.
2020, and so forth and so on.
That is correct, Mr. President. Eventually, maximum of 10% of the graduating class, Mr. President.
Yes. So in the meantime, na wala pa rito sa proposed measure yung construction ng, kasi wala pang lupa eh.
Kaya, naghahanap pa lang, Mr. President.
Naghahanap pa lang. So ma-activate lang ito once na may mag-donate ng lupa because wala ba kayong asset?
Yeah,
Wala bang
Mr.
asset ang Coast Guard?
Sa ngayon, Mr. President, wala. Nag-aantay lang donation and then kung hindi, pwedeng isama to sa GAA, Mr. President.
Yes, yes. The purchase of the lot. Ano?
The purchase of the...
Meron na ba silang iniisip kung saan ilalagay yung academy?
As of now, Mr. President, meron mga possible locations, may mga suggestions, pero yan po ay nasa ongoing plan as to where exactly yung maging location ng academy, Mr. President.
Kasi we cannot justify inserting appropriations for the construction unless meron tayong lote, hindi ba?
That is
Kasi I'm
correct,
sure
Mr.
the Senate President and the chairman, the new chairman of the Finance Committee will be more than willing to put up something, you know, or in the appropriations. Kasi pwede naman multi-year ito eh.
Tama.
Kasi kung magkano yung 3.8, 3.5 for the construction alone, excluding the lot, ano?
Excluding the lot. No.
Kaya kung multi-year, pwedeng 1 billion a year pang startups.
So infrastructure, Mr. President, it is around 750 million pesos.
Just to start.
To start with, Mr. President.
Yeah, so during our budget deliberation for the fiscal year or calendar year 2027 at merong mag-donate within this year, pwede tayo mag-appropriate
Mas maganda, Mr.
under
President,
the
kung may mag-donate.
2027 GAA.
We can keep the ball rolling again.
Yeah, so we can keep the ball rolling. Hindi pa naman kaagad kailangan yung MOE or yung operating expense kasi wala pa yung building.
That is correct, Mr.
Anyway,
President.
I hope ma-realize itong matagal ng pangarap ng Philippine Coast Guard and we will be in full support of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
distinguished
Thank you, Mr.
sponsor.
President. Thank you very much.
Meron lang ako, Senator Rafi, quick question. Meron bang Coast Guard Academy in other countries, in other jurisdictions? Meron bang mga ganyan na
Yeah,
modelo na we can take a look or we can emulate?
Make it a model.
Make a model?
Yes, Mr. President, as far as I know, meron po sa US, yung US Coast Guard Academy. I think it's still in existence for so many years now.
Yung mga Coast Guard kasi multi-role to, not only defending our seas but also yung mga calamities, disaster response,
Rescue, environmental.
Correct. And
protection.
regulatory functions rin, no? So, marami talaga silang ginagawa. So,
Law enforcement as well, Mr.
law
President.
enforcement. So, putting up an academy seems like a very logical step so that we continue to hone their skills and their competencies.
At yung Philippine Coast Guard, Mr. President, sila ang pinaka may maraming responsibilidad kumpara sa other government agencies, Mr. President.
Correct. And being a maritime nation, we need a strong Coast Guard as well as highly competent and modern Coast Guard.
Doon pa sa mga nabanggit natin, Mr. President, kasama rin sa kanilang duties and responsibilities yung mag-inspect po ng mga vessels to make sure na seaworthy po yung mga vessels, and sa law enforcement sila po ay naghuli ng mga smugglers, naghuli sila ng mga poachers, etc. So napakalawak po yung duties and responsibilities given to the Philippine Coast Guard compared to other agencies. Hindi naman sa pagmamaliit ng mga duties and responsibilities ng other agencies. Ang Coast Guard po so far, sila ang may pinakamalaki at pinakamalawak na responsibilities, Mr. President.
Thank you to the good sponsor. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the permission of our dear colleague, just friendly interpellation para makatulong ng konti, if I may ask just a few questions, Mr. President.
Yeah, we recognize the Majority Leader for his question.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Hindi, kasi nakasama natin sa Coast Guard. I know the men and women of the Coast Guard that are there. There was an issue kasi when my time as Senate President, we and you know this, Senator Sherwin knows this because he was the chairman. He was with us when we appropriated the budget for the Coast Guard. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, 2 years passed before the funds was used. It was reverted to the National Treasury. We allotted 2.4 billion for
2.5
billion po for a Coast Guard frigate to be built in Cebu by Australia Austal Company na Filipinos ang gagawa. That was part of our SRDP, yung Self-Reliance Defense Posture Act, to help the industries in the Philippines. Meron ba tayong provision sa batas na to, Your Honor, na mailagay na para ma-streamline yung proseso na yan para hindi muli ma-udyok yung mga budget na maibibigay ng Kongreso, Senado sa Coast Guard para hindi naman masayang yung pera, Mr. President? Kasama ba modernization dito, Mr. President? Is this part or is the bill only about organizational, or is it also about modernizing the Coast Guard?
Yung modernization, Mr. President, sa susunod na bill ko yan. For now, it's sa organization na lamang ito nakafocus.
So it's only for organization. At least I'm aware of that.
And by the way, Mr. President, hero ka natin mga taga-Philippine Coast Guard nung ikaw ay nagpunta sa na 2.5, kaya lang unfortunately na-revert yun.
Yes.
Because of some technicalities.
Actually, I wanted to meet, maybe we can call them for a meeting, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Chairman of our Public Services. Kasi gusto ko lang malaman kung ano talaga nangyari. Dahil it's quite frustrating for Congress and the Senate to allot a budget and hindi naman na-implement. Para hindi naman masayang yung budget. Kasi yung 2.5 billion, we could have built how many classrooms? Senator Joel, alam niya kasi education yan. We could have built, oh my God, maybe 1,000 classrooms utilizing that fund. But and of course, our priority then was our sovereignty, our security, our support to the Coast Guard. So sana hindi na po mangyari yun. Maybe we can just find out. Kasi kung ang problema, DBM ba ang problema? Was it another agency stopping the sale? Was it DOTR itself? Para maayos po natin yung sistema, para yung mga institutional amendments na ating mga colleagues dito hindi masayang.
Mr. President, due to its confidential nature, the leadership of the Philippine Coast Guard will be more than happy and willing to sit down with you and come to your office to explain, Mr. President.
Very good, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. No further question. Mine was just to support the Coast Guard. Wala po tayong gusto kundi tulungan ang Coast Guard. Ito po yung mga bayani po natin, nakipagsuntukan, karate, arnis. Ang gusto ko nga, Mr. President, bilang chairman ng President of the NSA for Arnis, National Sports Association, bibigyan po namin sila ng libreng trainer para magpaluan sila ng Chinese. Kung gamitan kayo ng wushu, gamitin natin ng Arnis.
That will be most welcome, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Coast Guard. Thank you, Mr. President. I believe there's no other member who wishes to interpolate the measure, Mr. President. I move to close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection?
Interpellation.
Hearing none, the period of interpellations hereby closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendment and recognize once again the sponsor. I believe he has a few amendments.
Yes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments hereby open. We recognize the sponsor, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I introduce the individual amendments, I would like to acknowledge all the members of the Senate for their valuable inputs and insights to enhance this proposed legislation. The following are the individual amendments. Mr. President, on page 8, before Article 3, insert a new Section 8 to read as follows and renumber succeeding sections accordingly. Section 8, subpoena powers. The PCG Commandant and the Investigation and Detection Management Service, or IDMS, Commander shall have the power to administer oath and issue subpoena ad testificandum and subpoena ducis tecum in relation to its investigation, provided that such powers shall be exercised solely by the aforementioned officials and may not be further delegated to any other persons or office. The subpoena shall state the nature and purpose of investigation, shall be directed to the person whose attendance is required, and in the case of a subpoena ducis tecum, it shall also contain a reasonable description of the books, documents, or things demanded which must be relevant to the investigation. Failure to comply with subpoena ad testificandum and subpoena ducis tecum shall authorize the filing of a case for indirect contempt under the rules of court with the regional trial court. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection to the amendments? Hearing, Senator Lacson is recognized for his intervention.
Yes, just to emphasize my unqualified support to the measure, not only to the measure but to the Philippine Coast Guard. May I be made co-author of the measure, Mr. President?
Yes, we
Thank you, Mr.
we insert into the records Senator Lacson, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Migzubi as one of the co-authors of the bill.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I see everyone here raising their hand. Maybe we can make all members present now as co-author and co-sponsor.
We will make all members of the Senate as co-authors of
Thank
the
you so
measure.
very much, Mr. President.
So going back to the amendments, any objection? Hearing none, amendments is carried.
On page 21, line 2, after the word one, delete the word grade and replace it with the word rank. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Still on page 21, line 3, delete the phrase permanent salary grade and replace it with the word rank. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That's all.
Is that it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Senate, to the good sponsor, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also got coordination with the minority leader. I will also no longer propound any questions. With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments is hereby closed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Second.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2116 under Committee Report number 60. I so move.
211. Under committee report.
Number 60.
60. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Senate Bill number 2116 under Committee Report 60 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations to the
Maraming
PCG.
salamat po, Mr. President. I just realized, Mr. President, I was given a note by my staff. I'm the principal author of the measure. I authored, the first author. So congratulations to our brothers and sisters of Philippine Coast Guard. So thank you very much,
So congratulations to the Philippine Coast Guard, and now that we have a new finance chairman who's also very supportive of the Coast Guard, so we'll see to it that we'll allocate the necessary budget for the modernization of the Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, to prepare for third reading on Monday next week, I move that we suspend consideration of the
Is
measure.
there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is hereby suspended.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
1 minute, session suspended. 1 minute.
Party list na. Si Senping na naka... You want Senping or ikaw na? Buo, ikaw na lang, boss. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2090 under Committee Report number 57.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2090 under Committee Report 50 is now under consideration.
This is the act ensuring the proportional representation of the House of Representatives to a strengthened party list system, repealing Republic Act 7941 or the Party List System Act. Mr. President, to sponsor, may we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to interpolate our distinguished former Senate President, our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Vicente Soto III.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpolations hereby open. We recognize the sponsor, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to interpolate our former Senate President, Senator Tito Soto.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Will the distinguished lady entertain some interpolations from this representation?
Very gladly, Mr. President, also from one of the co-authors of this bill.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, now that you mention it, in 1995, when we passed the original party list law, Senator Raul Roco was the chairman of the Committee on Electoral Reforms, and I was his vice chairman. So when we sponsored the measure, I was his co-sponsor. And it has gone through many years of changes and interpretation, and I'm glad that the distinguished lady has taken this up now and is ready to listen to some of the points that we would like to be clarified on. Because, as I mentioned, from the time that he passed it in 1995 of the president, there were misinterpretations, there were opinions that were, as a matter of fact, not in conformity with the original intention that we wanted, as the Constitution then mandated that we enact a law to come up with a party list system. Nevertheless, let me start. Your Honor, this distinguished lady from ano to? Yung Panay.
Yes,
Distinguished
Mr.
lady
President.
from Panay. Given that Article 6, Section 5 and 2 of the Constitution explicitly limited the one-half sectoral representation or sectoral reservation only to the first 3 consecutive terms following ratification. And more importantly, thereafter, panahon nga nila na Justice Tony Carpio, if I recall it right, the Supreme Court in the Atong Paglaom case already affirmed that this sectoral reservation was never meant to be permanent. Now, may I know from the sponsor of this measure now that we are tackling, if this 50-50 split being proposed under Section 11 of your bill, of this bill, may be constitutionally infirmed. You see, by reserving 50% of available seats for national and regional parties, which I believe are not inherently marginalized, does this provision not dilute the original intention of the framers of the Constitution? marginalized sector talaga ang gusto nilang bigyan ng representation sa party list.
Mr. President, with all due respect, I would say that this provision does not dilute the intention of the framers. For the record muna po, Article 6, Section 5(2) of the 1987 Constitution states, the party list representatives shall constitute 20% of the total number of representatives, including those under the party list. For 3 consecutive terms after the ratification of this Constitution, 1/2 of the seats allocated to party list representatives shall be filled as provided by law by selection or election from the labor, peasant, urban poor, indigenous cultural communities, women, youth, and such other sectors as may be provided by law except the religious sector. So Mr. President, totoo pong minamandato ng 1987 Constitution yung reservation ng 50% ng party list seats para sa sectoral groups para sa 3 consecutive terms. Pero, hindi po sinasabi ng konstitusyon natin na yung reservation na ito ay para lamang sa period na ito. In fact po, Mr. President, wala pong prohibitive wording na nahahanap sa provision na ito. Kaya sinasabi ko po na ang Kongreso ay malayang maghubog po ng isang party list reform law tulad ng ginagawa natin ngayon, Mr. President.
Yes. In fact, sasabi nyo nga, malaya ang Kongreso na gawin ang sa tingin nila ay naaayon. Ano? Ngayon, sabi nga, meron kasabihan tayo sa Pilipino yung nagsasabi ng tapat ay nagsasama ng maluwat. I definitely am not comfortable with letter A of your section 11. Let me be frank about it. Sabi dito, by the way, the bill that I proposed does not contain this, but this is contained in your proposal. 50% of the available seats under the party list system shall be reserved for national and regional political party organizations. Pagka ganito, Mr. President, and again, I have serious reservations, ubos yung labor, ubos ang peasants, ubos ang fisher folk, ubos ang urban poor. Kailan naman naging marginalized ang mga regional political party organizations? Paano naging... di ba, kaya nga nagkakaroon tayo na may mga nagre-reklamo, yung daw bang, ano ba ito? Ako Bicol, yung daw ba marginalized? 14 yata ang congressman sa Bicol Paano naging marginalized yun? Yung One Cebu, although I'm from there, pero marginalized ba yun? Ang daming congressmen nung area na yun, nung region na yun, di ba? Hindi lang Region 7, Cebu itself. So, pag ito, nilagay natin to, 50% of the available seats, national and regional political party organizations. Patay tayo dito, boss. Ubos. Ang daing pera nito mga to At sila na naman ang uupo Diba, paano naman yung, kasi kung 20% mang ililimitahan natin sa 20%, kasulad ng sinasabi ng Konstitusyon, baka maraming mailagay ito mga ito. Baka sa isang organization, pag binilang natin, baka 10 seats. Ang isang political party, 10 seats. Mga gano'n. Isang regional party, 10 seats. Sana, paano mapupunta ngayon yung letter B ninyo? Na ang tingin ko, ito lang dapat talaga ang laman. Letter B, 50% shall be reserved for sectoral party list organization. Ito, tama. Labor, peasants and farmers, fisher folk, urban poor, indigenous cultural communities, elderly, persons with disabilities, women, youth, veterans. Medyo yung last 2, hindi ko sinama ito sa bill ko So, pwede natin pag-usapan later, perhaps. Pero yung 10 binanggit ko, Yung tama po ito. Ito yung dapat laman itong bill natin kung gusto nating ayusin sapagkat napakarami ng reklamo tayong narinig sa party list systems. Itong mga nakaraang taon, itong mga nakaraang eleksyon. At ang nangyayari nga, parang, well, forgive me for saying so, pero mga 70% daw ng mga nanalo sa party list, mga contractors Di ba? Yun ang laman ngayon ng Kongreso. Baka wala rin mangyari dito sa gusto natin gawin. Baka sila-sila din yung mga pakakaupo dyan. Pag hindi natin talagang ilimit lang natin doon sa talagang ang tingin natin marginalized. Silang mga walang kakayahan, walang enough funding na makaupo at marinig ang boses nila sa Kongreso. Baka pwede pong ganun. Yun ang naiisip ko. So, may I know the rationale for why 50% for regional political party list organizations? Please try to convince me, Your Honor.
I will do my level best, Mr. President. Bago ko po sagutin yung bakit 50% ay nais i-reserve sa mga national and regional political parties at bakit 50% naman ay reserved sa mga sectoral parties, gusto ko lang i-reassure yung ating good former Senate President, ating Senate President pro tempore, na meron din pong probisyon itong ating panukala na pag-disqualify sa mga contractors, gayon din sa mga political dynasties na magbuo ng mga di umanong partido para mag-participate dito sa party list system. Ngayon po, bakit proposal ay 50%, tig 50% sa mga sectoral parties at sa mga political parties? Dahil po, base po sa committee hearings natin kung saan nag-participate ang ilang constitutional framers at legal luminaries, actually po hindi lang sectoral representation ang intensyon at polisiya sa likod ng party list system. Doon po sa pagbuo ng ating konstitusyon. Interes din po nito na bigyan ng espaso ang mga may iba't ibang political ideology na maging parte ng gobyerno. Kaya ang dalawang interes po na ito, yung sectoral at yung political, yan po ay parehong parte ng intent ng framers. Sa isang banda po, Mr. President, gusto po nating hikayatin ang pag-oorganisa ng political groups na may klarong ideolohiya sa kung paano dapat patakbuhin ang gobyerno. At sa kabilang banda, pantay ang pagbibigay halaga. Gusto rin po nating bigyan ng boses ang mga sektor sa Kongreso. So this bill, Mr. President, actually ay isang pagsusumikap natin na balansehin itong dalawang interes, sektoral at politikal.
Nahihirapan po akong tanggapin yung political sapagkat yung 250 congressmen from the 250 plus districts ay puro politiko na yun And most of them represent political parties. Most of them, if not all. Kaya bakit pa natin bibigyan ng iba pa? Idadagdagan pa natin namang politiko yung Congress imbis na mga marginalized na tao ang ilagay natin. So as I said, I am not comfortable with that. And then siguro, well, I'm sure you understand my point, and I do understand your point also, but it's a matter of opinion, and my opinion is that we do not need to enhance the politicians in Congress. Hindi na natin kailangan dagdagan pa sila. At dapat nga limitahan sila. Yun ang naiisip ko. At magalit na sila sa akin kung magagalit, pero yung pong pananaw ko Ngayon, nabanggit ko po yung sa inyong section 11 nga, yung 1 to 10, sabi ko, ito yung mga tama Ito yung nararapat na nandiyan dyan sa party list system sa Kongreso. Yung number 13, 11 and 12 medyo pag-usapan natin later on perhaps or on another time. But overseas workers at saka yung sexual and gender minorities. And then 13 workers in the informal economy. Medyo kailangan nating i-define mabuti ito. Sino ito Ngayon, Yung number 14, okay? Let me move on to number 14 sa sinasabi mo. Any other group of citizens who share similar physical attributes or characteristics, employment, interests, or concerns which the COMELEC may recognize upon clear and convincing evidence are economically, politically, or socially marginalized and underrepresented. Now, aren't we giving discretionary power to COMELEC? Parang, bakit natin, tayo gumagawa ng batas, ilagay na natin kung ano gusto natin, huwag nating iasa sa COMELEC. Because this is precisely what happened. Remember, what we passed in 1995. Ilan lang yung, 8 lang yung party list na marginalized sa amin Nung pinasa namin yun I distinctly recall yun ang ini-sponsor namin ni Senator Rojo. And then, ininterpret ng iba ito na kapartido ko pa nga yung ibang nag-file nung araw, LDP, yung mga party list nagsali. Tapos sinabi ng COMELEC hindi pwede. May nag-petition ngayon. Later on, ang COMELEC decided na binuksan, pinayagan. After the next elections, mayroon namang nagreklamo at nag-petition, nakarating sa Supreme Court. Pagdating sa Supreme Court, lalong bumukas na kahit hindi farmer, pwedeng represent ang farmer. Kahit hindi security guard, pwedeng represent ang security guard. Ganun na nangyari. So, itong nakakatakot dito. Pag nagbigay na naman tayo ng power sa iba, imbis na tayo na sa Kongreso, sa batas natin, bibigay natin to. Like, COMELEC may recognize upon clear and convincing evidence. Who will say it's a clear and convincing evidence? De sila lang. Di ba? Or economically, politically, socially marginalized. I don't think we should do this, Your Honor, Mr. President. I think we must legislate a statute that is clear, plain, free from ambiguity, and will be applied without interpretation. Kailangan maliwanag na kagad dito pa lang sapagkat madala na tayo sa ginawa namin noong 1995 na hindi nalinawan lahat ito. Ito yung iniisip ko na dapat what we did exactly in 1995 Republic Act 7941. We wanted to, well, now I think we should prevent people assembling themselves into a party list just to have a seat in the House. Hindi ganun Hindi naman sila marginalized Ganun po yung sinasabi ko. So anyway, may I have your comment on this?
Yes,
on number 14 of your proposed bill.
Opo, number 14 dito sa bill, Mr. President. Una, sinishare ko po yung concern ng good Senate President pro tempore na precisely kaya meron tayong ganitong panukala para learning from the lessons ng mga sinight din ni Honorable Soto na mga masasakit na karanasan in terms of certain jurisprudence, with all due respect sa Supreme Court, or certain paraan ng pag-implementa ng COMELEC ng batas na ito. Gusto nating bumalik in some way sa original na intent ng konstitusyon. At the same time, mabigyan ng espasyo yung mga grupo who over the years ay dinedefine ang sarili nila in terms of sector or in terms of political ideology. So totoo po, binibigyan natin sa provision na ito ng discretion ang COMELEC, pero I would say, Mr. President, strictly circumscribed pa rin. Under this provision, Section 11B14, may requirement na ang grupo ay economically, politically, or socially marginalized and underrepresented. But having said that, Mr. President, I do understand the point of the good Senate President pro tempore at bukas po ako sa refinement sa section na ito.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that because, as I said, I have serious reservations on number 11, 12, 13, and 14. As a matter of fact, if I go back to 13, workers in the informal economy. Ano ba yun? Sino ba yung mga informal economy? Mga sari-sari store?
Kasama na po sila, Mr. President, pero particular din yung mga pong nagtatrabaho, not necessarily bilang empleyado, bilang mga manggagawa at mga entrepreneurs, lalo na nung panahon po ng pandemya, kung kailan po umusbong yung digital economy na tinatawag, mga self-employed, mga hindi nag-e-enjoy ng employer-employee relationship tulad ng mga nasa formal economy. So, sa ilalim po ng batas, wala po silang karapatan o benepisyo, kasama na po yung pagiging miyembro ng SSS o GSIS for that matter, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth. Wala po silang pagkakataon o karapatan na magbuo ng union at makipagtawaran sa kanilang management. So ilan po ito sa mga subsectors na umusbong sa loob ng kinikilalang informal economy, Mr. President?
Well, again, I hope we get the chance during the period of amendment. Let's define it. If this is
Yes, Mr.
necessary, workers in the informal economy, we have to define it more. But just not but just saying informal economy.
Agree po, Mr. President.
Moving on, if a political party list can win up to 10 seats, because that is how this bill is framed, while a sectoral organization is capped at 3. Does this not create a structural imbalance that will favor the political parties over the sectoral ones? Parang lumala pa ito kaysa sa mga kinakatakutan kong dating problema sa party list.
Actually, Mr. President, sinusubukan na nating i-address yun at the outset. Dahil yung 20% ng House of Representatives na reserved para sa party list system ay subsequently hahatiin pa in equal halves, na kalahati po nun reserved dun sa sectoral party lists. So sabihin natin kung 30 po yan, kasi kung 60 plus ngayon ang magiging 20% of the House, kung 60 plus ay reserved para sa party list system, 30 plus nun naka-reserve po para sa political parties, 30 plus po nun naka-reserve para sa sectoral parties. At kung may butal po sa paghahati sa tig 50%, yung butal na isang seat ay marireserve dun sa sectoral parties. So, posibleng 31 seats reserved sa political parties, 32 seats para sa sectoral parties. Kaya po pinapanukala na ang bawat political party na magka-qualify for seats sa party list system ay may cap ng 10 ay dahil gusto nating i-encourage talaga yung paglakas ng mga tunay na political parties na meron talagang mga natatanging vision of society at platform of governance. Kaya naman po pinapanukala dito na yung mga sectoral parties, dahil malamang mas marami sila ay nakakap sa 3, ay dahil gusto naman nating i-encourage yung mas maraming mga sektor na makapagbuo ng mga partido nila at mag-qualify na umupo sa party list system ng House of Representatives, Mr. President.
What percentage of the votes are we envisioning here?
Dito
Kasi
yes,
yung
Mr.
dati,
President.
yung dati, ang nakalagay doon 2% of the votes cast of the electorate,
Opo.
Ngayon, ito yung nagkaroon ng puwersa ang COMELEC na Talagang ginalulungkot kong sabihin, pero totoo ito. The facts will bear me out. In 2025, 63 ang umupo na party list representatives, the percentage of the votes that they got is not merong 1%, merong pang less Originally, sabi natin 2% of votes cast. Alam niyo po ba how many got 2% of the votes cast in the last elections?
Napakakonti lang, Mr. President.
6. 6 lang dapat ang party list na pumasok sa Congress. But then again, binuksan nga Binuksan ng COMELEC, binuksan ng Supreme Court. So nagdagdag para mapuno. Kahit 1% lang, kahit less than 1%. Meron kung ilang 100,000 votes sa tayo or something. Nakaupo 63 sila ngayon. And 70% contractors. Hindi ba malungkot? Pagkatapos bubuksan natin tong party list organizations, mga political parties na naman. Really, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, I'm really very seriously concerned about this 50% for political party organization. Palagay ko, we must go back to the drawing board and find a better position or better number as far as this Section 11 is concerned. And then also, if I recall it right, during the committee hearings, majority of your resource speakers manifested that there should be no reserved seats, but a first past the post system in the voting for party list representatives in this bill. In this bill, it reverted to proportional voting. Yun ang sinasabi nila. So, kung ganito po yung karamihan na sinasabi ng resource speakers, ano po ang wisdom behind our version now, the proposed version natin yan?
Gusto po natin, Mr. President, in fact, bawiin sa kamay ng COMELEC yung any discretion in terms of paano i-apply o paano magbuo at mag-apply ng formula. Gusto po nating i-provide yon, isang bagong formula based on the experiences of the last 30 years, provide for it by law. Nung simula po kasi ng implementation nitong party list system, Mr. President, mas simple po talaga yung matematika noon. Nung panahong iyon, there were about 50 seats na reserved. 50 seats constituted 20% of the House. Kaya simple pong na-apply noon na mayroong threshold of 2% of the votes cast for the party list ay kailangang makuha ng bawat party list group para magkaroon ng tig-isang seat. But over the years po, lumalaki po yung House, nadadagdagan po ng mga distrito, kaya umuurong din po yung bilang which constitutes 20% of the House. And ngayon, sa current strength po ng House, nakita po natin na may mga 63 seats ang dapat i-reserve ayon sa konstitusyon para sa party list. Ang panukala po dito sa ating bill ay isang mathematical formula na ang bawat political party o sectoral party na uupo, each with their own 50% of the party list na naka-reserve sa kanila, ay bawat isa kailangan maging winning minimum percenter. Kakailanganin ko yung tulong ng legis ko pag matematika ang pinag-uusapan. Pero basically, kung ano yung if I may, Mr. President,
Yes,
just a 1 minute
sure.
suspension just to get the mathematical formula here with me. Kasi po, as I will say, when we come back, may formula po kaming pinopropose dito sa panukalang batas na based on the seats reserved for each half of the party list system, merong pong mathematical formula na iper-perform para masabi kung tig-ilang seats po meron sila. At kung may butal pa doon, sakalang ibibigay sa hindi umabot sa minimum threshold or hindi sila minimum percenters. If I may, good SP Pro Tempore, Mr. President, just a 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Yes. Oo.
Padala na or ayaw mong padala? Kung ayaw mong padala ng laptop mo.
Do you have the president of UNTV?
Oh, yeah. Of
So
course.
section
Sorry.
12 says.
Sige, wait lang. Okay. Thank you. Nandito na yung step by step, di ba?
Yes.
Alright. Ito.
So, tapos, yung only other apart from this naman is yung definition of the winning percentage, which I already...
Sige, so i-enter dito direct.
50% sa constitution. Absolutely. One half the seats allocated to party list representatives shall be filled as provided by selection or election from the labor, 50% and the other 50% silent.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the good SP Pro Tempore for his patience. So, Mr. President, una po, dun sa definition of terms, the winning minimum percentage threshold for sectoral party list organizations refers to the percentage value of 1 divided by the number of available seats for sectoral party list organizations multiplied by 100%. Yun po yung basic formula. And exactly the same yung formula for political party list organizations. The winning minimum percentage threshold for political party list organizations refers to the percentage value of 1 divided by the number of available seats for political party list organizations multiplied by 100%. So yun po yung basic formula. Yung detalye ng formula at paano siya step by step i-apply ay andito po sa, proposed po sa section 12 entitled Procedure in Allocating Seats for Party List Representatives. At ito po ay in 6 steps na pwede ko ling i-put on record if the good SP Pro Tempore desires. Basically po, ang gusto pong ma-achieve sa 6-step na formula na ito ay to approach that ideal of proportional representation, Mr. President.
Proportional representation pa rin, doon sa kinakabahan ako. Political organizations against marginalized sectors. So again, bagsak pa rin ako dun sa, bakit hindi kaya yung dati na lang, 2%? Baka 2% ka at itong listahan ng mga marginalized sectors na ito lamang ang dapat. Pag hindi ka naka-63 o hindi naman, so what? Kung 10 lang ang nakakapasok, 10 lang. Di po ba mas maganda yun? Nakakatipid pa nga ang gobyerno eh. Kesa naman sa tatambakan tayo ng 70% na kontraktor, ang congressman. At napabayaan yung mga magsasaka, yung mga mangingisda, yung mga nangangailangan talaga ng representasyon, eh hindi nakakapasok eh. So, baka sakali, pagka ganun, eh matulungan natin sila. So, perhaps, baka we can come up with a middle ground. But then again, I think I would suggest that our colleagues be be also asked of their opinion on the issue of whether there should be a party list, political party list organizations, national or regional. Nabibigyan pa natin sila ngayon. Imbes na ibalik natin sa original na intention ng mga framers, original intention ng 1995 na bill, na sectoral, yung marginalized ang pagbigyan, bibigyan pa natin yung mga political parties, regional, national, ng silya, nakalahati, noong maaaring maupo. I think we should ask our colleagues so that we can come up with suggestions from them also, at kung baka naman ako lang ang nakakaisip ng ganito, pero so be it, diba? Majority rules, ika nga, pero that is my opinion, and I hope we can come up with a middle ground to that effect. No?
I'm prepared, Mr. President, to do very hard, good work with the SP pro tempore, even until the period of amendments. Lalo na dahil isa sila sa mga original na nagsulong nung unang party list law. And as I mentioned at the start of this interpellation, is one of the authors of this bill. And just to reiterate na lumabas din po sa ating hearings at consultations na parehong intensyon ng ating framers na definitely bigyan ng espasyo, in fact mag-reserve ng espasyo para sa ating basic sectors sa party list system, at kasabay o kasing timbang i-encourage yung partisipasyon ng iba't ibang grupong may iba't ibang mga ideolohiya na lumahok sa paggugobyerno. Also, Mr. President, to address on the record the very important concern of the good SP pro tempore about contractors, no? Andito po sa proposed section 9, disqualification on contractors. Nakasaad po dito, all nominees, including those of the youth sector, shall not be qualified to become a party list nominee if the person A is related by affinity or consanguinity to the second degree to any incumbent elected local and national official, including a party list representative. So ito po, kadiwa po nung isinusulong din nating political dynasty bill. And B, has or has had a beneficial interest in or holds or has held contracts or subcontracts, whether as individual or as an incorporator, director, or officer, to supply the government or any of its divisions, subdivisions, or instrumentalities with goods or services, or to perform construction or other works in the last 10 years preceding the subject election. So yung mga contractor po na nagsisneak in sa party list system lamang at nagkukunwaring party list group ay talagang idinidisqualify natin from the get-go, Mr. President.
Again, we should be very careful with some of the one or 2 points that you raised, because we might be charged with gerrymandering because mayroon tayong component ng anti-political dynasty rito. You know, I don't think we should be able to. Baka we might be. This might be shut down by the Supreme Court. Pagka ganun concentrate na lang natin doon sa party list. Huwag natin lagyan ng anti-political dynasty provision. There should be a different law for that. But nevertheless, again, perhaps during the period of amendment, we can discuss that. Isa na lang. Please enlighten me. The sectors listed in the Constitution are defined largely by economic and social deprivation. Now, will you please enlighten me on your basis for including the, quote, sexual and gender minorities as underrepresented sector? Hindi po ba nandun din sila sa, meron din sila dun sa labor, sa peasants, fisher folk, overseas workers, veterans, andiyan naman lahat Ba't kailangan meron pang separate na para doon na baka ma-misinterpret na naman, Mr. President? Will you please enlighten us on this matter?
Gladly, Mr. President. Una, salamat po sa good SP pro tempore for recognizing that members of sexual and gender minorities are also citizens within different sectors. However, kaya po pinapanukala na isa po sila sa 14 na sektor na posibleng magbuo ng party list organizations ay dahil pati po hanggang sa pinaka-basic unit of government natin, barangay hanggang pataas sa national, they are also citizens and they actually have, even in the past years, they already have organized themselves as sectoral party list organizations. And then, I'm willing to pursue this if the good SP pro tempore wishes, but also para i-address din yung concern na kababanggit nila, totoo po na meron pong kasabay na isinusulong tayong panukalang batas tungkol sa anti-political dynasty law, and there's no attempt po na magkaroon ng any gerrymandering effect or such. Baka nga mabuting kapalaran na sabay na dinidinig natin itong dalawang panukalang batas in plenary so that they can inform each other. And baka maalala din ng good SP pro tempore na in fact, dun po sa ating sinusulong na anti-political dynasty bill, meron ding talagang provision na hindi na po pwedeng tumakbo sa party list system kung ang isang angkan ay mayroon ng isang miyembro either sa national position or sa local position. So in a way, yung dynasty provision or prohibition dito sa party list bill ay pagsasalamin lamang nun. And dahil sabay natin isinusulong, then we can be guided accordingly in reflecting these two bills against or beside each other, Mr.
Yes,
President.
beside each other would be fine.
Opo.
But within each other, I think it's very dangerous. Definitely, we cannot have two topics in one bill, no. But nevertheless, I thank the distinguished lady for answering our questions and giving us explanations on some of the points here. But perhaps you will allow me to get back to my own drawing board and hope that you do so also as far as some of the points that I have raised, and then I will await the period of amendments and propose my amendments so that we can perhaps come up with a better bill than what we passed in 1995. And just as a word of caution, in 1995, 8 lang yung marginalized sectors na gusto namin eh. Nagulo pa eh. Ito, 14. Ubus tayo, Mr. President. I guarantee you, mahihilo tayo dito sa mangyayari sa party list system. Baka lumala kaysa sa kasalukuyang meron tayo ngayon. So I think we should really study this very well. And perhaps in the period of amendments, we can propose to the distinguished lady some amendments that she will be able to accept. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you
ma'am.
so much, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po, SP Pro Tempore. As I said, very happy to work with the good SP Pro Tempore on amendments that we could agree on to improve the bill. Salamat po, Mr.
Maraming
President.
salamat to our former Senate President, Tito Soto, and also to the good sponsor, Senator Rizzo Ontiveros. It's about time to come up with this bill and really need to give the voiceless a voice in Congress and in legislation. And marami hong dapat ho talaga tayong ireforma pagdating sa party list sector natin. So we'll continue the interpellation later on with, I think, a few more of our colleagues would want to propound some questions.
Yes, Mr.
so
President.
with that, we will
Move to
suspend. Yeah.
Consideration of the measure.
So any objection? Hearing none, the measure is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, we just have a few housekeeping, then we'll proceed with the reference of business. Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 10, Section 13 of the Rules of the Senate, I move the following senators be elected as members of the following committees on the part of the majority. Mr. President, on the Committee on Cooperatives, I move that we elect Senator Ontiveros, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Lapid, and Senator Aquino. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the the aforementioned senators are hereby elected.
Mr. President, on the Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs, I move that we, on the part of the majority, move to elect Senators Ontiveros, Lapid, and Tulfo. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned senators are hereby elected.
On the part of the Committee on Culture and Arts, we move to elect Senators Lapid, Escudero, and Aquino.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned senators are hereby elected.
Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Future Thinking, we move to elect Senator Lapid, Senator Aquino, and Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned senators are hereby elected.
Mr. President, on the Committee on Tourism, we move to elect Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo, Erwin, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Escudero, and Senator Bam Aquino.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned senators are hereby elected.
And also, as chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations, I move to designate Senator Erwin Tulfo and Senator Lauren Legarda as vice chairpersons of the committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned senators are elected as vice chairpersons.
Mr. President, also upon the instruction of the chairperson, the manifesto designates Senator Joel Villanueva as vice chairperson of the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned senators hereby elected as vice chairperson.
And also for the record, Mr. President, Senators Robin Hood Padilla and Senator Bongo would also like to insert their co-sponsorship speech for Senate Bill number 1992. 1912.
So inserted.
Thank you. I mentioned earlier about Senator Legarda, no? On the party list. Did I read that, Mr. President? Oh, well, anyway, once again, just for the record, Senator Legarda would like to be made co-sponsor of Senate Bill number 2090, or the party list reform bill, and that her co-sponsorship speech be inserted for the record.
So recorded.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move for the reference of business.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. The secretary is directed to read the reference of business.
Bills on first reading. Senate number 2211, an act providing for incentives and benefits for health workers in the private sector, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Ejercito.
Saan na yun? Saan na yun? Ito? Referred to the Committees of Health and Demography and Finance.
2212, creating the Philippine Transportation Security Authority, defining its powers and functions, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Public Services, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation and Finance.
2213, establishing and institutionalizing a performance measurement system to promote a culture of meritocracy in government, amending RA 11292, the Seal of Good Local Governance Act of 2019. Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Local Government, Economic Affairs, and Finance.
2214, strengthening public health emergency preparedness in the Philippines, providing for a national public health emergency response plan, and mandating relief and recovery measures, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
2215, institutionalizing an emergency medical services system, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Local Government, and Finance.
2216, promoting workers' health and wellness, providing incentives to employers for the implementation of workforce wellness and workplace improvement programs, and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2216, the development of sustainable cities and communities in the country. Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement, and Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Future Thinking.
2218, amending RA 10586, the Anti-Drunk and Driving Act of 2013. Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and Public Services.
2219, providing an option for qualified members in the non-career service to pay voluntary contribution to the GSIS, amending RA 8291, the Government Service Insurance System Act of 1997. Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, and Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
2220, establishing a multi-species freshwater hatchery in Tayug, Pangasinan, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and Finance.
2221, establishing multi-species freshwater hatchery in Umingan, Pangasinan, appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2222, multi-species freshwater hatchery in Santa Maria, Pangasinan, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2223, multi-species freshwater hatchery, Marabut, Samar, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2224, multi-species freshwater hatchery in Libagon, Southern Leyte, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2225, establishing a multi-species freshwater hatchery in San Quintin, Pangasinan, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2226, multi-species freshwater hatchery, San Nicolas, Pangasinan, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2227, establishing a multi-species freshwater hatchery in San Manuel, Pangasinan, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2228, multi-species freshwater hatchery, San Fernando, Camarines Sur, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2229, multi-species freshwater hatchery, Rosales, Pangasinan, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2230, multi-species freshwater hatchery, Pasacao, Camarines Sur, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2231, multi-species freshwater hatchery, Daram, Samar, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2232, multi-species freshwater hatchery, Balunga, Pangasinan, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
2233, institutionalizing the Philippine Fiber Industry Development Program, creating the Philippine Fiber Development Council, defining its powers and functions, and providing funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Science and Technology and Finance.
Resolution 425, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the alarming frequency of red and yellow alerts issued by the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines that have resulted in power interruptions in Visayas and Luzon, with the end in view of ensuring power stability and reliability throughout the country. Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committees on Energy and Public Services.
Additional reference of business measures from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 26 May 2026, it designated Representatives Almario, Kimbo, Garcia, Mercado, Revilla, Tulfo, Adyong, and Libanan as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 6636 and Senate Number 1966, institutionalizing the assistance to individuals in crisis situations programs of the DSWD, providing penalties for the violation of certain unlawful acts and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on May 26, 2026, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 122, declaring March 17 of every year as Homanhon Landing Day, a special non-working holiday in Eastern Samar. 494, declaring October 5 of every year as Araw ng Del Gallego, special non-working holiday in Del Gallego, Camarines Sur. 611, amending RA 10776, declaring May 8 of every year as Hermosa Day and a special working holiday and no class day in schools in Hermosa, province of Bataan. 671, declaring January 23 of every year special non-working holiday in Tanay, Rizal. 685, declaring March 8 of every year special non-working holiday in province of Davao de Oro. 688, declaring August 1 of every year special non-working holiday in Compostela, Davao de Oro. 936, declaring July 22 of every year special non-working holiday in General Santos in commemoration of its Balaan Day celebration. 982, declaring August 13 of every year special non-working holiday in Ilocos Norte to commemorate the birthday of Master Weaver and Ilocano icon Magdalena Gamayo, to be known as Magdalena Gamayo Day. 1049, declaring March 7 of every year special non-working holiday in the city of Tagum, amending RA 9193. 1069, declaring December 15 of every year special non-working holiday in Amulong, Cagayan, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. 1076, declaring August 18 of every year special non-working holiday in Solana, Cagayan. 1278, declaring August 6 of every year special non-working holiday in Pilar, Sorsogon. 1414, declaring November 17 of every year as Araw ng Carmen, special non-working holiday in Carmen, Surigao del Sur. 1540, declaring December 12 of every year special holiday in a special non-working holiday in the municipality of San Juan, Batangas. 1695, declaring February 11 of every year special non-working holiday in Ibaan, Batangas. 2053, declaring June 16 of every year a special non-working holiday in Baybay, Leyte. 2224, declaring April 21 of every year special non-working holiday in Calamba, Laguna. 2658, December 13 of every year special non-working holiday in General Trias, Cavite. 2939, June 16 of every year special non-working holiday in Ilagan. 2953, declaring July 27 of every year special non-working holiday in Bacong, Negros Oriental. 3273, declaring February 1 of every year special non-working holiday in Camarines Norte, repealing RA 9090. House number 3572, declaring June 15 of every year special non-working holiday in Diabong, Samar. 3717, declaring October 2 of every year special non-working holiday in Solano, Nueva Vizcaya. 6433, declaring May 21 of every year special non-working holiday in the city of Malabon. 7030, declaring May 14 of every year special non-working holiday in Tumawini, Isabela. 9216, declaring September 11 of every year special non-working holiday in Ilocos Norte in commemoration of the birth anniversary of former President Ferdinand Edralin Marcos, to be known as Ferdinand Edralin Marcos Day. Local government.
Refer to the Committee on Local Government.
House number 9002, granting a legislative franchise to Camarines Sur 2 Electric Cooperative, Casureco 2, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Naga and municipalities of Bonbon, Calabanga, Canaman, Magarao, Milaor, Minalabak, Pili, Siruma, and Tinambap, Camarines Sur. House number 9003, granting a legislative franchise to Camarines Norte Electric Cooperative, Canoreco, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the province of in all municipalities of the province of Camarines Norte. 9004, granting a legislative franchise to Pangasinan 1 Electric Cooperative Inc., Panelco 1, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Alaminos and municipalities of Agno, Anda, Bani, Bolino, Burgos, Dasol, Infanta, Mabini, Pangasinan. And House number 9005, granting a legislative franchise to Camarines Sur 1 Electric Cooperative, Casureco 1, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in Libmanan, Cabusao, Sipoco, Tragay, Lupi, Pamplona, Pasacao, San Fernando, Gainza, and Camaligan, province of Camarines Sur.
Refer to the Committee on Public Services.
House number 9214, an act renaming the Dr. Jose N. Rodriguez Memorial Hospital in Caloocan to Dr. Jose N. Rodriguez Medical Center and Sanitarium, repealing Batas Pambansa Bilang 94.
Refer to the Committee on Health and Demography.
House number 8392, declaring National Election Day as regular national non-working holiday, amending Section 26, Chapter 7, Book 1 of EO 292, the Administrative Code of 1987.
Refer to the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation.
8702, increasing the compulsory retirement age for uniformed personnel of the PNP from 56 years to 57 years old, amending Section 39 of RA 6975, the DILG Act, Department of Interior and Local Government Act of 1990 as amended.
Refer to the Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and Local Government.
House number 9000, granting the Times Broadcasting Network Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines. 9001, granting the Cagayan de Oro Media Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television stations in the Philippines. And House number 9010, granting First Gas Pipeline Corporation a franchise to construct, install, own, operate, and maintain pipelines for the transportation and distribution of natural gas, petroleum, and petroleum products throughout the Philippines.
Refer to the Committees on Public Services.
Pwede tayo. That's it, Pan. Kain na tayo ng pan. With that, Mr. President, we have tackled all our items in the agenda today. I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wednesday, I'm still waiting, baka may mag-object. Wednesday, Mr. President, August 5, 2026. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, August 5, 2026.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Huh?